Members, as you've just heard, that concludes all the speakers on the other agenda items. We will take items up with regard to the Austin Housing Finance Corporation at the time we hold that meeting, and the same thing with the Miller Local Government Corporation. We'll take those up at that meeting as well. Members, we are now complete. We've now completed all the speakers, which will allow us to begin the process of going through the action items. As has been indicated, the first action item that we'll take up is item number 5, which is the budget adoption ordinance. The recommendation, I think, is that what we will do is at 4:30, it's 4:30 now, so what we will do is take a recess so that all of the members will have an opportunity to do a little bit of additional work before we come back and actually take up that item. My intention would be, when we come back, is to get a primary motion out on the table. And then what we will do, as I've indicated on the message board, is take up staff amendments and then amendments that have no budgetary impact. They impact the budget, but they're revenue neutral. At which point we will then take up additional proposed amendments to the overall budget. So unless there's objection, we will recess until, I was going to say 5:30, but is an hour, is an hour enough? Councilman Ellis?
It's in line with my question is there a deadline for amendments that we're bringing to the base motion?
Well, I don't want to put a deadline on it, but what I'm hoping happens is that we soon get those in. So why don't we say this? Why don't we say 5:45, we recess until 5:45 with a goal of by 5:30 having in amendments so that there'll be at least some opportunity for our staffs to look at those and have our finance staff working with our staffs help make sure that they're in some form of order so that I can call them out and we can have discussions about them in an appropriate way. Councilmember Cadre, then Councilmember Alter.
Not a drastic change, but if we could get the amendments in by 5:30, but come back at 6, so that it gives them 30 minutes.
If that's the will of the council, I'm okay with that. Alter's just going to take a nap, but yeah, Councilmember Alter.
I plan on it. I just wanted to, on that, Carrie is working on, our intention is to, the kind of comprehensive approach that we put up on the message board, to offer that as the first amendment to the staff, I'll keep forgetting what we're calling it, the budget edition edition 1. Thank you so much. So she's working through that. She just magically appeared.
She's kind of magic.
She is. I want to make sure that's enough time because, adding these lines and it's complicated, but our hope is to, let's start there.
Your hope is to offer an amendment that basically substitutes out budget edition 1. Is that right?
Yeah, our hope is to avoid having, 40 or 50 amendments, but to really make this a process where it can be, 5 to 10, but everyone can take a look holistically. And I just want to make sure I understand.
If people don't, one of the concerns I would have, and maybe it's not a legitimate concern, but is if people are preparing amendments for a document, one that we ask the staff to prepare, and then a motion is to basically substitute out budget amendment number 1. And the whole goal of having a budget edition 1 was to have a target for everybody to prepare to maybe be able to do this. And if they don't agree with all of your suggestions, then they have, I assume they could vote no on that proposed amendment. But it makes it harder for them to know what their target's going to be.
And that's why I want to get it out. And also, we're keeping the same format, right? So let's just say public health and social services 4. right? If that's we're not changing that in any way. If that's still in there, it's still in there. So if you had a modification to that, that wouldn't change in any way. Really what we're doing is mostly adding things to this list and then having a couple subtractions. So people would still be able to, if you were trying to add a certain line, maybe it's within this comprehensive amendment, you don't need to bring that. Or it's still not there, and so the hope is that it would just basically cull people's amendments, but so they could see holistically instead of what we fear is this kind of game where, let's say, Jose or Councilmember Velasquez is offering the First Amendment. It's something that Councilmember Siegel really likes, but he doesn't want to vote for anything until his amendment is in, and so he's going to hold back. But now, he votes his down, but gets his, and now he would have voted for his.
Well, but that's just the natural process.
Absolutely, I think that this is just a way to look holistically.
Councilmember, let me ask Ms. Lang to speak, and then I'll come to you first, okay?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I think the challenge that we're having is there are some nuanced changes in the alternative that the council members put online today, and it takes us. So, for example, for the staffing scenario, it took us about 4.5 hours to make sure everything was ticking and tying in order to be within financial, all the elements that we look at. I don't know if we'll be able to get it completed in time for a conversation today with all the checks and balances that we want to make sure we do to make sure it's accurate.
And I completely understand that. We have put together, and I'll work with you afterwards, but just for clarity, like let's say we took something off of the no here. Let's just take Trauma Recovery Center. That's Public Health and Social Services 6. You have that listed at 500,000. And to your point about making sure all the numbers are right, if we're picking numbers, we would be picking from this list. So if we prepare our kind of comprehensive amendment based off of the numbers on this chart, can we go by those numbers, or are you saying there are modifications to these numbers that y'all need to update?
Well, for example, the first item that we looked at when trying to tie, it was a reduction of only leaving maybe $150 in one of the items, but understanding whether or not that will allow for the program to do anything. So there's a lot of conversation that has to happen to make sure with these changes that they are operationalized or able to be operationalized. So those are some of the nuances that I'm speaking of.
Sure. Well, we'll get together and we'll try to get it to everybody. We're not trying to pull anything over on anybody. We're not trying to gain an advantage. It really is so that the council can approach this from a holistic perspective and see how the amendments fit together instead of just this one-off nature that's going to just be less efficient and not as good of a product. But we'll work with you and power through.
Councilmember Ellis.
I'll just speak for myself. I think that staff's big spreadsheet that I'm glad they were able to print in a larger size font for all of us. I'm more comfortable starting from a place where we have reference numbers, where if we're making amendments, we can come in and say, I know exactly which line item we're talking about. There's a couple of different categories in here that may use housing in different ways, and it may get confusing. Parkland is one of the other words that comes up. And so I want to make sure that we're crystal clear on what line items that we're amending, both for us, the folks watching, and for our staff. And I also know that the one that they've proposed has us at our 17% reserve rate through all 4 years. And so I'm worried as we start working with another amendment process that doesn't have us up to 17%, which is council's adopted goal, to try to make this all pan out when it's already not at 17% in, beyond fiscal year 26. I just want to make sure we're working from what is, to me, most streamlined. I have the fewest edits to make from staff's proposal. And I realize this is an effort to streamline things and find more consensus, but I feel like it's easier to have things that are tagged, have very obvious headers, very obvious dollar amounts of yes and no that are included, and to make sure that we're still maintaining the 17% reserves that we all know we use for emergency funding. So I'll just speak for myself. I'd rather start with staff's amendment.
Well, if we can try to wrap this up and so that we can do the recess and get on the amendments, that was the goal of having staff do the work that they did until late last night and all morning this morning. But anybody's that's on this dais gets an opportunity to try to amend something. So we'll at some point we'll see whether or not we get to vote on that. So yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and to your point, Mayor, I just want to punctuate that the substitute motion that we will be making is on behalf of 4 council members. So we're flagging it in advance. We appreciate due consideration over the next hour in which we're recessed, but it is a legitimate amendment that we are bringing forward to our policymaking body here for consideration. Thank you.
And we understand. All right, so I guess what we'll do is ask that amendments to what is considered to be Budget Edition 1, which will be what I asked for as part of the primary motion on the budget, item number 5. We asked that those amendments, please try to get those in by 5:40, with the idea that we will recess. We'll try to get those. Everybody tries to get those in by 5:40, with the idea, and then at 6:15, we'll reconvene as a council. So, without objection, the Austin City Council is in recess until 6:15 p.m. It's 4:39. Thank you all. Everybody, it's 6:52 on Wednesday, August 13th, and I'll call back to order the Austin City Council for this budget meeting of the Austin City Council. Members, as I indicated earlier, what we'll do is we will go to item number 5. What I'm going to ask is that the financial staff give us an update on where we are, and then I'm going to ask for a motion, and I'll get a primary motion out on the table, and then we will go to amendments of that. The order I'm going to go in on amendments, I've told y'all the first amendments will be staff's recommended amendments, then council amendments that don't change the total budget dollar amount, and then, but during the recess, one of the things that became clear is that we had some proposed amendments by council members that related to enterprise funds, and therefore I'm going to take those up so that we don't get it all confused with amendments related to general fund. And then we'll go to amendments related to general fund. So Ms. Lang, I'm going to recognize you and see if there's anything you want to say, and then we'll proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. Carrie Lang, Director of Budget and Organizational Excellence. The staff analysis and scenario that we presented this morning is the final. There were no changes to that document, and so we can start with there, and then we can start talking through staff amendments once you're ready.
All right. Is there anything you want to say about changes to the document that came out this morning?
No.
Okay, so what we have in front of us, members, is the document you received this morning that is labeled Budget Addition 1. It is labeled at the top of it, Budget Addition 1. So the motion that I will make is to adopt the 2025-2026 budget of the City of Austin, as that budget. The city manager's budget proposal is filed by the city manager on July 11th, 2025, and is presented to the mayor and city council by the city manager at the July 15th, 2025 city council meeting, with the addition of the document labeled Budget Addition 1. That will be the motion. I'm making that motion, so we'll have a primary motion. Mayor Pro Tem seconds that motion. That motion is now on the floor, so we will now go to, unless there's questions of any council member, we have a motion on the floor. Members, you have been provided a document that is labeled at the top of that document, FY 2025-26, Staff Amendments and Council-Initiated Revenue Neutral Amendments. And the primary motion, I said July 11th, 2025, that the budget proposal is filed by the city manager. I said on July 11th, 2025. We have a motion. I'm going to ask y'all's indulgence. It was really July 12th, 2025. And so what I will ask y'all's indulgence, even though may not want to be as indulgent on amendments as we go along, but in order to make this one easy, I would move to amend that motion so that it reads, adopt the 2025-2026 budget of the City of Austin as that budget, the city manager's budget proposal as filed by the city manager on July 12th, 2025, and is presented to the mayor and city council by the city manager at the July 15th, 2025 city council meeting, with the addition of the document labeled Budget Addition Number 1. The Mayor Pro Tem seconds that motion. So that we have a clean motion, I'm going to ask if there's any discussion on the amendment. Without objection, the amendment is adopted. Now we just have a main motion as amended, okay? Thank you all for that. All right, back to where I was. Yeah, that might happen.
Yeah, that might happen.
We're off to a great start, people. Are we sure?
Friday, July 11th. Yes.
All right, for the record, just because I'll take one shot to the head, but not two. When I said the 11th the first time, I was right. I was told I was wrong, so I said the 12th, and now I'm told I'm wrong again. So I'm being punked. And I apologize to everybody. I move to amend the main motion, the primary motion, so that we are adopting as the 2025, the motion is that we would adopt the 2025-26 budget of the City of Austin. The city manager's budget proposal is filed by the city manager on July 11th, 2025, and is presented to the mayor and city council by the city manager at the July 15th, 2025 city council meeting, with the addition of the document labeled Budget Addition 1. The Mayor Pro Tem gladly seconds my second mistake. And is there any discussion? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. We now have a primary motion, and the key date is July 11th. All right, back to where I was. Fiscal year, you have labeled a document titled Fiscal Year 2025-26 Staff Amendments and Council-Initiated Revenue Neutral Amendments. Members, the way I would like to do this, unless there's objection, is you have on that document 12 proposed staff amendments. The motion that I will take in a moment will be to adopt all 12 of those proposed amendments as a package. And then we will vote on that. But Ms. Lang, I'm going to recognize you before I ask for a motion. Is there anything you want to say about those amendments?
No, sir. I think we're good.
All right. Anybody got any questions about those proposed amendments? Yes, Councilmember Ellis.
No question, just one comment, since we're cruising right along so effectively here. I had seen in one of the reports that staff sent out recently that there was $1 million more of transportation user fee that was coming from their water utility for cuts. I wanted to reallocate that back into sidewalks, so it's not on this list yet, but just wanted to verbally make sure that gets flagged. We can circulate it with staff, but it is revenue neutral.
Well, we need that as a physical motion.
We are running that down
Okay.
as we speak.
We may come back to that at a later point, so I appreciate you bringing that up.
Perfect.
So that's what we'll do.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, Ms. Lang? Members, I move that we amend the primary motion on item number 5 to adopt as a package the 12 proposed staff amendments contained in the document dated August 13th, 2025, and labeled FY 2025-2026 staff amendments and council-initiated revenue-neutral amendments. Is there a second? The Mayor Pro Tem seconds the motion. Discussion? Without objection, the motion to amend item 5 is adopted. Members, what I'm going to do now is there are 3 council-initiated revenue-neutral amendments contained in that document. I can do this one of 2 ways. One is I can have each council member make the motion and describe their amendment, or I can do that as a package as well. All right? The Councilmember Lane moves that we make items the item labeled D6 Lane 02, D7 Siegel 01, and D8 Ellis 04 contained on the document dated August 13th, 2025, and labeled FY 2025-2026 staff amendments and council-initiated revenue-neutral amendments, moves adoption of those 3 as a block of amendments to item number 5. It's seconded by Councilmember Qadri. Is there discussion? Without objection, Councilmember Duchin.
If we're voting as a package on all 3, I have different positions on these 3 items, so I would want to.
Okay. We will treat that as a consent agenda, and you can tell me what you would vote no on.
Okay, I appreciate that. I would vote no on, I would vote no on D7 Siegel 01.
Okay?
And that's it.
Thank you very much. Without objection, the 3 items are adopted as an amendment to the primary motion for item number 5, with Councilmember Duchin being shown voting no on the item labeled D7 Siegel 01. Ms. Lang, I apologize, but I don't have in front of me the amendments geared to just enterprise funds.
Mayor, I don't think we have those separated out, but I can hopefully point you to all of them. I believe they are Ellis, and this would be on page 6 of the document titled FY26 Budget Adoption.
Good, that's great. Let's do it that way. Members, hang on, I'm sorry, Mr. Van Eno. Members, there's a document that you have that is labeled, is dated August 13th, 2025, and at the top of the page, it's labeled FY26 Budget Adoption Proposed Council Amendments. Now, if you would walk us through that, Mr. Van Eno, those that just relate to enterprise fund activities.
Unfortunately, they do appear to be clustered. They are on page 6 Ellis 235, and right below that, Lane 1.
That was convenient. Members, I am going to take these up separately because of the nature of the amendments. And so I will recognize Councilmember Ellis on, this is on page 6 of the document labeled FY26 Budget Adoption, Proposed Council Amendments, and dated August 13th, 2025. It is labeled on page 6, D8 Ellis 02. Councilmember Ellis, you're recognized.
I will. Ellis 02, 03, and 05 are all listed in the backup that staff had provided other council-initiated amendments. So I apologize if it's double duty. I just wanted to make sure I was over-replicating and not under-replicating. But Living Streets, better barricades for the program, one-time funding in the amount of $250,000. Number 3 is street tree replenishment, which is ongoing, and that is $50,000 ongoing from Urban Forest Replenishment Fund. And the Gray Rock Meridian Connector Trail is $117,500 from Transportation and Public Works Capital Improvements Program. So we had presented those earlier, and I wanted to make sure they got captured however you wanted to have us fill them out.
Councilmember Ellis moves that item D8 Ellis 02. She moves to amend item number 5, the primary motion on item number 5, with D8 Ellis 02. It is seconded. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Councilmember Siegel. Is there discussion? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. D8 Ellis 02. Councilmember Ellis moves as an amendment to the primary motion on item number 5 that it be amended by adoption of D8 Ellis 03. It is seconded by Councilmember Siegel. Is there discussion? Without objection, the motion to amend D8 Ellis 03 is adopted. Councilmember Ellis moves to amend the primary motion of item number 5 with D8 Ellis 05. It is seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there discussion? Without objection, the motion to amend labeled D8 Ellis 05 is adopted. Councilmember Lane, you're recognized on the potential amendment Lane 01. Members, that is located on page 6 of the document labeled or dated August 13th, 2025, and labeled FY26 Budget Adoption, Proposed Council Amendments. Councilmember Lane, you have the floor.
Thank you. I move to amend Budget Addition 1 by adding the following line to safety. Transit and Public Works, sidewalk gap funding, $10 million. Debt only, no budget impact. This is funding that will provide one-time funding of $10 million for sidewalk construction via certificates of obligation to fill sidewalk project funding gaps in fiscal year 2025 to 26. The funding serves as bridge financing to maintain construction continuity, retain skilled labor and institutional knowledge, and prevent rising costs from impacting projects. It helps the city sustain momentum on critical mobility and safety projects between bond funding cycles. It's revenue neutral because it does not rely on the general fund dollars. Thank you.
Members, Councilmember Lane moves that we amend the primary motion for item number 5 with the and it's seconded by Councilmember Vela. It is Lane 01 on page 6 of the FY26 Budget Adoption Proposed Council Amendments. Is there discussion? Councilmember Vela.
Just want to thank Councilmember Lane for bringing this. The sidewalk program, I think, is moving along very, very well. This is going to provide a critical gap funding until we get to that 2026 bond. I just wanted to say I appreciate your work very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Vela. Any further? Councilmember Duchin.
Mayor, I just want to be shown voting no on this item and then abstaining on D8 LS02 and D8 LS05, please.
I'm sorry.
Voting no on this item and then abstaining on D8 LS02 and D8 LS05.
All right, for the record, well, I'll come back to that. Any further discussion? Without objection, Lane Amendment 1 to the primary motion for item number 5 is adopted with Councilmember Duchin being shown voting no. For the record, on the vote that was taken on D8 LSO2 and D8 LSO5. Well, let's start with D8 LSO2 that was just momentarily ago taken. Councilmember Duchin would like to be shown abstaining on that vote. It will not change the outcome of the vote. Is there any objection to his being shown abstaining? There being none, Councilmember Duchin will be shown voting as an abstention. On D8 LSO5, that originally passed unanimously. Councilmember Duchin would like to be shown voting abstaining from the vote on that item. It would not change the outcome of the vote. Is there any objection to his being shown abstaining on D8 LSO5? Without objection, he will be shown abstaining on D8 LSO5. Mr. Van Eno, does that cover all of the amendments that would go to enterprise funds?
Yes, from that list that we're working from, it is.
Great, thank you. Yes.
Can I just double check Alter 07? Because that seems to be enterprise only. If I'm out of.
What page are you on?
Same page. It's 2 lines above D6 lane 01.
You're on a different
I'm sorry, you're
Oh,
the document we're working from is FY26 budget adoption proposed council amendments.
no, we had it on this one. The other council initiated amendments. Are we completely abandoning this document?
Yes. Other council initiated amendments. No.
It's revenue neutral.
So here's what I think happened. But you tell me if I got this right. Those were from what were laid out at the work session. These are what has been brought today so that we make sure we have everybody's. Is that right? So the one we're going to go from is this one.
Okay. Well, then we'll fix that and get it sent to you.
So, here's you raise an important point. Part of the reason we're doing this is because on the day we laid them out so that everybody would see them, some of them had numbers tied to them. And I'm making this up as I'm sitting here, but let's say there was Alter 1, and you laid it out as Alter 1, but you've abandoned it or you gave it in a different order, and now we're going in this order so that we make sure we have the right order. And I want to go from a single document so that nobody goes back. In fact, I want us to just we did what we were supposed to do at that work session and laid out things and got to ask questions, but I want us to forget the numbers that were associated with that and go with this. That way we'll have a clean record. Does that make sense?
It does.
Now, are you able to say which one you want us to look at?
Well, so it's not in this packet because it's in this packet. So like Councilmember Ellis, I guess we'll have to bring it down.
Yeah, we're trying to submit amendments today.
I think we had that, and I'm being told it was sent to Katie, and I'm looking at it now, but
Okay.
I'm only messing
Well,
with
I mean,
it.
we're going to have a little bit of chaotic today, and we're going to try not to get too concerned about it, just as long as it's not into 2 days from now. But so make sure, folks, if you've offered an amendment, make sure that it's on the document that we're operating from, which is FY26 budget adoption, proposed council amendments, August 13th, 2025, because that's what we will be operating from to try to get everybody's amendments considered. So if yours is not on there for some reason, but you have submitted it to Katie by our 6:30 or whatever time deadline we were trying to do, let us know so we can make sure you get considered. Councilmember Duchin?
My amendment is also not on there as well.
Well,
which would be
then
enterprise
did you
fund.
submit it?
Last week, yes.
No, okay. That's why we were saying, everybody submit your amendments today.
Yeah.
So if you did not submit your amendments today, as we were requesting so that we would have a list of amendments, and there's no way, if it was last week, it was submitted in the format that we were requesting, because we didn't have that format last week. We need you to do that so we can get that done.
it looks like Katie just sent us a list with additional.
Yeah, Mayor, a new list just came in via email called late amendments.
Okay.
Mayor, can we make sure financial staff gets that email as well? I haven't received it.
Yeah, I'm not sending it, but I'll make sure you get it. If Katie's got another, has it,
Well, I've forwarded. I haven't.
and I guess what I need to do is have it in front of me too, and I need to know whether what happened was we just added to the back of it. Is that what happened? Can I get it? Okay, thank you. Okay.
I think for our colleagues here, if you laid out an amendment during work session and it's not been turned in today, please make sure
Yeah,
it's turned in.
we need to get that turned in. That's why yeah. Okay? Okay. While we're waiting, as I understand it, it will still be FY '26 budget adoption, proposed council amendments, but it will be added to the back of this. Right now, we were just operating off page 6 as it applied to enterprise funds. This is currently a 7-page document. What we will do is we will add those pages to the back of this, which is just fine, because what we'll be able to do, we have a little time because we've got 7 pages, and my guess is that'll take us a little time. So with that, and I'm going to look up again and look at financial staff and see if there's anything you want to say before we go to the amendments that do impact money.
No, not this.
Okay. Well, then let's go to motions for amendments. Members, for the record, and I know you all know this, but I'm going to say it for the record, we have a primary motion, as has been amended by a few amendments already, a primary motion for item number 5. We have taken up amendments that are staff's recommended amendments. We've then taken up council amendments that do not change the total budget dollar amount, and we've taken up amendments that applied to the enterprise funds. We are now going to go to council amendments that do change the total budget dollar amount and I'll, what I said we would do is we would take up, when we came back, any motion to amend that is what I'm going to call a generalized motion to amend Budget Addition 1. Councilmember Avila.
Mayor, I have a motion from myself, Councilmember Alter, Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes, and Councilmember Velasquez. It's been laid out, and it takes a group of amendments that we have offered, a number of items offered by the another group of council members, and kind of packages it into one larger amendment in the hopes of kind of simplifying the process. And we were trying to pick things that were broadly acceptable to a large number of council members. Again, with the goal of working more efficiently and also getting more insight into where we are instead of kind of going one by one and trying to tally it. By way of background, too, this package of amendments would keep us at a 5-cent TRE level. And I don't have the reserve calculations quite in front of me. I might turn to Councilmember Alter for those more detailed numbers, but keeps us at about a 17% reserve level. And I would offer that amendment.
For purposes of clarity and the record, I have in front of me.
And I'm sorry, the white version, for clarification, the one that we passed out earlier on yellow paper, that had continuing support for permanent supportive housing, PSH, continuing existing support, but that was, I believe, already included in the base motion, so it was not necessary to include in our motion, so we pulled it out in the second version, just to be, to not double count that money. That was already included in the staff-based version, if I'm correct.
Eric Nelson, Deputy Director, Budget and Organizational Excellence. Our understanding is that this list would be a wholesale replacement of Budget Edition 1 and to reflect the appropriate total amounts, if that's the question.
No.
No.
It would not be. It is a supplement to Budget Edition 1, but it is not a replacement. Everything in Budget Edition 1 is already in there. We're not removing anything from Budget Edition 1. We're adding to Budget Edition 1.
I think that's true with one exception, because there is the deletion of 1x04 from Budget Edition 1.
And I'm sorry, which item was that? One time?
The red line on your exhibit.
Apologies, that is correct. The red line on the motion is a deletion of the staff, and I'm sorry, I'm struggling to read that tiny little print.
It says 1x04 Climate Reduction Fund.
Yes. So that is being replaced by some FTEs that would essentially do similar work to the climate fund. Basically, it's not the capital money or the investment money for the fund. It's a staffing for the fund. Again, I would turn to Councilmember Alter for a more detailed explanation of that deletion. But the relevant addition to that would be, oh Lordy, would be Alter 05 on that list at the very top, the Austin Climate and Resilience Staffing Sustainable Program Manager and Energy Manager for 124,276. So on the sheet that we handed out, deleting the one time there, but the addition, I guess, a replacement would be that Alter 05 at the very top of the sheet. Description, Austin Climate and Resilience Staffing Sustainable Program Manager and Energy Manager, General Fund ongoing expenditures of 124,276.
All right, so for the record, members, you also have a yellow sheet that has a narrative on it. So you have the white paper that at the top of the page, just for reference, there's a blue line at the top of the page, and it says has a V2 at the top of the page. But you also have a yellow page that says Item 5, August 13th, 2025, Councilmember Alter, Fuentes, Velasquez, and Vela, Motion 1, and it then says I move to amend Budget Edition 1 by adding the following lines and amounts. And I'm not going to read through all of those. You have it, but for the record, it begins with Public Health and Social Services 13, harm reduction in the amount of $150,000 ongoing general fund. It has the last bullet is one time 11, bond planning in the amount of 100,000 one-time general fund, and then it has adding to, and then there's 2 items there, and on the back page there are 3 more items, and it removes, as was just pointed out, 1x04. That's for the record. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Alter. Councilmember Ellis, you wish to be recognized?
I have a clarifying question.
I got you.
Are all of these items also matched in this document, or are they not the same?
No, they are not. So here's what we've got. When we broke, we recessed, I indicated that if somebody had, somebody or somebody's had a more general motion with regard to that, we would take that up, and then we will go to these individual amendments. It may be that, and it may be, for example, well, it may be that we don't need to take up some of these individual amendments because they're in this broader one. It may be that there are still some individual amendments that people want to bring forward because it's not in this one item, assuming this one item is adopted.
Okay, and I have a follow-up question.
Please.
Are these, trying to figure out how these relate, so this is a completely separate proposal than staff's spreadsheet? Or is
No.
this amending staff's
What it
spreadsheet?
is amending staff spreadsheet,
Okay,
and I'm going to have a question too, but it amends, as I understand what the maker of the motion just said, is that it amends staff's budget addition 1 and spreadsheet with those items that are listed on this. So the way Councilmember Vela described it is a supplement to budget addition 1.
and is there a version of this that shows the math year over year so we can see what those reserve numbers look like? I heard it's 5 pennies and stable at 17% reserves, but I just don't have that information presented.
So that's a good question, and because the question I was going to ask is where does it actually end up in terms of pennies? Budget addition 1 was 4.6. This obviously adds some things. So the question is, where does that end up in terms of pennies and reserves?
Yep, and I can answer that.
Well, how about let's let finance
That's
staff
fine.
answer it.
Yes, so in FY29, we would have the general fund balanced at 5.15 pennies with a 17.1% projected reserve level.
Can you give the 5 cents as well?
At 5 pennies even, the general fund ongoing would be 3.7 million in the negative, and reserves would fall to 16.3%.
Can you say, and I want to make sure I understand, this amendment would take budget addition 1 to 5.15 cents?
In order to maintain projected balance through FY29.
And that balance would be?
We would be essentially dead even on general fund ongoing and 17.1% projected general fund reserve level.
All right. I'm going to go to Councilmember Alter, Councilmember Siegel, Councilmember Qadri.
And just to provide a little more shape to that, at the 5 cent level, because we don't necessarily have to go to 5.15, it's just a question of how if you wanted to be at that 17% reserve level in year 4, but at 5 cents in fiscal year 2028, so in year 3 of this, it is still balanced and you still do have reserves over 17%. It would be 17.15% in fiscal year 28. So it's not till that 4th year that you potentially cross below 17%. And I would just offer, 4 years out is a long time. And we definitely need to estimate and understand. But, 0.1 or 0.2 change in sales tax between now and then eliminates that $3 million deficiency. And that's what we're talking about, just so it's 3.7 million under. So we are going to make budget decisions next year. We're going to make budget decisions the year after, and we can make those decisions so that we are at 17% in the out years. But this gets us really, really close, and also does it in a way that, I think addresses a lot of the concerns that we've heard from the public and from other council members of looking at the Homeless Strategy Office plan and making sure we hit on all the needs. It's as the mayor mentioned, it will just simplify. This takes about 20 amendments off the table, and so it makes it easier to understand how an amendment will interplay with this. Whereas if we just start going down the list, someone adding something early has a deep impact on the 40th amendment here, and that person might have to be replacing something, and so that's a totally different calculus, and this is an attempt to avoid that type of calculus.
Councilmember Siegel, followed by Councilmember Qadri.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the entire subquorum that did the work to kind of propose this grand compromise amendment. Along with Councilmember Lane, Councilmember Ellis, and Councilmember Qadri, we discussed this, and we absolutely appreciate the intent, the idea of kind of cutting to the chase on a final budget. But we have some challenges with kind of accepting this wholesale amendment, in part because there are little details here and there that, there are programs that we support that are left out. There are programs here that not all of us would support. But I think I wanted to kind of invite a conversation about our goal here and whether, as a council, our goal is 5.0 pennies at a 17% reserve or not. I believe as many as 10 of us at different points have expressed that goal. And if we want to stick to that goal, with the staff motion as the base motion at 4.6 cents, we've got, roughly $9 million in room to get up to 5.0, right? And we posted to the message board as a subquorum a host of amendments that would add about 5.4 million. And theoretically, if the other subquorum added 5 million and change, and Councilmember Harper Madison added something, or Councilmember Duchin and so forth, we could get to a number that was close enough to 5.0 that staff could then take it back and do a couple haircuts here and there and get us to 5.0 and 17% reserve. And so what I would like to do on behalf of the subquorum is kind of invite some conversation now before we go all the way through amendments 1 through 40. And maybe if people could articulate, like, are we trying to land at 5.0 or is it 5.2? Because that will determine a lot of the conversation from here on out.
Councilmember Qadri?
Yeah, playing a game of hypotheticals, if this passes, right, the amendment from the other subquorum, and then I know the mayor has, 3 budget amendments, and then our subquorum has, you said 5.4 million worth? And then, if Councilmember Harper Madison or Councilmember Duke, let's say they all pass, what cent are we at, and what do the reserves look like then? If everyone's super excited today and they're like, we're going to pass every amendment on there.
We don't have the calculation of every amendment that is posted here. So I could not tell you that today.
She's going to have to do the math as we go along.
Like in the moment, yes, we're doing the math based on what you vote up or down to see what the impact is.
Yeah, so we have about $9 million in wiggle room. So I just want to very much emphasize that. So.
Before I go to you, I'll say in response that I have posted on the message board very clearly that I actually still think my 3.5 is really the best. And will, no matter what happens here tonight, you can beat it out of me, but I'll not, I don't know where I end up, as I've indicated on the budget overall, but I will not, I know I will not vote for anything that goes above 5 cents. So even as we look at this, if it's 5.15, I'm not going to be for that. Even if I might be for the 5 cents, getting this on the table, the 5 cents at 16.3%. Now, I will say also to Councilmember Qadri, I think if this goes on, if this amendment goes on, my amendments aren't necessary. So that changes some of the math as well. Councilmember Alter.
Can I ask Eric, in fiscal year 26 for this amendment, what is our reserve level?
At which level of tax rate?
At 5.0.
17.95%.
And then what about fiscal year 27?
17.88%.
So at 17.9 in fiscal year 26, that would be about $20 million over,
14.
or no, about 15 million, yeah.
Yep, 14.7 million and 14.3 million.
So harkening back to the comment I made earlier, we have an ability to have some room here to have 17% reserves this year at 5 cents, and we would even have another 14 point something million to play around with and still be above 17% reserves. Now, it is then incumbent upon us next year in our budget, if we want to stay at 17% reserves, that we shape the budget in a way that does that. But to presume everything is going to be the same from here, next year, 2 years out, 3 years out. It's an important, I think, process and exercise to think about that, but it's on us. If the goal is 17%, then we need to put forward a budget next year that's at 17%. Right now, we're talking about this budget, and we have $14 million of room with this amendment to stay above 17%. So my intention is to be at 5 cents and whatever that, try to keep the reserves at 17 or higher, but if then y'all offer your amendments and it takes us from 17.9 to 17.4, then we're still at 5 cents, we're still above 17, and we've just got work to do next year that I think is the proper budgeting process. So that's, you asked how we're thinking about it, that's how I'm thinking about it, but we are only 2 of 11 here.
Other discussion? Councilmember Vela.
I think Councilmember Alter laid it out very well. I do think as a overall matter, we should stick to that 5 cent cap. There's more room on the reserve side. That said, there's just a lot of uncertainty out there. We're not sure what the federal situation is. We're not sure what the state legislature is going to do, whether in special session or in any future sessions. So I do kind of lean toward keeping that reserve amount robust and ready in future years. And I think this strikes a good compromise. I want to say that we all have left things out that we were asking that we wanted to get in there, but I mean, that's the nature of the budgeting process, is that there's compromises, and obviously you don't get everything that you ask for. So again, to kind of facilitate and hopefully expedite the process, and also to give us a little clarity too as to where we are. Again, I would just offer that.
Sorry, Councilmember Ellis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also happy to stick with 5. I know that we came out with 4 different proposals just a very short time ago, and it seemed like there was some coalescence around 5 pennies that at least 9 people had signed on to some format that kept us around the 5 pennies. And so that's my priority, is sticking at 5 or even a little less if we can get there, while still managing those reserves over 4 years. Hitting that 17% reserves mark helps us so much with emergency response funding until we can get reimbursed. And I think as the years go by, we keep seeing more and more issues that we are having to come up with emergency dollars, whether those are for public assistance and grants that aren't coming in, or whether those are natural disasters. And so I'm really happy with at least sticking to the 5% and making sure the year over year is at our 17% reserves.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Harper Madison.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate it. And I think my colleagues might have gone ahead and preempted what our commentary was going to be, mostly in response to Councilmember excuse me, Siegel. It was sort of a 2-parter. I really appreciated, what feels very much like an earnest attempt at sort of preempting the rest of the discussion and, kind of getting through some of it that doesn't need to be discussed or belabored. But I'll say, and the one thing that came to mind was I've watched us as a body over the course of the years make an attempt to get to consensus before we get to consensus, and then we vote, and it never went well. I think it's one of those things where the moving parts are moving so quickly, like even this meeting as an example of how much stuff is still moving. I'm still, toggling between pages and opening things that you guys are still submitting as we speak. That said, I don't know that we're going to get to a preemptive consensus, in which case my recommendation would be we just, instead of bypassing the process that's been laid out, we just sort of stay the course and do our best to make our cases and get through the process without trying to preempt a consensus.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lane.
Well, I personally am comfortable anywhere between 5 and 5.25 cents. I've been a very strong proponent of maintaining 17% reserves as far out as we look. I also very much value finding a way forward that brings as many of us forward with us together as possible. And so I will say out loud that I'm okay if only the 2-year look has 17% reserves. And I really hope we come to something that brings us all together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And, for me, just to get to Councilmember Siegel's earlier question, I would like due consideration of all of the amendments before us. And so this amendment that Councilmember Vella has laid out does not preempt any of those conversations. I think there's still a lot of discussion here for us to have, but just wanted to put for the record, because I can see that knowing that this amendment would land at a 5.1 penny, that could appear as if we're trying to cut off conversation, and that is not my intent. I have several amendments that I intend to lay out and hope for your consideration on. So just wanted to clarify, this is not to circumvent further conversations on any of our amendments.
Councilmember Duchin.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel like now might be a good time to just add on to the existing conversation. One, I just want to say I'm grateful for what seems to be tremendous work from both of the major subquorums and everybody else on the dais to get ready for this. And when I look at this, it is very apparent that great effort went into this. As y'all know, we're way past where my boundaries are for the TRE, but all that to say, there are a lot of great ideas in here. And my sense is, and my feeling has been, it's just not the right timing for them. So my abstentions this evening are largely going to be a reflection of that. Not that they're poor ideas, but simply that this is not the best year to implement them. There probably are going to be a few things I vote no on also. But generally speaking, I want to convey that it's not because I feel like there hasn't been good work done and great ideas that aren't here. It's just that, from my perspective, it's not the right time to implement them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any further discussion, or we're going to go to a vote?
Mayor, actually,
Yes,
can I ask,
Councilmember
whether it was Councilmember Vela or Alter, another member of the subquorum, it does seem like very significant changes were made to this so-called V2, because I had gone over with my staff the version that was emailed, feels like not so long ago, but it seems like there are a number of big changes. Like I'm seeing items that aren't on it anymore, like for example, Alter 8 was on the previous version. So is there a way you can walk us through the changes between V1 and V2?
Councilmember Alter.
1 second to pull up, because I only have the current one. The major changes were around, forgive me, around naming. So the Alter 8, for instance, that you mentioned, so there were 4 deletions from what you had emailed out. Those deletions are the Alter 8, the non-sworn public safety response pilot, the Lane 4, which was the Charlie Center showers, the Fuentes 2, historic preservation, and the Environment and Culture 11, which is the NEA grant replacement. You will also see a change in the housing and homelessness 234, the prevention, diversion, and rapid exit. That went from 4.7 to 1.63. And the sustainable, that one was in there. So that should be, let me just give me one last once over, but those should outline all the changes. It does. And I will note, it includes some individual amendments. Councilmember Harper Madison, it includes her domestic violence shelter addition, or a significant portion thereof, and some of the other additional single shot amendments that are in this packet from the other, the other subquorum, which wanted to, the increasing the Austin Civilian Conservation Corps, which I know is something on y'all's proposal. I will also note, just if I may, the estimates are giving a 4% increase on every cost for the next 4 years. That is a very rich acceleration of costs. And some of that I actually believe is a little bit double counted, because we have a 4% increase on our employee pay, and then we have items that have FTEs that are also accelerated at 4%. So those, you get double counted there. So the fact that we're only $3.7 million out of balance by fiscal year 29, and we're assuming every single one of these programs is going to be funded at a 4% increase every single year, that's pretty significant. And I think if you want to talk about how you can keep it within the bounds that Councilmember Ellis has mentioned and others, if you did it at 3%, which is still pretty generous, we'd be there. So there are a lot of levers to pull.
And thank you, Councilmember. Just one clarifying question. So in terms of the financial part, did I hear correctly that this could be done at 5 pennies with a 17.9% reserve in year one?
That's correct. And it would be over 17% in year 2 as well.
Further questions or discussion? All right, members, the motion in front of us is a motion to amend item number 5, the primary motion as it's been amended. It is labeled item 5, August 13th, 2025, Councilmember Alter, Fuentes, Velasquez, and Vela, motion 1.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Siegel.
Is there any chance you could grant us a 5-minute recess to think about this? I mean, this is so much information to process.
I think that's probably fair. It is 7:46. Without objection, the council is in recess until 7:55.
Thanks, sir.
Back to order at 7:56 p.m. And we have been in recess, and I will call the Austin City Council back to order. What I'm going to do so that we can close on this motion to amend is I'm going to recognize first Councilmember Alter to explain the document he just passed out, and then I will call on Councilmember Vela to close.
So the budget staff just found a slight reconciliation error, but everything in the chart was right. So they're just a couple minor changes on the adding the following lines. If you look almost to the bottom, environment and culture 12, we had the Regional Animal Adoption Center in the amount of $675,000 ongoing general fund. It did not include the and $125,000 in one-time general fund. That's in the chart, but just not, that one-time amount was not reflected here. Also in the chart, the very bottom line, the ROTA compliance tenant protections, once again in the chart, but just didn't make it in the narrative, so that is now listed on the final bullet in the adding section. And then last but not least, there was listed in your narrative, also not present on the chart, but housing and homeless 7 for $171,000 one-time street outreach. That was erroneous. We're not making that addition. So,
members, the motion that we'll be voting on is the motion to amend item number 5, the primary motion as amended, and it will be utilizing the document that is labeled Councilmember Alter, Fuentes, Velasquez, and Vela, motion 1, V2, version 2. For the record, that is what the motion to amend that we will be voting on is. Councilmember Vela, you are recognized to close on the group's motion to amend item number 5 as amended.
Thank you, Mayor. And for the benefit of the public who's following along, I just wanted to highlight some of the items that are funded in this group motion. Just a handful of things. The frontline employee bad weather pay. Oftentimes we are asking our employees to come in during snowstorms, ice storms in particular, and we want to make sure that those are tough jobs, those are tough days, and that's designed to make sure and compensate our employees for that. We have the Regional Animal Adoption Center in there, and that's essentially what we want to do is open a satellite location, both to help us with capacity. There'll be a small amount of capacity and possibly a lease location And in addition, we just want to make it easier for folks that are in the outer reaches of Austin, far north, far south, again, wherever that it may be, to volunteer, to adopt. We need to move in that direction where, we can't just have one facility in Austin. We really need to have multiple locations when we're going to have public facilities. We fully fund the homeless strategy office plan, the prevention, diversion, and rapid exit. The new emergency shelter beds are fully funded. The rapid rehousing is fully funded. The sobering center is funded, and that's again a critical piece of our downtown public safety puzzle. It's extremely important diversion outlet for both EMS and APD. The trauma recovery center is funded a second-year grant for the trauma recovery center to keep the good work that they're doing going. The family stabilization grant, which I know there was a lot of public testimony with regard to the family stabilization grant, that is maintaining funding at $1.3 million. The Family Justice Center is also funded. That's an effort by Travis County that will centralize a lot of their families, a lot of their victim services, different services like that. It's mostly funded by the county. But we are going to help them with get going. That should be also helpful for the Austin Police Department as well. The domestic violence shelter support, the funding to support the shelter operations, family shelter is funded in there. And then we're restoring the police oversight budget. There was a handful of positions cut from there. Those positions will be restored. And then what we're calling the ROTA compliance funding, which are the tenant protections, which, if we're going to be asking landlords, requiring landlords to rent out units at a certain affordability levels, there needs to be an oversight and accountability mechanism, and this would essentially fund the oversight and accountability mechanism for some of our affordable housing. Again, that's in addition to a lot of the great stuff that is funded in the base motion, so I just wanted to lay that out, and I close.
Members, the motion is to, the vote will be on the motion to amend. I've called it a couple of times, but it's the motion to amend item number 5 as amended. I'm going to ask for a show of hands. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay. All those opposed? The vote being 6 in favor and 5 opposed, the motion to amend is adopted. The votes in favor are Alter, Velasquez, Fuentes, the mayor, Vela, and Harper Madison. The nays are Ellis, Duchin, Kadri, Siegel, and Lane. Members, that will now take us I'm going to go back to the document that is labeled FY26 Budget Adoption Proposed Council Amendments. Members, there have been some pages added to that, and I'll call those out when we get to them. What I ask for is for this document to be prepared so that the amendments would be called out in the order they were received by our staff when we started filing them today. That way, I thought that was the fairest thing. As they came in, that's the order we'll go in. You notice it has 5 potential amendments of mine. Those were included. My number one priority in this process right now, at least in terms of adding to the manager's proposed budget, was homelessness and fully funding the homeless strategy office. That is in the amendment we just adopted, so I'm withdrawing Mayor 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'll now recognize Councilmember Alter for proposed amendments that he has listed on page 1 of the document, FY26 budget adoption, proposed council amendments.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Similar story here. Alter 1, 2, and 4 can be withdrawn, but Alter 3 I would like to offer at this time, which is to add $500,000 for homeless and housing navigation. This is within David's plan when it was put together, kind of left as a TBD. And what we know is that we are working on a new housing navigation center for the community and want that to be as successful as possible. And so there likely to be some operations dollars needed, and this would provide $500,000 to achieve that goal.
Councilmember Alter moves to amend item 5 as amended with Alter 3, which is on page 2 of FY26 budget adoption, proposed council amendments, homelessness and housing 05 navigation. It's seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Discussion. Councilmember Duchin. And by the way, although this is a budget meeting and not a regular meeting, this thing still works. Councilmember Duchin, followed by Councilmember Ellis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just request a vote shown abstaining on this item. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Ellis.
Mine's a procedural question. Now that we have an amended base motion and we're moving forward, how are we going to just go through these and kind of say yes and no and then let staff crunch numbers and figure out where it is we're ending up?
Well, it's a very good question, and I wish I had a better answer. The answer I'm going to give you is yes. And now here's what I wish were the better answer. What I worry about as we do that is that, as people have expressed where they are, is we won't know where we are in terms of the cents. And that's why a straight up yes answer is not the best answer. I'm hopeful that our financial staff will be able to eyeball some of this and let us know how something might impact if we ask them that question. But on any one of these given items. So yes, we are kind of doing just that, but that's not the best process if we're trying to hit a target. So, Mr. Van Eno, did I say anything that gives you heartburn, or was it the pizza?
I didn't get a chance to get any pizza, but just a reminder that with the amendment that was made to the primary motion, you're currently at that 5 cent.
That's right.
Which it sounded like was a kind of a target that folks had in mind. So anything that is approved is going to be above the 5 cent mark.
And now the question is just how much. And that's really what I was referring to. The other part about it is I put in the message board last night that it is assumed if you offer something that has money and you don't offer a cut somewhere as part of that, then it is presumed, as Mr. Van Eno just pointed out, it is presumed that it's adding to the tax rate. Councilmember Siegel.
Well, I'll just say, if the public's having a hard time, I'll just say my staff is having a hard time right now too, figuring out how to move forward now that we have a new base motion. And I think a related question is like, if we want to stick with 5 pennies, do we try to take things out of V2? I mean, it's like, or like, what is the pathway here? I mean, I don't know if we have a couple dozen amendments pending here, and if we all want to stay true to 5 cents.
You're going to, if a person is making a motion to amend, and that motion to amend adds money, either that person can offer to cut something, and that would be part of the, and I'll recognize that as part of the motion, even though it's not written out here. We will make sure that's been done, because this is, we're doing it the way we are, or it will be presumed to add to the tax rate, and I suppose people can vote based upon that, their feel about that. For example, I know how I'm going to vote on a number of amendments simply because of what it does to the tax rate, if there's not an alternative.
Well, I'll just say my staff is asking for a break here because our whole legislative strategy has changed in the last 10 minutes. But it sounds like you are saying we should plow forward here.
Well, I'll listen to the council in that regard, but it's going to be difficult. We need to move forward, and there was an anticipation, I would think, that this sort of thing would happen. But because a lot of people had a lot of amendments right up to the very last minute. Councilmember Qadri?
Yeah, it might not be a question to ask, but I'll ask the question anyway. If all the other subquorum that brought forward that omnibus amendment, if none of them bring forward another budget amendment, and Councilmember Siegel, my brain is fried right now. Councilmember Siegel, Lane, and Ellis's all go through, what are we at? Obviously, it's going to be above 5, but I'm just curious to see what we're going to be at. Could you I mean, it doesn't have to be now, but in the next X amount of minutes, could you calculate that? That if all of y'all's, if you guys have nothing else coming forward, and it's just the folks from my budget subquorum who bring something forward and they pass, what are we at? Yeah.
And Councilman Qadri, as they think, I mean, part of the answer is there's 0.9% of reserve beyond our policy level that's theoretically available for one-time funding.
Here's what I'll do. I'll get a sense of the council. I mean, I'm hopeful that we can get completed tonight. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to recognize Councilmember Alter in the order that went up, Councilmember Alter and then Councilmember Ellis, and then I'll offer up something. Councilmember Alter.
My approach in thinking about this was, we have not assigned a certain number to reserves, right? What we have done is said, here's the amount of revenue we're going to generate, here's our expenditures, and that difference is going to the reserves, and that amount right now is 17.9, whatever it is. Assuming, and I think there are some really good amendments in here that I plan to support from the other subquorum as well as my own subquorum, let's say that adds up to $7 million. That would be, you could either raise the tax rate about about half a penny to get it to 5.5, or we could say we're just going to dedicate $7 million less to the reserves, and that takes us from 17.9 to 17.45, and still in year 2 that would be still right around the 17 level. So my approach, and what I think we could do, is go through this process and ask either what would that take us to a reserve level, not necessarily adding on pennies, but lowering down reserves both in fiscal year 26, 27, and make a decision that way. That's, there are 2 levers here. It's not just up.
Councilmember Ellis, followed by Councilmember Lane.
Thank you. I'm trying to do the dais math up here in real time. Having an amended base motion that already pushes beyond 5 pennies makes me feel like I'm in a position to abstain on everything else that's being proposed. Mark Duchin might decide to do that.
He's been looking for company, Councilmember Ellis.
That's the answer. It's right there. I want to support these things. We already had about $9 million of leeway to get to a place where a majority of this dais said it was comfortable to be at. Now we have an amended base motion that puts us in $24 million lower than our established reserve policy by year 3. If people are going to support this TRE, how are we going to tell them that we're still not following our own financial responsibility plans and setting ourselves up for the future when we've already blown the number and we still have, 3 different versions of amendment stacks that we have to get through. I just physically don't know how to manage what to put in and what not to put in with where we are at in this moment.
Councilmember Lane?
I share the concerns that have just been expressed. This is a lot to process on the dais without totals on it and without my staff having full access. I have a grand total of 3 amendments in this stock, and that I do not believe are here, but I'm not even sure yet. And so I would, at the very least, like to put forward that the subquorum that crunched these numbers has had a lot more time to consider what's in here, as have your staffs. And so I also would really struggle to, off the bat, vote yes on the next 500,000, especially knowing that mine are at the very end, even the $26,000 one, which there's nothing anywhere near that small on here. So I'm struggling a little bit with accepting all of this quickly with this little access to the specifics. And then also starting out above the 5 cents, looking at, I care a lot about maintaining reserves in relation to our policy, but goodness, the amount of growth that there's been in the homeless population in the northern suburbs of Austin, and there is 1 day a week that there is showers available in North Austin, and we couldn't find 26,000 in the omnibus. I just have a problem with sort of how we're working through that and where the access to the time and ability to work with our staff as we sort through this, how that's looking at this point. So I would bare minimum propose that if we are going to go through these, that we begin with amendments that do not originate with the subquorum that also produced this. That's my thought. Thank you.
Councilmember Vela?
Thank you. I just want to, we 28-29 and the reserve levels in 28-29. Again, right now we're at 17.9%. We're projected next year at 17.2%. I just, those are, when I got on council, we were at 14% reserve level. So I just want to push back against this notion that somehow we're breaking any kind of financial policy. The goal has been, again, if I remember correctly, it's a 17% reserve level. We're at that level this year. We will be at that level this year. We're going to be at that level next year. What happens 3 years from now? There's just so many variables between today and then, both legislative, sales tax, just grants that may be restored by a future. Who knows? I just don't want to. How far out in advance do we want to budget and plan? I really appreciate, for example, the city manager having that 2-year forecast, because I think that is very helpful. 4 years out, that's just too far to get any kind of accurate numbers, and I think we're meeting the 17% reserve level this year. We're going to meet it next year. And we're going to do the best we can to meet that in the future. I think we're being very financially responsible and keeping the city's reserve levels strong and stable.
Councilmember Kadri?
I press the button. I know there's people that actually have questions. My only thing was going to go back to something that Councilmember Siegel said. It doesn't have to be quite the 45 minutes or hour, whatever it was, but maybe even taking 10 minutes to just quickly huddle with our staffs.
My intention was to hear from everybody that indicated they wanted to be heard before we, but then I was going to offer, a minute ago when I said I was going to offer something up, I was going to offer up a 30-minute recess so that people can kind of reconfigure where they are and we can come back and decide what we want to do. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I hate hearing that there wouldn't be due consideration for the amendments we put forward, because this is, the rainy day is now. We are putting forth a budget to our community to address needs that we have in Austin today. Many of the amendments I have put forward are because organizations are losing federal funding. And to think that we're talking about where our reserve policy is 3-4 years from now as a point of contention, to me, it is just wild. When I entered council in 2021, our reserve policy was 14%. We've increased it by 3%, and we have needs in our community. All I just ask is that we consider the amendments as they are filed, and I look at it through the lens that we are adopting a budget for this year. We are policymakers. We will consider the budget every single year. We can make changes and amendments as the needs of our community evolve, but just wanted to offer those thoughts.
Thank you. Members, what I would suggest we do is recess. Okay. Councilmember Ellis, then Councilmember Alter. Councilmember Ellis, and then Councilmember Alter.
I know that our reserve policy has changed over the years, but I want us to remember why we changed it and that we need to actually stick with it at some point. I don't know that we've adopted a budget that actually hit our council policy for those dollars, and what it does in actuality is allows us to borrow money at a lower interest rate because we have the dollars saved up in case something terrible happens. That's why we changed the policy. We as a council need to be able to commit to the things that we have as city policies. I understand where everyone's coming from, but every year there is great need, and every year the need increases. I don't know why we have policies if it's going to cost us more money to be able to borrow dollars over the long haul. We have very high dollar expenditures happening right now in this city, and the least we can do is try to make sure that the interest rate we get on these municipal bonds is something that we're not wasting money. That's not money that's going to any need. That's not going to capital improvements. That's not money that's going to social service programs or to be able to leverage grants that the federal government is taking away. That's interest. That's going outside of any community benefit that we have here that we are trying to do. So I just really want to make sure that at some point we're able to figure out what our goals are going to be and to stick with them. We have to honor our commitment. When we say we're in a place and this is what we're going to do, at a certain point we have to do it.
Councilmember Duchin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to build on Councilmember Ellis's point. I worry that by viewing this year as a rainy day event, that we're overlooking the, from my perspective, very obvious notion that things can always get worse. Right? We've got another X amount of years of this federal administration. I use X loosely. And who knows what that means? We've got tariffs. We've got all other kinds of external factors that are impacting us. We've got other contextual factors, the legislature and other places. The idea that we would be in a place where this is the bad year that we've got to spend down or we're going to forego our guardrails on what our reserve fund looks like seems pretty wild to me. It does sound, just to put it in perspective, I believe the city of Houston was short, unlike us, who were short $33.4 million. They were short of, think about $220 million. For a city admittedly larger than us, but and at one point they were forecast to be short over $300 million. And even then they got through that without a TRE. So I want to put this in perspective. This is maybe the start of potentially a downturn, but that's very different from entering an emergency and dipping into reserves and foregoing the safeguards that prior councils put in place.
Thank you. Councilmember Alter, and then what I'm going to do is recommend we recess until 9 o'clock.
I was wondering if Eric would mind sending out the updated reserves for each year for the 4 years with this new amendment in place so that we can see each year, because I can't echo my colleagues, the Mayor Pro Tem's points any more strongly. We are not proposing going below 17%. We're at 17.94%, and we're talking about a time when there are critical needs in the community that are not being met because the state and federal government have decided to walk away from the public. And if it is so essential that we're at 17% next year, which under the current proposal we still are, then next year when we get there, we have to cut something or not add something. We can only budget 1 year at a time, and to insinuate that we are crashing into our reserves here, we're almost $15 million over the reserves. So that's it.
All right, members, I think it's a reasonable request of council members to have some time. So without objection, the council will be in recess until 9:00 p.m. It is 8:24. It's 9:00, and I'm going to call us back to order. Here's what we're going to try to do, if we can. First of all, I'm going to, in just a second, I'm going to ask for general consent for Councilmember Alter and the Mayor Pro Tem, who made the second, to withdraw his motion on Alter 3. And then what I'm going to do is ask members who are going to withdraw their amendments because they're already contained, contained in the amended item 5 now, to let us know what is being withdrawn. Then we're going to go to people that were not part of the motion to amend, Alter, Fuentes, Velasquez, and Vela. Were not part of that, and ask them to offer up their amendments first. I'm going to request that because of where we are in this process and my read of the council that people are trying to hit a target of 5 cents, that if you offer an amendment, just like I said on the message board yesterday, if you offer an amendment that costs money, which they're all going to cost money, but if you offer an amendment that costs money, you offer one of 3 options with that amendment. One, that you want it, you've got something else that you're going to cut. You've got an item in the budget that your amendment would also cut. 2, you want it to be part of a TRE. In other words, if it takes you above 5, it takes you above 5. That's where you get the funding for your amendment. Or 3, you want less money to go into reserves. An important point here is it's not that you're cutting reserves. It just means that in the TRE package, less money would go into reserves. So that is what your motion needs to contain when you move to amend. All right, with that being said, is there any objection to Councilmember Alter and the Mayor Pro Tem, who's the maker of the second, withdrawing the motion to amend item number 5 as it's amended, labeled Alter 3? Without objection, the motion to amend by Councilmember Alter and seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem is withdrawn. Now, I want to recognize Councilmember Velasquez first to have him walk through those items in these proposed amendments that are no longer necessary and he will not be bringing forward.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be withdrawing Velasquez 1, Velasquez 2, Velasquez 3, and Velasquez 4. On the withdrawal of Velasquez 4, the motion for IT geospatial analyst, we're not withdrawing support for HSO. This position is intended to be included under the HSO programmatic and support staff that we've already agreed to.
All right, members, if you look at the document labeled 8/13/2025 FY26 budget adoption, proposed council amendments, on page 3, at the bottom of page 3 is Velasquez 1, Velasquez 2 and 3 are on page 4, and then the last document that we have received is a document entitled FY26 Council Proposed Amendments 7 p.m., and that's where at page 1, dated 8/13/2025, that's where you find Velasquez 4. Members, is there anybody else wishing to indicate what amendments will not be coming forward because of the amendment that's already been made? Councilmember Ellis.
This one's not pertinent to the earlier vote, but I wanted to flag that the sidewalks repair budget for transportation fund, I was able to talk to budget staff a little bit about the application of that, and I just want to take a little more time to understand and unpack what we want to do there. So I'm going to withdraw that for today.
And where is that?
That is also on the 7 p.m.
Okay, on the 7 p.m. Thank you very much.
The third sheet that was handed.
So you're withdrawing that today or completely.
For today and tomorrow and Friday if necessary.
Ah, very
But
good.
you
Okay.
might see it on an agenda soon for mobility committee to talk
We
about.
got you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, colleagues. With the previously adopted amendment, I will be withdrawing Fuentes 8, Fuentes 9, Fuentes 11. This is on page 3. These items are incorporated in the previously adopted amendment.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Alter.
Could you read those numbers again?
8, 9, and 11 on page 3 of the amendment document.
Thank you.
Just wanted to make sure it's clear. The 1, 2, and 4 that I mentioned earlier are fully withdrawing, 3 withdrawing for the moment, but plan to return.
That is the way the chair understood what you were doing. Anybody else have any proposed amendments that they will not need to be bringing forward? Yes, Councilmember Vela.
Yes, Mayor, I'm going to withdraw Vela 1, Vela 2, and Vela 3. Again, we're on the proposed council amendments sheet, right?
Page 5.
Page 5, exactly. And we've been trying to find a way to work that stipend for the employees not eligible for remote work, telework. We looked at various funding options, and we're not coming up with anything right now. I'm going to keep it on there for the moment and continue to see where we can fund it, but we're going to see what we can do.
Very good. Thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Siegel.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you. I move to withdraw Siegel 1, Siegel 2, and Siegel 3 as they are already included in the base motion.
Siegel 1, Siegel 2, and Siegel 3 on page 4 of the document labeled FY26 budget adoption. Proposed council amendments are withdrawn. Councilmember Qadri.
If everyone is done withdrawing amendments, could we get just a rundown of what's left?
Sure. When we have that done.
I'm sorry?
I have one to withdraw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so yeah, when I think everybody's done, I'll try to run through those. Councilmember Lane.
On page 7, I will withdraw lane 3 regarding HIV testing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else have any proposed amendments that can be withdrawn because of the status of the amendment to item number 5 as amended? Okay, in that case, let me so those that have not been withdrawn, and everybody check my math on this, okay? Because I was marking them as we went. On page 2 of that document, Alter 3, Alter 4, Fuentes 1, Fuentes 2, Fuentes 3, Fuentes 4, Fuentes 5, Fuentes 6, Fuentes 7, Fuentes 10. These are not withdrawn. Siegel 4 on page 4. On page 5, Siegel 5.
Actually, Mayor, Siegel 5 is budget neutral, has already been included.
I'm sorry, say that again. I didn't understand it.
I'm sorry, Siegel 5 is already, that was a budget neutral one that's already been done.
You're right. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Okay, also on page 5, not withdrawn, Vela 4, Ellis 1, Ellis 2, page 6, Ellis 3, Ellis 4. Page 7, not withdrawn, lane 2, lane 4. On the second sheet, these are not. Is D5 Alter 2, D5 Alter 3, D5 Alter 4, D5 Alter 5, D5 Alter 6. On the next page, D5 Alter 7. Yes, Councilmember?
Apologies, D5 Alter 6 can be scratched through.
Okay. D5 Alter 6 is taken off. The next page, D5 Alter 7 and Duchin 1 are not withdrawn. And then The final one at the 7 p.m., both of those are withdrawn. So that's the list. Councilmember Lane, did you want to say something? Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking at an old list here. So, members, it's 9:10. We intend to recess at 10 o'clock. Let's see how much work we can get done in that between now and 10 o'clock. And as I indicated, I'm going to go first to those members who were not part of the motion to amend item number 5 as amended. So I'm going to go first to page 4 of the document, FY26 budget adoption proposed council amendments, and go to Councilmember Siegel on Siegel 4. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do have a late, I guess it's Siegel 6, because of something that was stricken from the budget by the omnibus motion. Anyway, so that's already been emailed out. It's not on your list. So I have two amendments to lay out. One you're not going to have because it was just sent out via email 3 minutes ago.
Okay. I may have to come back to you.
Okay, that's fine too.
Siegel 4.
Thank you. Siegel 4, I move to amend the base motion by adding Public Health and Social Services 11 of Budget Edition 1, referring to reentry workforce development in a one-time amount of $1 million to provide grant funding to organizations that provide jobs, training to populations with high barriers to employment, such as people exiting jail or prison and people with insecure housing.
And where would you get the funding?
This would be one-time funding from drawing down the reserve.
All right. And for clarity purposes and for the public, it's not drawing down reserves. I'm not correcting your language, but I guess I am. But what I want to be clear is that the 5 cents, that a 5 cent tax rate election would put a certain amount of money, depending upon how it's being spent, into reserves. And what this would do is take $1 million out of what would go into reserves in order to fund this. Correct?
Yes, sir.
It's one time. One-time money. The motion has been made by Councilmember Siegel. It is seconded by Councilmember Lane. Is there any discussion? Yes, Councilmember Duchin.
Same story. I would appreciate being shown to be voting abstain on this one. Thank you.
Councilmember Alter.
I was just curious about a question for the maker of the motion. Is this a program, do we do this already and are we doing more, or does someone, I'm just trying to understand if this is a gap or a build on. I like it, I just want to understand.
This is a proposal from the Community Investment Budget Coalition. And the goal here is to increase grant funding to entities engaged in workforce training, job placement, and networking aimed at qualifying and placing low-income Black and Latino communities and other communities historically marginalized or underserved in paying tech jobs and diversifying Austin's tech workforce. There's other additional ideas for the grant funding. To further define the program, we would bring an IFC later this year.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Vela.
We're talking about folks coming out of jails and prisons. Are we talking about local? I'm just trying to understand the scope of it. And my one kind of I've been in and out of, as a criminal defense attorney, been in and out of many facilities like that. Where's the county on this? The county. A lot of folks come out of the county jail. Is there any support? Is there any cooperation? Is there any partnership with the sheriff's office, with the county, in helping folks, especially folks that are coming out of a long stint in either sometimes county jail or sometimes a prison? I just want to kind of know a little bit more about the program before we commit to the funding of it.
Well, I'm certainly open to working on these details with you. I think we could set a goal of creating an IFC to bring to council during September before the program would take effect to make sure all of those details were nailed down.
Other questions or discussion? The motion has been made by Councilmember Siegel, seconded by Councilmember Lane. I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Mayor?
Yes.
It's okay. Your head was down. You can see me. My hand is raised. I did want to.
I apologize. Councilmember Harper Madison, you're recognized. I apologize.
No worries, no apologies. I appreciate the recognition. I do turn that camera off, so I'm big-headed and crowding out the room. I really appreciate this amendment and the motion before us. If for no other reason, Councilmember Siegel, we were working towards a budget item that would have included what we were calling transitional workforce, because people can be transitioning out of lots of tricky situations that make entry into the workforce tricky. But some of the things that were difficult for us were making it substantive. To Councilmember Vela's point, is this an add-on? Or maybe that was Alter who asked if this was an add-on. And so in a lot of ways, the effort that we were attempting to put forward was addressing some issues that we bumped into. So, with your invitation, I'd sure love to work on that future IFC and just sort of bring forward some of the challenges we've bumped up against. The truth of the matter is I think the dollars are absolutely well spent, regardless of the initiative or programmatic effort. Mostly. But some of the challenges we were looking at was like the reconciliation after the receipt of a grant. How many instances where organizations were deemed ineligible because they had made themselves ineligible by way of not being compliant? And that was like an administrative training and capacity building thing. And some of the other things we bumped up against, including, when people think workforce, they're thinking ditch digging, which, we're not talking careers there, in which case it is a years-long discussion, and it did not, for us, culminate in a budget ask. I didn't think it was comprehensive and substantive enough, but I certainly appreciate you putting something forward and look forward to helping you make it more substantive with just some of the context that we've been able to amass over the years.
Thank you, Councilmember. Would really welcome that. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councilmember. Any further discussion on Siegel 4? Hearing none, without objection, Siegel 4 is adopted with Councilmember Duchin being shown abstaining. That will take us on page 5 to Ellis 1. Councilmember Ellis, you're recognized on Ellis 1.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to present one-time-03. This is the additional dollars that were requested for firefighter overtime. This is one-time funding, so it would be coming out of the additional reserves that are right now in the proposal. There's already $6 million represented there. I just want to make sure that as we address some of the staffing conversations that have been presented, that we are able to commit to the full year of what that overtime might be. If there's additional dollars, I know that the department definitely has some delayed purchases that they have been trying to make sure they can hit this year's numbers. And so I think that that could definitely be used by the fire department, regardless of whether it's used for overtime.
Members, the motion has been made by Councilmember Ellis for Ellis 1 to amend item number 5 as amended, with the money coming out, the money being provided by putting that amount less into reserves in any TRE. The motion is seconded by Councilmember Qadri. Discussion with regard to the motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Alter. I'll go Mayor Pro Tem and then go to you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ellis, I know you've highlighted concerns around the reserve amount. So with this amendment, that would take $2.2 million in the reserves surplus that we have currently with this proposal. What would that put our percentage at? Do we know?
And please count into that the 1 million of the previous amendment.
Yes, sir. So prior to incorporating this prospective amendment, we'd be at 17.89%. And if I hit yes, we would be at 17.74% in FY26.
Thank you. I feel certainly very comfortable supporting this, and just want to highlight and underscore for my colleagues that we are still in a reserve surplus scenario by adopting this amendment, surplus on our revenue above 17%.
Councilmember Alter.
I am generally inclined to support the needs of our firefighters. I do have some pause here in that we have an IFC that I have put forward, I assume we'll get to tomorrow, that asks for the data around firefighter overtime leave. You know, we heard from our chief about the potential leave issues we have at the fire department. And putting $6 million in, that should get us at least 9 months and really a good analysis of what is happening as it relates to leave. And if we need to add more overtime, then we could do it. We'd have the reserves available. I have a hesitation that we are going to fully fund it before we know what the actual issue is around their leave. And it's nothing against, the fire department. I want to support them in every way I can. This one's giving me a little pause. So
Thank you, Councilmember. Further discussion? Hearing none, without objection, Ellis 1, which is a proposed amendment to item number 5 as amended, is adopted. Councilmember Ellis, you're recognized for Ellis 2 on page 5 of FY26 budget adoption, proposed council amendments. This is a proposed amendment to item number 5 as amended.
Thank you. I move to amend Budget Addition 1 as amended by adding a line entitled Employees 05, adding $100,000 in, let's change that to one-time general fund expenditures for the part-time temporary employee benefits. So I know that the HR department is moving toward compliance with the Affordable Care Act. I just know that there's still some lifeguards out there that are not hitting the 30 hours a week that do not qualify for the benefits that the rest of the city employees can participate in, and especially when it comes to dental, I just think people should be able to go to the dentist when they need to.
And this is one time.
Yes, I'm changing it to one time.
Yeah, I want to make sure for clarity.
Ongoing seems to be.
Yeah, I want to make sure for clarity purposes we have it. Good, thank you. Councilmember Ellis has moved Ellis 2. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Siegel. Discussion, Councilmember Duchin.
I'd appreciate being shown voting abstaining on this one also. Thank you.
Councilmember Duchin will be shown abstaining. Discussion with regard to Ellis 2. Hearing none, without objection, Ellis 2 is adopted with Councilmember Duchin being shown abstaining. And by the way, just for the record, that is Ellis 2 as an amendment to item number 5 as amended. Councilmember Ellis, you're recognized on Ellis number 3, members. This is on page 6 of our document.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to amend the Budget Addition 1 as amended by adding a line titled one-time-15. This is $350,000 in one-time general fund expenditures for a feasibility study for the 2026 bond library projects. We got information just today that was a clarification on some previous information sent through the Library Commission. But as many folks know, the Bond Advisory Task Force is working through what their recommendation will be for us for the November 2026 bond. These dollars are a feasibility study to help tee up the conversation that task force needs to have to be able to make a solid recommendation. And that is for Austin Public Library's high priority branch projects submitted to that task force for consideration. And it includes a new Colony Park branch library and expansions of the Millwood and Hampton branch at Oak Hill Library locations.
And where would the money come?
It would be the surplus from the reserves.
Motion has been made by Councilmember Ellis for Ellis number 3 with the money coming from money that would otherwise be going to reserves. This is an amendment to item number 5 as amended. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Siegel. Is there discussion with regard to this item? Councilmember Duchin.
I wish to be shown voting abstaining. Thank you.
Councilmember Duchin will abstain from voting on this motion. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, without objection, Ellis number 3 to amend item number 5 as amended is adopted with Councilmember Duchin being shown abstaining. Councilmember Ellis, you're recognized on Ellis number 4.
Thank you, Mayor. This one actually doesn't have a budgetary impact. It's just a language update. I know we had spoken earlier about the the words around park land maintenance for staff to be able to reach the gold standard. I know staff has indicated that they know that means parks and recreation maintenance, but I just wanted to make sure that that was carried forward and very clear as all the documentation is referenced year over year, so we didn't have to go back and find the tapes. So it's just a language change.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ellis moves approval of the amendment number 4 to item number 5 as amended. Is there a second? It is seconded by Councilmember Siegel. Is there any discussion with regard to this proposed amendment? Without objection, Ellis, item number 4, an amendment to item number 5, Ellis amendment number 4 to amend item number 5 as amended is adopted. Members, that will take us to page 7 of the FY26 budget adoption proposed council amendments, and I'll recognize Councilmember Lane on the item designated Lane 2.
Thank you. I'll move to amend the base motion such that Public Health and Social Services 07, the Family Stabilization Grant, is moved to General Fund one-time expenditures in order to provide a source for funding for both Lane 02 and Lane 04. And so with that, I also move to reallocate $953,166.
Councilmember Lane, I apologize.
Sure.
Well, I'm not sure what you're reading from. The Lane 2,
This sheet.
okay, Lane 2 is the homelessness and housing item.
So I had distributed a hard copy motion sheet, and
Is that different than,
it handles both Lane 2 and Lane 4, but they come from a single funding source.
okay.
So it's
well,
not onto a single motion sheet.
Okay, so let's get that clarification because we're trying to create the record here. So what you're doing is you're combining Lane 2 on page 7 and Lane 4 on page 7 to create a single motion, and that is this motion sheet that you've handed out. Okay, now I understand. With that being said, you're recognized on what would members.
And so I'll begin by identifying the funding source.
Yeah, hang on. I want to try to get this clarified so we know for our record what it is, what your motion is. I understand. Members, for purposes of creating a record, I'm going to label this Councilmember Lane's motion to amend A. For purposes of our sheet and keeping tabs, this will deal with both Lane 2 and Lane 4 on page 7 of FY26 budget adoption proposed council amendments. Is that good with you? Okay. With that being said, I apologize for interrupting. I just want to make sure that we don't have any question about what it is we're doing. So now you have the floor, and I think I'll understand when you start talking.
Thank you. So the funding source that I'm proposing is to move the Family Stabilization Grant from ongoing to one-time expenditures to make space for what was previously noted as Lane 04. I move to reallocate $953,166 of the $1.3 million in ongoing funds to increase safety-02 mental health response unit collaborative care by I'm sorry, that's repetitive. By $953,160. Oh my gosh, I'm tired, y'all. I'm sorry. In ongoing funds that will support 10 clinical specialist FTEs, 6 vehicles, and medical equipment to expand mental health crisis response team, reduce strain on traditional EMS and APD resources, and enhance patient care experiences. I also move to reallocate $27,000 of the remaining $346,834 in ongoing funds to add a line to homelessness and housing that reads, Homeless Strategy Office shower operations at the Charlie Center to support continued operation of showers at the Charlie Center 3 days a week, providing essential hygiene services for individuals experiencing homelessness in North Austin, and then reallocating the remaining $319,834 to unassigned ongoing funds within the City of Austin General Fund. Thank you.
Councilmember Lane's motion to amend item number 5 is amended. A, labeled A. She moves to make that amendment. Councilmember Cadre, are you seconding?
No, I just
Okay.
I'm
Let me ask if we got a second. Do we have a second to this motion? Yes, Councilmember Siegel seconds the motion. All right. Councilmember Alter, followed by Cadre, and then the Mayor Pro Tem.
A few questions, some for Councilmember Lane, some for staff. But first, I just want to understand why you are taking from the family stabilization, or I guess I should say moving the family stabilization grant to one time instead of just pursuing these amendments either as ongoing, just I guess as ongoing. Why have this change?
Well, as I noted prior to the recess, I am concerned definitely with maintaining 17% reserves going forward. I am also concerned with the limited amount of time that I had to look at where to find a funding source, knowing that we're already above 5 cents at the starting point. And it appeared to me reasonable to maintain the funding for this important program once, because as we heard before the recess, we'll be looking at next year's budget anyway, and leave some space for others who may be counting on continuing to draw down that reserve surplus, since I'm at this point going fairly early in this list. Does that answer the question?
And I asked that question because Eric sent us and first off, I just want to say we're at 5 cents. We're not over 5 cents. A couple of people have said over. It's 5 cents is what our proposal was, and in the analysis of reserves that were sent to us during recess prior to adopting these amendments, we were 14.6 million over 14 in fiscal year 26. 14.3 million over in fiscal year 27, even 2.6 million over in fiscal year 28. And so what I would feel more comfortable doing is just making your programs ongoing, because even if they are ongoing, we would still be above that 17% level all the way through fiscal year 28 and not have any kind of impact in those 3 years. And so it would just be less dollars going to reserves in this budget, but the only functional difference in the one-time versus the ongoing nature is just in the next budget, whether or not that will already be baked in. I think just the critical need for the family stabilization grant to be stable, let's have that maintained ongoing, and I'd be happy to support your amendments just as ongoing, because we have room even in the out years. I just don't want to harm this program, because I think it is a really vital program. That being said, I do want to ask a question of the chief, who I see standing back there, about the mental health response unit collaborative care item or piece of this. And it's particularly around just what the dollar amount is, because in staff's chart that they sent out this morning or this afternoon, it had, and I've got so many tabs here, it had this as 1.345 million, and in your enhancements request there was a 1.15 ongoing request and a 949 one-time request. So I'm just trying to reconcile what is the actual number needed to fund this program.
Thank you, Councilmember. So in the proposal that came out this morning from staff, that would fund a total of 2 single unit responder vehicles. What we've seen, if you look at our enhancements that we posted several months ago, and in comparison to where we are today, you'll recall that we implemented some pilot programs in the interim, and in our enhancements, we had listed what we called a collaborative care response unit focusing on low acuity emergencies, as well as some resources around mental health response. Through our pilot program, we have found some synergies between the two of them to allow them to kind of operate cohesively, kind of crossing the missions between the two. And so, looking at what staff's proposal was this morning was really looking at a single unit responder, which encompasses the roles of both of those types of resources. And my understanding of where we were this morning versus the proposal by Councilmember Lane is really around the number of resources that we would implement. And so the staff proposal this morning looked at implementing 2 of those single unit responders as opposed to potentially additional resources, as I believe was presented by Councilmember Lane.
Because in Safety 2 on staff's chart, it has it at 12 FTEs, but this is to fund 10 FTEs. So I'm just very confused as to what we're adding if it seems like we're already there. And I like the idea, it's why I supported it. It doesn't make sense why we're adding this additional amount.
So that I can defer to finance, or I can, if we were to add 10 additional FTEs, it would increase the number of units that we could respond with from 2 additional to approximately 3 additional units.
That's 10 FTEs on top of the 12 already in the proposal?
If that's what my understanding of the council member's proposal is.
So it would take it to 22 FTEs.
My numbers were based off the EMS Association request, which reflected a total of 24 FTEs.
Okay. And what's the likelihood that those FTEs would be hired starting October 1? I'm just thinking if we provided this entire funding, but we're not actually going to hire them till December or January, do we need to fund a whole year's worth, or can we scale that, the remainder of that cost in our next fiscal year?
Certainly, from our perspective, any of the resources that are allocated, any of the new programs are going to take some time for us to ramp up and for us to really evaluate the best way to implement those programs. As we've seen in the past year, we need to be very cautious because when we roll out these new programs, we become reliant on overtime until we're able to hire those resources. And so any resources that were allocated to us, we would have to find that balance between using dollars to spend towards overtime to fill some of those roles, but we would not be able to fully flesh out those programs at straight time because we would not have the staff. We would have to go through some upfront costs, and then through the hiring process, make some determinations as to what do we have the capacity to do with dollars through overtime versus over the longer term.
So I just want to make sure I hear what you're saying. If we funded all the way up to now this almost 2.3 million, would we be spending all of that on hired personnel, or would there likely be a little extra because of the ramp up?
We would have the capacity to spend that, but it would not necessarily be reflective. So because some of those initial dollars would need to be spent as overtime, we would not be able to fully staff the number of FTE positions at the beginning because we would be spending at a time and a half rate. And so we would have to adjust what our staffing would look like until that time period in which we had those individuals hired.
Okay. Well, I don't know if the maker of the motion is open to it or not, but I would feel much more comfortable just considering Lane 2 and Lane 4, and I'd be happy to support both of them and have them be ongoing. I don't think it impacts us even in the next 3 fiscal years in terms of bringing us below that 17% threshold, and these are programs that should all be ongoing, including the family stabilization program. So, of course, I defer to you, but that finishes my questions.
I appreciate that, and that works for me. Thank you.
And I'm glad y'all are enjoying that, but we need something in writing to.
Well, she has them already in writing, so if she just withdraws this motion, we can go back to her original Lane 2 and Lane 4 and
okay
elsewhere.
I will do that. I will withdraw
All right, let me ask, is there any objection to, because, well,
We can just strike 1 and 4.
I understand. What I'm going to do is there any objection to the maker of the motion and the maker of the second, Councilmember Siegel, withdrawing Councilmember Lane's motion to amend item number 5 as amended, labeled A? Without objection, that motion is withdrawn, the motion and the second. Councilmember Lane moves.
I would like to speak on it at some point.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to try to get a motion out there. Councilmember Lane now goes back to page 7 of FY26 budget adoption, proposed council amendments, and moves adoption of lane number 2. Councilmember Siegel seconds that motion, and I will recognize Councilmember Kadri and then the Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, just want to make sure I get it right. So what happened to this? This is all,
She just withdrew it.
it's all null and void. Okay, great. Okay, so that was going to be one question. Number 2, it's my ongoing question to budget staff. Now that we've passed amendments from Lane, Ellis, and Siegel, I guess there's still Siegel 6 left. Is that right? Oh, she's finished. Sorry. Well,
Yeah, we haven't got that.
okay, we're almost there. But
I want to ask her, if you don't mind, as part of your motion, based upon the conversation, you're taking that money from where?
Reserve surplus.
All right. That's what I thought, but I want to make sure. It would be. Yeah.
let me ask my question after we finish.
Yeah, please go ahead. I just want to make sure, since you were getting, I knew where you were headed by pointing at that.
Yeah. Well, I'll wait until, I mean, are we done with lane 2 and 4?
No.
No, we're not. Okay.
No.
I'll wait.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Alter, for your support of the Family Stabilization Grant. Colleagues, as you know, this Family Stabilization Grant this is our 3rd year with that program. It started as a pilot program. It's been in existence these last 2 years. There's an Urban Institute on the efficacy of us having this Family Stabilization Grant. It's helped hundreds of Austinites in our community avoid eviction, afford emergency expenses that come up, whether it's medical, childcare, a proven, dedicated program. So just today, we had 30 people sign up to testify to make this program permanent. So I'm really grateful to Councilmember Alter for ensuring that this item did not include this becoming a one-time allocation, when clearly, when we start pilot programs, they prove that they work, they should be ongoing, and they should be made permanent. This program is one that is known in our community and has been very helpful, especially to people of color. So I appreciate the ongoing support for Family Stabilization Grant.
Councilmember Kadri, that appears to be the discussion on this item. Do you want me to recognize you and you have a question now, or do you want to wait till after the item passes?
Yeah, let's wait for the item to pass, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any further discussion with regard to lane number 2, an amendment to item number 5 as amended on page 7 of the document? Councilmember Duchin.
Thank you. I wish to be voting shown as abstain on this.
Councilmember Duchin will be shown abstaining from the vote on this motion. Any further discussion?
Mayor, I just want to confirm that
Please.
this is ongoing.
Yes.
Okay.
There being no further discussion, without objection,
Mr. Mayor, my hand is raised.
I'm sorry. Part of the problem is that when we have the sheet up so that people can see the motions that we're talking about, it makes you much smaller than we would all like.
Well, you know, I appreciate the scale. But if we can maybe get a system in the room, you guys, there certainly, with all the folks in the room, there has to be a way for somebody.
Yeah, the system works fine. If you feel free to call out if I don't look up. That's I mean, nobody's bothered by that.
I appreciate it. So I think, but I couldn't quite hear what she was saying, because I think you were trying to get us moving, and I think Director Lane was asking the clarifying question I was asking. I think I understand where we're headed right now, but I've heard 2 different things, and I want to be certain that what we're doing right now is we're taking the combination of the item 2 and 4 separated those back out again. And in addition to, we're not talking one-time funding, we're talking ongoing.
Yeah, right. Item number 2 is ongoing, and the funding would come out of money that would otherwise go into reserves at a 5-cent TRE.
And item number 4.
We haven't gotten to that yet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Without objection, Lane 2, an amendment to item number 5 as amended, is adopted with Councilmember Duchin being shown abstaining from the vote. Now we will go to lane number 4. Councilmember Lane moves approval of lane number 4, which is on page 7 of the document, and that is ongoing money, and it would come out of money that would otherwise go into reserves. Is that correct?
Yes.
Councilmember Lane moves approval. It is seconded by Councilmember Siegel. Discussion. Councilmember Duchin, what are you going to say?
Surprise, surprise. I'd like to be showing abstain on this item. Thank you.
Councilmember Duchin will be shown abstaining. Is there any other discussion with regard to this item? Without objection, the Lane amendment number 4 on page 7 of our budget document, the amendment to item number 5 as amended, is adopted with Councilmember Duchin being shown abstaining from the vote. Councilmember Kadri.
Yeah, just a little bit of housekeeping, and then we're getting closer to 10.
Yeah.
Just want to confirm we still have Alter 3 and 4, Vela 4, Siegel 6, and then Fuentes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10 left.
Let me run through this. Alter 4 is not on there.
Oh, it's not on there.
It's Alter 3, Fuentes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Fuentes 10, Vela 4 on page 5.
And Siegel 6.
Siegel,
Oh.
huh? Okay, we'll come to that. Yes, that, you're right. Thank you for mentioning that. You also have D5 Alter 2, D5 Alter 3, D5 Alter 4, D5 Alter 5, D5 Alter 7, Duchin 1, and that's the list.
And actually not D5 Alter 5. I apologize. That should be scratched through as well.
Okay? D5 Alter 5 is taken off.
Okay, great. And then, Carrie, I don't know if you guys have been able to crunch the numbers, but after we've passed these budget amendments, where are we at?
As of this moment, we are at 17.64%, or $9.8 million remaining in the reserves in 26.
I'm sorry, it was a little bit.
Oh, sorry, 17.64% in the reserves.
Okay.
$9.8 million.
Okay, and then do we have where we are with this? I mean, I assume we're a little bit above 5 now.
That's
still giving it 5?
assuming
Okay.
5 pennies.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Councilmember Kadri. Members, I apologize. I did overlook Councilmember Siegel's additional motion. Councilmember Siegel, you had 5. For purposes of our record, I'm going to label this motion sheet, motion from D7, Councilmember Siegel, where he moves to amend the budget by adding one-time 04 climate revolving fund in an amount of $300,000 using one-time funds. I'm going to label that Siegel 6, Siegel 6, and that is a proposed amendment to, and I know I keep saying this, but I just want to make sure our record's clear, to item number 5 as amended, and I'll recognize Councilmember Siegel on item Siegel 6.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe the dais is familiar with this item. I just want to front load $300,000 into the Climate Revolving Fund to facilitate energy efficiency investments, especially in parks and APL facilities. And this would be money that would roll over into new investments after we accrue savings.
All right, Councilmember, and the money would come from?
One time.
One time out of money that otherwise would go to reserve.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Members, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Alter. Discussion. Councilmember Duchin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to be shown voting abstain on this item.
All right, Councilmember Duchin will be shown abstaining from voting on Siegel 6, an amendment to item number 5 as amended. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, without objection, Siegel 6 is adopted with Councilmember Duchin being shown abstaining. Members, that takes us to 9:49. We are going to recess at 10 o'clock. My recommendation would be that we go ahead and recess and come back at 10 tomorrow, unless there's some objection or question about that. Councilmember Caudry?
I just had something personal at 10 that I was going to try to be on virtually, but if it's 10 o'clock, it's 10 o'clock. So.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Alter.
I just want to double check. Lane 3, is that still on the table?
No.
I apologize. I've been going through it. Okay.
You know, that's probably a good thing for us to do, though. I did not have lane 3 on the table. We only had lane 2 and lane 4. So, but that's not a bad thing to do, which is let me run again through what I think we have left in terms of proposed amendments. And y'all grade my paper so we can know where we start tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Is that okay? All right. On page 2 of the document labeled FY26 Budget Adoption Proposed Council Amendments, Alter 3, Fuentes 1, Fuentes 2, Fuentes 3, Fuentes 4, Fuentes 5, Fuentes 6, Fuentes 7, Fuentes 10. On page 5, Vela 4. On the second sheet, it's labeled D5 Alter 2, D5 Alter 3, D5 Alter 4. On the next page of that, it's D5 Alter 7, Duchin 1. Those are all I have. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. If, knowing the amendments that we have before us that we will be considering tomorrow, if council was to adopt all of those amendments, do we have an estimate of what that impact would be on the reserves surplus?
We can work those numbers.
We have them tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
We will.
Any idea of have we totaled out the amount of the amendments that are still pending? Just a ballpark number if we just added them up.
No, we don't even have a ballpark.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor,
Members, yes, Councilmember Ellis.
on that same line of questioning, could we get an updated one of these amazing giant spreadsheets just so we understand what's in or out? I'm kind of trying to cross-reference two different documents, and it's still a bit unclear where exactly we're at as we look at. I appreciate the email that shows the reserve amounts for the different proposals, but just trying to reconcile what was approved in here without totals on it.
Yep, we can absolutely. We'll clean this up and get it out to everyone.
Thanks.
All right, anything else, folks? What we're going to do is we're going to recess until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will begin with proposed amendments, just as I called out, proposed amendments to item number 5 as it's been amended thus far. And then we will, following that, go to item number 4, fees, fines, and other charges, and continue through as I've laid out on the message board. And that will include the IFCs. And the hope would be that tomorrow we can pass a budget and all the other stuff. Anybody got any questions, comments? All right. Without objection, we are in recess until tomorrow, Wednesday, August, check me on this, 14th. We're in recess until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, Thursday, August.
Go ahead. In City Hall. That's all I want to say.
August 14th. We will meet in the same place, folks, in City Hall, here in the City Council chamber, so nobody wander off. because we're going to be right here. And it is 9:53 p.m. We are recessed. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
You're watching a meeting of the Austin City Council with Mayor Kirk Watson, Mayor Pro Tem Vanessa Fuentes, Council members Natasha Harper Madison, Jose Velasquez, Cheeto Vela, Ryan Alter, Krista Lang, Mike Siegel, Paige Ellis, Zoe Kadri, Mark Duchin, City Attorney Deborah Thomas, City Clerk Erica Brady, and City Manager T.C. Broadnax.
Morning on Thursday, August 14th, 2025, and I will call back to order the Austin City Council after we recessed last night and are coming back today to continue our work on the budget. We are meeting in the City Council chambers located in Austin City Hall at 301 West 2nd Street, and we have a quorum of the Austin City Council present. What I thought I would do, members, is we would start off the morning by asking our financial folks if they'll give us just a brief update on anything that came in after we walked off the dais last night. And if anybody has any questions of them, you can ask that, and then we would go into additional proposed amendments to item number 5 as amended. Ms. Lang?
Thank you, Mayor. Carrie Lang, Director of Budget and Organizational Excellence. Last night, we sent an email to talk through or to show the amendments and the impact, the amendments that had been taken last night and the impacts based on those changes. Just to clarify, the document that was attached is based on the existing amendments that have already been approved from the dais, and at the 5 cent. So I just want to make sure we clarify that. And so you see with those changes in fiscal year 26, we are at a 17.62% reserve. That goes to 17.5 in fiscal year 27, and then it goes to 16.72% in fiscal year 28. In addition to that, in the email, we addressed what the total cents would need to be to remain balanced and at a 17% reserve through that forecast period, as well as provided an update on the remaining amendments that are for consideration and what the impacts would be at a 5 cent scenario.
Members, any questions? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Lang, for preparing this information. So currently, with the amendments that we adopted yesterday, we stand at a 17.95% reserve rate for next fiscal year, for FY26.
17.62.
62, okay. And that is about 9 million?
Correct, 9.5 million above the reserves.
Okay, because I know there was a lot of conversation yesterday, and I've sort of been fielding calls and text messages, and there was some confusion. But currently, as it stands, we would be adopting a budget proposal that has us at above our 17% reserve rate, 17.62%, and that translates to about 9.5 million over.
Correct. That is the impact in fiscal year 26.
Thank you.
I guess I want to make sure we understand the ongoing impact beyond that. As I mentioned, in the out years by fiscal year 28, it will be at 16.72%.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Kadri.
I appreciate the work, Carrie. I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but I believe from what I saw last night, by fiscal year 29, it dips to 15 point something, or am I making that up?
Yes, in fiscal year 29, the rate is, or the percentage is 15.84.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Vela?
Assuming the pending amendments are all adopted, what would the reserve rate be? Again, assuming that all of the amendments pull from reserves for, I would say, this year and next year, if you have that information.
Pulling it up, give me 1 second. Assuming all of the amendments are adopted, all the remaining amendments are adopted, for fiscal year 26, we will be at a 17.36%. That's 5.5 million over the reserves. In fiscal year 27, we'd be at a 17.12%, 1.9 million over. In fiscal year 28, we would be under the reserve policy at 16.22. I need glasses. And then at fiscal year 29, we'd be at 15.21.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Yes, Councilmember Ellis, and then Councilmember Duchin.
Thank you, Mayor. I know there's a lot of numbers being put out there, and we appreciate the work to make sure that the spreadsheet reflects the work that the items that we have approved so far. So how it basically looks is where we are at with everything that's been adopted so far, or at least we have said, yes, we want this to be in the spreadsheet. By year 3, we are already dipping below the reserve amount of 17%. If we say yes to the other things that we have ahead of us today, we are dropping another 0.5% by year 3. And so I've said, and will continue to say, I think it's really important that at least by year 3 and 4, we just look at what is ongoing and what is one time to balance out. We've obviously put ourselves in a position now where there's a little extra money to be able to do for this year and potentially next year, to say council blesses these priorities and really wants to make sure that they're included. But trying to make sure that these dollars and the allocations are spread out over year 3 and 4 is something that I think we should just make sure we're all understanding and in alignment as we move forward through these amendments. Because as it stands right now, year 3, we're already dipping into reserves, and that is without even knowing what the next thing coming our way is that is also going to be competing for those dollars.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Duchin.
Thank you, Mayor. First, thanks again for the updates last night to help us understand the current situation and scenario we're looking at. Just to build on Councilmember Ellis's point, I would say I'm very curious about whether it's possible to get any kind of very rudimentary sensitivity understanding for things that might change externally that might impact our numbers. And I'm thinking just things like, we talked a little bit about inflation yesterday, or CPI, things like sales tax and property taxes, whether there's a further dip in one of those two items, how that impacts our revenue and expenses, and would ultimately impact the numbers that we might be looking at here. How difficult would it be to put together, again, something fairly rudimentary that helps us understand some of those numbers?
It's just a question of timing in terms of when I'd be able to sit down and run through it. I mean, off the top of my head, sales tax, the base is about $363 million. So if we had a 2-point adverse swing, you'd be in excess of $7 million, close to $8 million worse by FY29 from a 2-point swing below our projections in any given year. Property tax, the values themselves are not going to affect our ability to generate revenue under the state's regime because our rate will adjust, but the new construction certainly does. I think you all will remember the impact that the new certified roll had when it had 1 or 1.1 billion in new construction value, and that generated about $5.25 extra million for the city. If that swung the other way versus our projections, then it would be, about the same impact the other way. Inflation's trickier because we don't generally budget for our general fund departments with any kind of just cost increase factor. Unfortunately, we usually don't have the resources to do that. So it's going to be more a question of just departments having to do more with less more quickly, if that makes sense. Did that cover the main outlines of what you're
Yeah,
looking for?
I know we've had conversations with some of the departments and enterprise organizations that, they may be in certain circumstances where they might only have 3 vendors, and depending on tariffs and how other things that they might have been able to purchase for, $10 this year might be $40 next year. So I'm just trying to figure out how that plays into any numbers that we could understand, as you say, fairly quickly. But it sounds like, anyway, I appreciate what you've shared right now, and I guess we'll follow up to see if there's a way to get that beyond today. Thank you.
All right, members, any more questions before we go back to the proposed amendments? All right, very good. Thank you all very much, and thanks for getting that out late last night. We deeply appreciate that. What I'm going to do, members, is I'm going to go to budget amendment proposals, and I'm going to just go in the order that I have them in front of me, and that means I'm going to start on page 2 of fiscal year 26 budget adoption proposed council amendments, the document that we've been working from, and just start at the top of page 2. As we broke last night, I called out those items that we still have, and that's how I'm going to start. So what we'll start is with Alter 3. The reference is homelessness and housing 05 navigation. And I'll recognize Councilmember Alter on his proposed motion.
Thank you very much. I'll harken back to many 12 hours ago when we discussed this. This is money for a new housing navigation center that the city is working on. It's expected to come online in the next fiscal year. And if we want it to be successful, we have to actually fund those operations. So this is $500,000 for those operations, and I ask for your support.
And where's the money?
Oh, from the reserves.
So members, this would be money that would not go into reserves in a 5-cent TRE. Is there a second? Seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Discussion on the item. Councilmember Duchin.
I wish to be shown voting no on this. Thank you.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I wish to be shown voting no on this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other discussion before we take a vote? Yes, Councilmember Ellis.
One question, because I see that there are dollars that keep us above our 17% reserve still available for this year. I'm trying to figure out what the process is for when we've hit the mark and we keep seeing dollars go down. So I may be abstaining because I think we've hit a threshold that I can't really figure out where we're heading.
The way we're doing this, of course, and that's one of the reasons. Well, the way we're doing this is we're voting as the amendments come up. So what that does, and you're asking the right question, I think, and what that does is that puts us at a point where we ought to calculate what's going to be important as are we in a position to amend the budget anymore? If up until now an amendment offered, passed, it's going to be part of the main motion when we go back as amended. But now we're going to have to decide whether we want to add additional amendments. So we just do it, I think, almost on a case-by-case basis, amendment-by-amendment basis. The order I'm going to go in, I've indicated, is I'm going to start with this one and then just go straight through. So that gives you an idea of where we're headed with that.
And my follow-up, and I don't know if there's an answer to this, but once amendments are approved, will we go back and make sure that folks are comfortable where we've landed, or will it?
Well, what I'm going to do is, and I've talked to Ms. Lang about that this morning, what we will do is once we are done looking at all the amendments is I'm going to suggest we take a 30-minute recess so that they can true up everything, feel like they're comfortable, and then come back.
Okay.
At that point, I suppose we could have additional discussion about, I'm hoping we're not here all day going back and forth on stuff we've already voted on, but I suppose that is a possibility.
Okay.
But I think that's one of the reasons it's going to be important for us as we go through this, item by item. That should be part of the consideration. Do we want this to be part of the budget?
I can appreciate that, and I'll just flag I love our finance staff. I think they do a great job, and so I hope they can help us work through a place where the outlook over 3 and 4 years is a little more stable to what we would like to see in year one. So I'll just flag that, but I'll keep.
Well, they've told so members. They've told us where we are, where we stand as of this moment, as we start taking up additional budget items, proposed budget amendments. If you want something different than that has higher reserves, then that's going to require something other than what we've already passed, because that tells us where we are. That's our water level. So keep that in mind as we go forward on the rest of these proposed amendments. Councilmember Lane.
Can you list off which amendments we're considering still? I know you did last night, and it was very fast, and so I want to make sure that I have an accurate list
Let me
as
see
we're
if I can
voting.
slow it down.
Thank you.
Alter Okay. I'm told that we have new numbering for Councilmember Alter, so I'll have to work on that here in just a second. Okay. Well, so let's go with the budget, FY26 budget adoption proposed council amendments. The ones that are currently remaining, Alter 3, on page 2, I'm on page 2, Alter 3, Fuentes 1, Fuentes 2, Fuentes 3. Okay. Alter 3, Fuentes 1, Fuentes 2, Fuentes 3, Fuentes 4, Fuentes 5, Fuentes 6, Fuentes 7, Fuentes 10, Vela 4, and then on the next sheet, and apparently Katie Powers has sent out an email about 5 minutes ago, so I'm going to make sure these correspond, but it's labeled D5 Alter 2, D5 Alter 3, D5 Alter 4, D5 Alter 7, and then there's a new one that's D5 Alter 8, and then Duchin 1. And it's my understanding that while there is a document labeled Duchin 2, that's not going to be a motion. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Yes, hang on. Councilmember Lane, does that get you? Okay, good. Councilmember Qadri.
Yeah, I'm going to step in the back just real quick, but there's going to be a Qadri 1 for
Okay.
amendment. We have sent it to Katie, and we have yellow sheets that'll be passed out.
Okay, so Qadri, so members note that there will also be a Qadri 1, and I'll make a note of that somewhere here. Okay, I'll make a note of that. All right, we're still on. We have a motion and a second on the floor for a motion to amend Alter number 3. Councilmember Alter, I'll let you close.
Thank you so much. So I do want to provide one update as we are, because I think we do need to look down the line, just to understand what's coming. D5 Alter 3, which in the chart that was sent out last night by Eric by Carrie, had about $111,000 cost. That is going to be a zero cost now. So when we get to that item, there will not be any cost. So this is the only amendment I have here with a general fund impact but I also want to really take a quick second just to highlight, as I mentioned yesterday, this is in the HSO plan. It calls for navigation centers. It was also in a proposal last year when we asked the Homeless Strategy Office from a navigation center and shelter perspective, what do we need? And this was identified as a significant need. And this impacts all our districts. People drive, or people get on the bus from District 6, from District 4, from all across the city to go to these. Right now, we have only one navigation center. And so being able to have a space that is operational helps alleviate this need across the entire city. So I want to point out the kind of the crucial nature and the huge gap we have in our homeless response system as it relates to these type of services.
All right, members, the motion is alter number 3 to amend item number 5 as amended. If you're in favor of the motion, please raise your hand.
It's one time, right?
If you're opposed, raise your hand.
I'm going to abstain.
If you're abstaining, raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor, I've raised my hand for all those, but I'm not for opposing and abstaining. I had a clarifying question. I overheard Councilmember Ellis clarify whether or not this was one time, and I didn't hear what the response was.
The response was it's ongoing.
Thank you.
How would you like to vote?
I would like to vote abstention on this item.
All right, thank you. There being 2 abstentions, Councilmember Ellis and Councilmember Harper Madison, 2 noes, Councilmember Duchin and the mayor. The motion carries on a vote of 7 to 2 to 2. Members, we'll now go to Fuentes 1, and I'll recognize the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Colleagues, yesterday I passed out this little packet. It has the number of amendments that I'm bringing forward with the corresponding motion sheet, as well as the previously adopted budget amendment form. So it has a lot of details that I'm happy to go through, but just want to draw your attention that there is an amendment packet at each that was passed out yesterday, if you would like to reference that during these number of amendments. I also want to highlight the next 8 amendments that I'll be laying out. I did ask staff for a total amount. If the total amount of these next 8 amendments that I'm bringing forward for your consideration are about $1.13 million in ongoing and $270,000 in one time. And I also asked staff, and they can confirm here, that should these amendments get adopted, it would keep our reserve ratio at a 17.51% for next year, and which is the equivalent of about $7.9 million over the 17% reserve policy. Ms. Lane, can you please confirm those dollar amounts for next fiscal year?
So I show the amendments totaling, sorry, I got 3 things going, hold on. 1.6 million, I believe that's 1.6 million is the total ongoing amount, 270,000 is one time. And let us plug that in really quickly and we'll get that update.
Okay. Very good. I'll circle back with you on that. Okay, so with that, I move to amend Budget Addition 1 by adding transportation and programming for older adults by $436,412. This is ongoing funds from the budget reserves surplus.
Members, Mayor Pro Tem has moved adoption of amendment number Fuentes 1 to item number 5 as amended. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Alter. Discussion with regard to the item. Councilmember Duchin.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish to be voting abstain on this item.
Councilmember Duchin will be shown abstaining on the item. Those in favor, raise your hand.
Mayor,
Yeah.
my hand's up for discussion.
Okay, I apologize. Councilmember Lane.
Thank you. I just want to thank the Mayor Pro Tem for bringing this very important item forward for us to consider, the isolation that our seniors experience in Austin, particularly when there's limited access to transit as they get older and have challenges to even find community gatherings, places with the community that matters most to them. I just appreciate that and wanted to say that. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ellis?
Just clarifying, did I hear one time for this one, or is this ongoing?
Ongoing.
Any other discussion with regard to this item? All right, those in favor, raise your hand. All right, there being Councilmember Harper Madison, how are you voting?
I voted in favor, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. There being 10 ayes and 1 abstention, the item carries on Fuentes 1 as an amendment to item number 5 as amended. Mayor Pro Tem, you recognize on Fuentes 2.
Thank you, colleagues. This is a continuation of more support for older adults. We know that many older adults have the risk of fraud and exploitation. That risk continues to grow throughout our city. So this amendment is for the financial advocacy program at Family Elder Care. They are trained advocates to help older adults receiving Social Security and VA benefits, helping them navigate how to access those benefits, but also to prevent fraud and maintain stability. With this funding, we can support 527 seniors in our community. And so I move to amend Budget Addition 1 by adding financial advocacy program by $270,000 in one-time funds. This is one-time funds, and these dollars would come from the budget reserve surplus.
Members, the motion has been made by the Mayor Pro Tem. You've heard the motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Alter. Discussion with regard to the item. Councilmember Duchin, can I just assume you're abstaining until you tell me otherwise?
I think that's a good assumption.
Abstention, abduction, yeah, it's close enough. All right, I got it. So Councilmember Duchin will be shown, and I'll look down at you, so make sure I get you the way you want to vote. Councilmember Duchin is going to be shown abstaining. Any other discussion? Councilmember Harper Madison, it looks like you have your hand up.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And for what it's worth, I'm having a difficult time trying to ascertain what angle you're getting. I think how I see myself and how you see me, which is why I had my hand sort of here and I was thinking that might look like a hand raise. So you tell me how best you can see.
That's good there.
The little wave.
Yeah,
wave.
please.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I'm really interested in this item and the previous item, and frankly, all the items that are addressing older adults. One of the things that we have to take into consideration when we think about long-term health and wellness, for all the ways we experience challenges, the truth of the matter is people are living longer and having fuller lives that include the need for more access. I say that to say this is subject matter that both anecdotally and professionally I think about a lot from a practical perspective, how our dollars applied into what and what's the best possible outcome. I think the best possible outcome is an integrated approach to addressing the specific and nuanced needs of older adults. And so I've been thinking about this subject matter from a housing perspective and thinking about how some of these adjacent considerations, including a financial literacy component, and even then, though, for what it's worth, I appreciate the effort and the sentiment behind the effort. But what I found anecdotally is that what helps even more than education and information is advocacy, case management, folks not being exposed to the risk of fraudulent activity. All that to say, I'm not going to support this item in this iteration today, but I'd like very much to work with the Mayor Pro Tem on some things that we've been working on that I think are similar and address the issue from a different way and with private funding, secured, guaranteed already private funding, just no real effort to apply it to. But I think with that big brain of yours and mine put together, we'll come up with an initiative to where we can apply private dollars, which in my mind's eye real special care to real special groups like our older adults. I think in large part, the funding that the city will never have enough of is going to have to be from the generosity, benevolence, and frankly, we all have, my grandmother used to call older adults raisins. She'd say, never forget about your raisins. We all have our raisins, and I think that's a community commitment that we're going to have to make with private dollars. So I support the effort, just not this item today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harper Anderson. Any further discussion? With that, in that case, based upon the discussion, without objection, Fuentes number 2 is as an amendment to Budget Edition 1, and item 5 as amended is adopted on a vote of 9 to 1, with Councilmember Harper Madison being shown voting no and Councilmember Duchin abstaining. Yes,
Mayor?
I'll abstain.
I'm sorry?
I'll abstain just
Okay.
simply because of how we're mathing today.
Councilmember Ellis will also be shown abstaining, so the vote is 8, 1, and 2. Who called out? Yes, Councilmember Lane.
It was me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember.
No, not Councilmember.
Yeah, no, you don't want to be. You don't want that. You don't want that. Sorry, I didn't mean to insult you either.
Not at all, not at all. I wanted to clarify on the response for Mayor Pro Tem. So the total amount of the amendments that you are bringing forth ongoing is 1.5 or 1.6 million total, and the impact is, if approved, is 17.44% reserves for fiscal year 26, is 6.8 million over the reserve balance.
Can you please say that again?
Sure. Total amendments. $1.6 million ongoing.
Right.
That will result in a fiscal year 26 reserve, if approved, at 17.44%.
And can you run?
6.8 million above. That's the 6.8 million above the reserve requirement.
But can you run through the rest of the time frame? So we all have that in front of us.
Sure. Fiscal year 27 will be at 17.23. Fiscal year 28, 16.36. Fiscal year 29, 15.39.
Thank you. All right. Mayor Pro Tem, I'll recognize you on Fuentes 3.
Thank you. So colleagues, with this one, it's continuation of our efforts. Our city council committed to making Austin an age-friendly city. So this third amendment is about residents who can't prepare their own meals and who face economic hardship. These are home-delivered meals. They're a practical, direct solution that helps Austinites with dignity, independence, and peace of mind. Historically, this funding has supported Meals on Wheels of Central Texas, which serves over 3,300 residents in Austin area. But unfortunately, because of federal funding and staffing cuts, it's making it harder for Meals on Wheels to meet the demand. In fact, we have 170 Austinites that are currently on the waiting list. And with this amendment, should it have your approval, we'll be able to provide the necessary funding to help with those individuals on the wait list, and it would translate to 35,000 more meals in our community. So I move to amend Budget Edition 1 by adding home-delivered meals by $250,000. This is ongoing funds from the budget reserve surplus.
Motion's been made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Alter. Is there discussion on the item? Councilmember Alter.
I just want to, a lot of good amendments here, but this is the one I just wanted to say a special, I think this is one of those types of investments that really has a much greater impact than this cost, right? Keeping seniors in their home, allowing for them to stay in their home is such a financial benefit beyond the $250,000 we're spending here. And I remember, Mayor, in your Senate office, we had the Watson Meals on Wheels route that our staff did, and just to see the joy that it brings them for someone to come to their door and deliver some meals, the money couldn't be spent better. So I just really appreciate this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Vela.
And just wanted to echo the sentiments and just note that I believe that, again, this is going to go through an RFP process, I assume, but Meals on Wheels is a likely bidder. But Meals on Wheels has suffered some pretty serious federal cuts as well. They have a really large and efficient operation, lots of volunteers, a great kitchen, just a really great institution in the community that, as the federal government steps away from supporting these kinds of institutions, if they're going to survive and continue to have the impact, we're going to, at least in the short term, have to step up and provide some support. And it's a good item. And again, I thank the Mayor Pro Tem for bringing it.
Further discussion? Hearing none, without objection, Councilmember Duchin will be shown. Yes, Councilmember Harper Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My further discussion here will be sort of in a similar vein as my last. I really want to see how we as a city come up with more comprehensive plans for building in, the sort of resilience that comes with food security. I mean, one of the things anecdotally that I can tell you affects our community and reaches over into indigent healthcare costs, et cetera, is folks not eating means they don't take their meds. Food is important for reasons that I don't even have to expand upon. In which case, I'd like very much to support this as a one-time item. However, I think the ongoing expenditure should be a part of a larger, more comprehensive package that's so sort of like integrated. It extends beyond every iteration of this body, our staff, the mayor, the city attorney. I think when we budget like this, what we're doing is setting our initiatives up for a short shelf life. And so I would like to support this item as a one-time expenditure, not as ongoing, in which case, if ongoing is where we're at, I'm going to abstain from this item.
This is an ongoing item. So Councilmember Duchin and Councilmember Harper Madison will be shown abstaining. Without objection, Councilmember Ellis.
Abstain.
Okay, Councilmember Duchin, Councilmember Ellis, and Councilmember Harper Madison will all be shown abstaining. Councilmember Lane?
Can I make a comment on this?
Sure.
Okay. I, again, want to really thank you for bringing this forward, Mayor Pro Tem. Meals on Wheels is so vital in reaching every part of our city, the seniors in every part of our city. And to be able to sustain an organization with such a strong track record and who has been effective in this city in reaching so deeply, I am all for ongoing and a plan. So, thank you.
Any further discussion? Without objection, Fuentes number 3, which is an amendment to Budget Edition 1, Item 5, as amended, is adopted on a vote of 8-0 to 3, with Council members Harper Madison, Ellis, and Duchin being shown abstaining. Mayor Pro Tem, you're recognized on Fuentes 4.
Thank you. Colleagues, this is for an expansion of Academia Cuautli, which is a bilingual STEM academy that is housed within the Mexican American Cultural Center. And with that, I will move adoption to budget edition number 1 by adding bilingual STEM academy by $186,000. This is ongoing funds from the budget reserve surplus.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem moves approval of Fuentes 4 as an amendment to the Budget Edition 1, which is and therefore item 5 as amended. It is seconded by Councilmember Velasquez. Discussion. Councilmember Duchin will be shown abstaining. Councilmember Ellis will be shown abstaining. Councilmember Harper Madison will be shown abstaining. Do you wish to speak, Councilmember Harper Madison?
I do. Thank you very much. I'm super interested in this subject matter. And the time that I had to really sort of grow close to the Latinitas family, which, by the way, your kids don't have to be a Latinita to be a Latinita. And watching the critical addition to my kids, sort of formative development that was being around kids that were practicing and studying STEAM and having that just sort of inherent inclusion of the fact that a lot of those kids just happen to be bilingual. It was rich and it was important. But this, again, it's one of those things where you probably see me leaning in Duchin direction today a lot, because I don't want to see our social services always consistently. This is my 6th budget cycle. Every single one I've seen thus far, when we get to this stage of the discussions, it's all of the most critical social services where we're, really piecing apart those last 100,000, 200,000, et cetera. It's not the big $10 million sidewalk project. It's $186,000 that goes to making certain that our scholars, our young minds are being developed in a sense that they will be able to answer the call when the future makes it for their career choices. However, I haven't to date seen how it benefits us when we revisit this discussion again next year about whether or not, this 186 is what we continue with. Do we raise it? Do we lower it? Do we eliminate it altogether? I just really struggle with seeing critical items go under ongoing when I know the likelihood of the one time. And then I watch these organizations gear up for ongoing and have that rug snatched out from under. When you get the rug yoinked and you're an organization that's staffed up, admin up, all that to get ready for ongoing, and then now you're back at one time. I really think it's a setup for some of our organizations, programs, and initiatives to be anticipating city-funded ongoing. I find that that's help that doesn't often help the constituents that I've had the honor and privilege to represent. In which case, I'm going to abstain from this one with full support for the initiative and the benefits of, and really looking forward to continued conversations with my colleagues and spending this next 16 months in the Copper Building coming up with longer term solutions that outlive all of our terms, all of our successors' terms that just exist in perpetuity because it's a commitment we made as a city and as a community, as a combined effort. These are not the kind of programmatic efforts I believe the municipality can take responsibility and stewardship for ongoing. I don't think it's realistic. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for bringing the item forward. I think it's very important.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lane?
I want to voice my support for both this item as an ongoing and also for Councilmember Harper Madison for working together over the course of this year to create a more comprehensive plan along some of these lines. I would really welcome the opportunity to work with the Mayor Pro Tem and you on that. I am very happy to support this particular item because I come to City Council by way of organizing in support of STEM education. And I see the very, very real opportunities, as I mentioned when Las Latinitas was here sometime in the last couple of months. I am very interested in creating these connections all the way across our communities and also well aware of some interesting things at play in District 6 that could create a lot of opportunity to connect using the existing red line as long as we can make it safe for our students to get to the stops and really build that partnership. So thank you so much for bringing it forward. I'm wholeheartedly in favor of this. It is a great way for our city to support our young minds and give them opportunities to reach as far as they want to go, regardless of what's going on on their home campus with funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any further discussion? Hearing none, without objection, Fuentes number 4, which is an amendment to Budget Addition 1, item number 5, as amended, is adopted. A vote of 8-0-3 with Councilmembers Harper Madison, Councilmembers Ellis, and Councilmember Duchin abstaining. Mayor Pro Tem, you're recognized on Fuentes 5.
Thank you. Colleagues, this is regarding the Family Connects program, which is a service for Austin families since 2018. This service offers in-home nurse visits that provide not only medical care but peace of mind. Visiting nurses deliver critical postpartum support, including emotional care and reassurance for parents, blood pressure checks for new mothers, essentially newborn support. And so with that, I will move to amend Budget Addition number 1 by adding Family Connects by $170,000. This is ongoing and would come from the budget reserve surplus.
Mayor Pro Tem moves adoption of Fuentes 5 as an amendment to item number 5 as amended. It is seconded by Councilmember Velasquez. Councilmember Duchin will be shown abstaining.
Mayor, I'd like to be voting shown no on this, please.
Okay.
And this is
Councilmember Ellis?
one time or ongoing?
This is ongoing.
Out of reserves?
Yes.
I'll abstain.
Councilmember Harper Madison?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Do you wish to abstain on this item?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's kind of what my commentary was leading you to earlier. I think you can operate on the assumption train without error.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Further discussion? Without objection, Fuentes 5 is adopted on a vote of 7-2 to 2, with Councilmember Duchin and the mayor being shown voting no, and Councilmembers Ellis and Harper abstaining. Fuentes number 5 is adopted. That'll take us to Fuentes number 6. Mayor Pro Tem, you're recognized.
Thank you, colleagues. This is a small amendment. This is to help with the mpox, which is a viral disease that spreads through close contact. We know that underserved communities are often the hardest hit. Austin Public Health offers mpox vaccinations, but with this amendment, which comes as a recommendation from the LGBTQ Commission, we're able to expand services at a time where it is critical. So with that, I move to amend Budget Addition 1 by adding mpox and other vaccines by $50,000. This is ongoing funds from the budget reserve surplus.
Motion is made by Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes to adopt Fuentes 6 as an amendment to the Budget Addition number 1, item number 5, as amended. It is seconded by Councilmember Velasquez. Discussion with regard to the item. Councilmember Ellis, I'm just going to look to you, make sure I get the right vote. I've got Councilmember Duchin and Councilmember Harper Madison abstaining.
I'll join them.
All right. Any further discussion? Without objection, Fuentes number 6 is adopted on a vote of 8-0 to 3. Councilmembers Harper Madison, Ellis, and Duchin being shown abstaining. That'll take us to Fuentes number 7, and I will recognize the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, colleagues. This amendment is to maintain the amount of classrooms we have in partnership to ensure that we have pre-K available in our school districts. Again, this is to maintain the 8 classrooms that we have, and this comes as a recommendation from the Joint Inclusion Committee and Early Childhood Council, as well as the United Way Success by 6. So with that, I move to amend Budget Addition number 1 by adding pre-K startup costs by $42,266, ongoing funds from the budget surplus, from the budget reserve surplus.
Mayor Pro Tem moves approval. It is seconded by Councilmember Velasquez. Discussion? Without objection? You good?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
That's one, right.
All right. Without objection, and I'm going to call out the vote, and if I miss something, y'all feel free to stop me on this. On a vote of 7-1 to 3, the motion is adopted with Council members Harper Madison, Ellis, and Duchin being shown abstaining, and the mayor voting no. Fuentes number 7 is adopted. That will take us to Fuentes number 10. Mayor Pro Tem, I recognize you.
Okay, colleagues, this is my last amendment. This is regarding the Historic Preservation Office. We know that just last year we adopted the Equity-Based Preservation Plan. So knowing that the real work of implementing our plans requires resources and staff capacity, this amendment will add critical FTEs to the Historic Preservation Office so that they can carry out the plan, and then allocates some funding to produce a comprehensive package of recommendations for historic preservation incentives. This is supported by Preservation Austin. So with that, I move to amend Budget Addition 1 by adding Historic Preservation Office by $439,778, ongoing funds from the budget reserves surplus.
Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes moves approval of item number 10 as an amendment to Budget Addition number 1. Item number 5 as amended. It is seconded by Councilmember Velasquez. Discussion. Councilmember Siegel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and team, for bringing this forward. Definitely support the equity-based preservation plan and would love to see it better implemented, especially in our zoning case review process. But my team just asked me to ask a few questions so we can better understand what this is. And so, Mayor Pro Tem, these could be questions for you or to planning staff potentially. But I guess the first question is, how would the FTE dollars support the code mandated review?
The code mandated review of the equity-based preservation plan?
Yes, please.
So part of what this amendment does, it allocates one permanent staffing position in the office to support the implementation of the plan. It also allocates another case manager to address the increase in plan reviews due to increased demolition, construction activity, and other requirements. With that, just a couple of things I wanted to note here, that this has been called out and included in the mayor's anti-displacement task force, and the People's Plan have been calling for expanded historic districts to help preserve vulnerable communities, especially in neighborhoods in high risk of displacement. So as part of implementing the plan, this would add staff capacity to help with that. But if you would like more details, I would invite our planning office to speak specifically to the code review.
Thank you. No, that's a wonderful response. And then one additional question. My understanding is the equity-based preservation plan does have 14 recommendations in it. So could you share a little bit more about how the recommendations requested here would be different from what are already in the plan?
Oh, it would be this staff support. Essentially, it'll resource the office to implement those recommendations. As to which one will be prioritized, I think that is still up to the Historic Preservation Office at the rate in which they implement, but it will give them the necessary staff so that they can move forward with that work.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lane?
I have a question on this one. Are we at a point, if this is approved, where I will be able to my office can actively engage on which areas are currently at risk for displacement, or are we too far down that process? Or is that something we should pick up offline?
I'd love to continue the conversation with you. I think the plan kind of prescribes and lays out an implementation cycle, and as well as the strategies to follow through. But as far as focus areas, I think there's probably room for guidance and direction.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Members, unless there's further discussion, I'm going to count the 3 abstentions that we've been going with. Councilmember Duchin.
I wish to be shown voting no on this.
All right. Members, without objection, Fuentes 10 is adopted on a vote of 7 to 2 to 2, with 2 abstentions, that being Councilmember Harper Madison and Councilmember Ellis, 2 noes being the mayor and Councilmember Duchin. Fuentes 10 is adopted as an amendment to item number 5 as amended. Congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem. That will now take us to what I'm going to do, members, unless there's objection, is I'm going to go to Vela 4, and then I'm going to go to Cadre 1, 2, and 3, since he has not been recognized for any amendments. That's a little bit out of order the way I've been doing it, but I want to go ahead and do it that way just because he has not been recognized. Councilmember Vela?
Thank you, Mayor. Vela 4 is the amendment to provide a one-time stipend, a $500 stipend for our employees who are not eligible for remote work. Again, remote work has been a tremendous benefit for our employees, really for employees broadly speaking, and I'm glad that we're able to do that, but there's a big chunk of employees, particularly in our enterprise departments, water, electric, airport, who cannot work from home. They've got to come in. This is just a little pat on the back saying, we see you, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. $800,000 one time. Let's look at this again next year and see where we are. And I move passage.
Motion is made by Councilmember Vela to approve amendment number labeled Vela 4, which is an amendment to item 5 as amended. It is seconded by Councilmember Lane. Discussion? Councilmember Duchin.
I wish to be shown voting no on this.
All right.
And I'll vote yes on this one.
Councilmember Harper Madison.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, Councilmember Vela, you did say one time, correct?
Yes, that's right, Councilmember. We're going to do one time, and we'll take another look at it again next year.
I really appreciate that perspective. And for what it's worth, my staff and I, what we're going to do is just sort of compile, just let my colleagues know where we're at. What we're going to do is compile the areas where I was reflected as an abstention, but fully support the effort and initiative. And honestly, it's sort of like when you tell your friends, we got to get together, and we do that thing from the dais. We should work together. No, you guys, literally, let's work together. I mean, it's on the record now. We said these things are important to us, but they need support long term. So, Councilmember Vela, I appreciate you bringing the item forward and, recognizing it. That's the beauty of that's something that AI will never be able to do for us, is recognize that there are nuances. when it comes to human capital. And so I really look forward to working with you as, the member of the body that brought this forward on how do we address these types of gaps moving forward. For what it's worth, some of the people that come and testify for us, they are the ones that present the gaps to us. And so I really look forward to just having a more comprehensive opportunity as a municipality, as an organization, to compile what our gaps are, have a plan for addressing them, have, a sort of chronological timeline that our constituents can follow, and just transparently address that we're not perfect and that God's still working on our city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Bella, for bringing this important item forward.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any further discussion? Without objection, Bala number 4 is adopted on a vote of 10-1, with Councilmember Duchin being shown voting no. Very good. Bala 4 is amends item number 5 as amended. Members, that will now take us to the yellow sheet that you have been recently handed that have Cadre 1, 2, and 3, as I understand it. The sheet that he had handed out earlier that was a motion sheet to amend Budget Edition 1 is amended to include 3 items, has been broken into 3 items and 3 separate proposed amendments. So we'll take them up as 3 separate proposed amendments. I want to make sure financial staff.
Sorry.
What's up?
Oh, I was thinking they were putting it on the screen, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, good. So what we'll do is because this is a sheet that came to us today, I'll read out what what we're referring to, and then I'll recognize Councilmember Cadre. Cadre 1, the reference is Safety 1. It's a motion to amend Budget Edition 1 by adding a line titled Safety 1, adding $1,118,884 in reserves ongoing for EMS Basic Life Support BLS unit. Councilmember Cadre, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I had, general remarks on all 3, so I'll just do my remarks and we'll go one by one. So, I believe as a diocese, it's important for us to make sure that we strengthen Austin's emergency medical response to keep pace with the growing city and rising call volumes. I want to make sure that we continue to be fast and reliable as it relates to EMS, so every resident gets help when they need it most. I want to make sure that we continue to invest in the people, the equipment, and the coordination that save lives every single day. And I want to make sure that we continue to build capacity to respond to both everyday emergencies and large-scale crises. So and like I said, to clarify, there's 3 different amendments, Cadre 1, 2, and 3. The amendments, they range from investing in EMS staffing and resources to keep pace with Austin's growing needs. That's more ambulances, communication staff, and clinical navigation teams to respond faster and save lives. It's adding basic life support ambulance staffing to meet increased call volume and reduce response times. It's funding additional basic life support ambulance units to expand citywide coverage, and it's increasing EMS communication staff to ensure faster dispatch and better coordination during emergencies.
Great. Councilmember Cadre moves adoption of Cadre 1, an amendment to Budget Edition 1, item number 5 as amended. It's seconded by Councilmember Velasquez. Discussion? Councilmember Duchin.
Thank you, Mayor. This is tough because I really want to support Councilmember Cadre's.
You should. You can.
Amendment. Well, I don't know if I've got what you might call a track record we've been building here.
He's made it very easy.
People change all the time. Yeah.
But here's my central challenge: is I'm not hearing a lot of ideas, and I don't want to single this particular item out, although it is somewhat expensive relative to the other amendments we've been talking about. But I haven't heard really any ideas calling for how we're going to pay for this outside of what we're calling the reserve surplus. And so I'm just going to see if there's any appetite for any other thoughts that we've got. We could easily trim rapid rehousing by 1/5 and still wind up with 240 beds, or find some other place that we can find those dollars without having to dip into further the reserves, which I'm not sure if my questioning regarding the sensitivity of the future had any impact, but I certainly worry about small things changing our outlook for even the next year. I know we've got a ton of priorities that we're responsible for and I'm trying to be thoughtful as I vote to balance those things. What would really be useful is to have the opportunity to review and understand all of these, with a lot more foresight and time before we vote on them. So I'm inclined to abstain on these, but I'd really like to be there. It's just I feel like we're all answering the same thing, which is take them out of reserves instead of doing what could be some very difficult but I think productive work is finding some other places where we find those dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further discussion? Hearing none, without objection, Cadre 1 is adopted on a vote of 10 to 0 to 1, with Councilmember Duchin being shown abstaining. Well, hang on a second. Councilmember Harper Madison, I just voted you a yes on that. I can't hear you.
My apologies. Turned on the camera, not the mic. I said you did, but in this instance, you were wrong. I am an abstention on this one. I agree with most of the commentary that Councilmember Duchin presented, including the price tag on this one.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is 9 to 0 to 2, with Council members Harper Madison and Duchin being shown voting no. That will take it so that Cadre 1 is adopted as an amendment to Budget Addition 1, item number 5, as amended. Cadre number 2, Councilmember Cadre, he's already spoken to this. Councilmember Cadre moves adoption of item number 2 by adding a line titled Safety 03 and adding $327,806 in reserves ongoing for EMS commanders. He's already spoken to this. It is seconded by Councilmember Velasquez. Discussion on Cadre number 2. Hearing none, without objection, Cadre number 2 is adopted on a vote of 9 to 0 to 2, with Council members Harper Madison and okay, I missed it again, did I? Councilmember Harper Madison.
I'm a yes on this one, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. On a vote of 10 to 0 to 1, with Councilmember Duchin being shown abstaining from the vote on this item. Cadre number 2 as an amendment to Budget Addition number 1. Item number 5 as amended is approved. Cadre number 3, he has already spoken to this. Councilmember Cadre moves approval of Cadre number 3 as an amendment to Budget Addition 1, item number 5 as amended by adding a line titled Safety 4, adding $394,164 in reserves for an ongoing item for EMS communications. It is seconded by Councilmember Alter. Discussion. Go ahead, please. Sorry.
It's okay. Could I hear a little bit more about the specific improvements in communications, or how this increase in funding will be used differently as it relates specifically to communications?
Sure, yeah. It'll be adding 4 additional FTEs.
To accomplish what exactly?
I mean, just streamline the communications process, faster responses.
Okay. And okay, thank you.
Yeah, for the
call takers. Yeah. Call takers.
For call takers. Yeah.
Further discussion? Hearing none, Cadre number 3 is approved on a vote of 10 to 0 to 1, with Councilmember Duchin abstaining. And I hear no objection to the way I called that. So Cadre number 3 is adopted as an amendment to Budget Addition 1, item number 5, as amended. Thank you, Councilmember Cadre. Congratulations. Now, members, what we will do is we will go back to the second set of items that we had. Actually, for ease purposes, I think it would be easier if what we do is we go to the, if you have it, but there's an email that was put out this morning at 10:12 by Katie Powers. It has 5 items on it, which are Councilmember Alter amendments. Councilmember Alter, these are labeled differently than what we had them labeled, so I want to call them out for purposes of our record. And by earlier, I mean the other sheet we just finished with, because it has D5-Alter-02 through D5-Alter-08. It's 2, 3, 4, 7, and 8. Members, The reason I wanted to do that is because we have already had an alter 3. And I want to make sure that there is no confusion with regard to this. So when I get to D5 alter 3, I'm going to call that D5 alter 3A, just so that we have it as something different. I just want to make sure that when our record is complete and we're adding all this up, we get it that way. So having done that, I will now turn to Councilmember Alter on D5 alter 2.
Thank you very much. This is $50,000 for one-time debt to enhance our park safety lighting. And the 2 parks that would be impacted here are the Zilker Playscape and the Ditmar Park, both of them very close to District 5, but in neighboring Districts 2 and 8. And out of abundance of caution from advice of council, we just need to waive the policy 12 around capital items financed with non-voter approved debt. Just in case any of these end up costing less than $10,000, we have to waive that financial policy. So that's just an abundance of caution. And I'd move passage of D5 alter 2.
Members, Councilmember Alter has moved passage of D5 alter 2, including waiving of appropriate financial policy to effectuate D5 alter 2. It is seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Discussion, Councilmember Lane.
I'd like to abstain from this one.
Okay. Any other abstentions? Councilmember Duchin?
Yes, I thought we were doing
Okay,
default abstention there.
I want to see if you're awake. All right, so we've got any other discussion? All right, on D5 alter 2 is adopted on a vote of 9 to 1 to 1, with the mayor being shown voting no and Councilmember Lane being shown abstaining. So congratulations, that's passed. D5 alter 3, which is now D5 alter 3A.
Great. And I think even my colleague here, Councilmember Duchin, might support this one. This has zero fiscal impact. It is just adding an FTE that is going to be funded by the private, by philanthropy, but to allow for the Parkland Stewardship and Community Initiated Parks Project Program Manager. Definitely need to rename that title. But basically, if somebody came to the Parks Department and said, you know, I'd really like to be able to improve this park or that park, we have to have someone to be able to manage that program and say, yes, these are the steps you need to go through. So this really leverages community involvement in improving our parks and is just an FTE, but is funded externally. And I move passage.
Councilmember Alter moves passage of D5 alter 3A, an amendment to item number 5 as amended. It is seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Discussion.
I do wish to be shown voting yes on this.
All right. Council, I don't know how to call that out.
I've got to mix it up.
Any further discussion? Without objection, D5 alter 3A is adopted 11 to 0. I need to go back to D5 alter 2 because I think I may have called it wrong. I called it as a 9-1-1 vote with Councilmember Lane abstaining, but you were abstaining on that as well, right?
That's right, Mayor.
I apologize. I wrote it down wrong, so it's 8-1 to 2, and Councilmember Duchin will also be shown abstaining on that. Thank you for that clarification. I apologize. That'll take us to D5 alter 4, and I'll recognize Councilmember Alter.
Great. D5 alter 4 is no impact to the general fund. It is $248,000 that comes from our enterprise departments, as well as $75,000 in debt to allow for the Parks Department to pilot the use of an electric riding lawnmower and other electric lawn care equipment. There's infrastructure involved that has to be built. We don't want these to catch on fire, and so you have to make sure you have the proper charging infrastructure in place. But ultimately, this can if this is successful, allow us to purchase less fuel, have less maintenance, and hopefully be a cost savings if we can expand this program once we pilot it out. So I would move adoption of D5 Alter 4.
Councilmember Alter moves adoption of D5 Alter 4 as an amendment to item number 5 as amended. It is seconded by Councilmember Ellis. Discussion. Councilmember Duchin.
Councilmember Alter, can you expand on the funding from the enterprise funds and CIP?
Yes, so fleets and I saw Mr. Vanino there lean in, so I don't know if he has also something to add, but it would be fleet services would help cover some of this cost because there is a fuel surcharge that we utilize internally to pay for moving away from utilizing fuel. And then additionally, that was the only question about just the enterprise piece of it, correct?
No, I asked about the CIP.
Yes, so that would be certificates of obligation to allow for the purchase, or probably either COs or KOs, contractual obligations, depending on the lifespan of the product. But debt that we would utilize for purchasing the product.
Thank you.
Any further discussion or questions? All right, members, we are voting on D5 Alter 4 as a proposed amendment to item number 5 as amended. There being no further discussion, without objection, D5 Alter 4 is adopted. With Councilmember Duchin being shown voting no.
Abstain.
Abstaining. Okay, Councilmember Duchin will be shown voting no. So it's adopted on a vote.
Abstaining.
I'm sorry. I keep trying to get you to vote no, don't I? It's a 10-0 to 1 vote with Councilmember Duchin being shown voting no. I apologize. Now that'll take it. So that D5 Alter 4 is adopted as an amendment to item number 5 as amended. That'll take us to D5 Alter 7.
This is restoring the neighborhood partnering program, which is really an impactful program on a micro level. We often focus on our large infrastructure projects, but as Councilmember Lane has pointed out when talking about sidewalks, and I know Councilmember Ellis, who champions all of our infrastructure and mobility projects, this allows for neighborhoods to say, you know what, I need this fixed here, and for them to leverage their money with city dollars to make it go further and get those really neighborhood level improvements done. This would come out of the enterprise fund, so no impact to the general fund, in the amount of $686,689, and I would move adoption of D5 Alter 7.
Councilmember Alter has moved adoption of D5 Alter 7 as an amendment to item number 5 as amended. It is seconded by Councilmember Ellis. Councilmember Lane, you're recognized.
Thank you very much for bringing this forward. And you're right, this is exactly the type of program that I fully support. I think it is so important to engage with our community in ways that help us move forward to doing things differently than we always have before. That is what we're called upon to do as a city in this moment, in my opinion. I also hope that as we move, I will be voting yes, and I hope that as we move forward, we can also look at where in the city have we succeeded in partnering in the past and where have we not? Because the only way that we will find better and new solutions that are most appropriate to our moment now is by engaging across our entire city. And I fear there are large parts of this city that have not had the same levels of participation as some of the areas that you all represent. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Just also want to echo my support for this item. Thank you, Councilmember Alter, for bringing this forward. The Neighborhood Partnering Program is an essential program that we have for our community. It's a great way for residents to engage with the city of Austin. You kind of build a little grassroots group with your neighbors and bring forward a project to the city, and you get matching funds, and it's just a great way for us to engage, and I'm really pleased to see it restored with this pending approval.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Duchin.
Thank you. I just had the same question regarding the enterprise fund funding. Is this also from Fleet or somewhere else?
This is the TUF. It would be 9 cents on the TUF.
Councilmember, can I just verify, this is an ongoing addition, not one time.
It indicates in the motion it's a one-time enterprise fund.
Yeah, one time, and I think we need to address the long term of this program next budget. I have it as one time at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ellis?
I'll add, I'm comfortable either way, but was also thinking of having a tough conversation after we adopt budget so we can kind of wrap this in and do a comprehensive look forward.
Many of these conversations are tough conversations. All right. Anything else? Tough or otherwise? All right. The motion is to adopt D5 Alter 7, an amendment to Budget Edition 1, which is item 5 as amended. There being no further discussion, it is without objection. D5 Alter 7 is adopted with Councilmember Duchin being shown abstaining. So it's a vote of 10-0 to 1. Okay, members, that will now take us to D5 Alter 8. I'll recognize Councilmember Alter.
Members, this is the non-sworn public safety pilot we talked about last week. I am not going to be offering this at the moment, but I do just want to take a moment to raise that we're not offering it, not because it's not something we don't want to pursue in the future, just still working with our public safety departments to figure out what exactly this program will look like. I've had the chance to work with the chair of the Public Safety Committee here on this, and we have recognized the need to utilize our non-sworn or utilize non-sworn staff to do jobs that free up our sworn staff to do the kind of work we all want them to do. And, there's a study done internally by a consultant that we hired that recognized this is one of the ways we address our staffing needs. And I look forward to working with staff, with Chair Velasquez here, to come back later this year and figure out what would this pilot program look like and how do we fund it. To Councilmember Duchin's point, maybe there is funding within our departments to cover this, because ultimately we want to bend the cost curve of public safety. Some of the things we've done as EMS and other departments, the goal is always to deliver services more efficiently, and so that's what the hope is to do here.
Councilmember Alter moves approval of. Oh, okay. So we're making no motion on that. All right. Good speech.
My hand is raised.
Mayor.
Councilmember Lane, then Councilmember Vela.
Thank you so much for your work on this, Councilmember Alter, Councilmember Velasquez. Vice Chair of Public Safety over here would love to join the conversation, as I have seen this issue raised by Councilmember Hubbard Madison as something that's desired to come before public safety, and I see it also arising across multiple departments. Just would love to be part of the earlier part of that conversation, because that will save me a lot of words on the dais later. Thank you.
Councilmember Vela.
I just wanted to, there's not a lot of ways to save money in the public safety realm. It's a very human resource intensive kind of area. There's no kind of automation or those kinds of things like that. This is one of the few ways we can take our sworn officers and have them dedicated to responding to calls and supplement them with folks. An example, honestly, would be the retired reserve force that was started about a couple of years ago for events and securities. Again, just creative ways to leave our sworn officers in the position to do patrol and to do those kinds of things like that, and use retired or reserve or non-sworn officers in supplementary roles. Again, support it and look forward to discussing this down the road.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Duchin.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Councilmember Alter's ideas around this. I do want to throw out one idea that I know I've been contemplating and talking about for over a year now, which is to figure out if there's a way to do a similar pilot for something like HERO, the Highway Emergency Response Operators, which would, I think, be a really valuable subset. What I want to be really wary about is two things. One is finding the right roles, right? I'm not sure that non-sworn folks are appropriate for certain things. When I saw a first, I think, original draft floating around, this included like robberies and all kinds of other things that I'm not sure that would be a very wise thing to do. And the second concern would just be the overhead from APD and our other public safety agencies on managing the non-sworn component. So I think if there's an existing model that we can follow, like Hero, that we know works, that we know creates savings, that'd be a great place to start, and I'd be happy to work with you on that.
Yeah, that's great.
Great, thank you. All right, that will take us to what I believe to be the final proposed amendment, unless you all surprise me in some way. And that is Duchin 1. Members, that was on one of the sheets that we were provided yesterday. Duchin number 1. And Councilmember Duchin, it's going to be cool to see you abstain on your own, but it's yours. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So this amendment increases the Austin energy utility fees and attempts to essentially address the shortfall this year when A is supposed to complete its resiliency study by the end of the year. I'm requesting that the net revenue is allocated for as much as can be responsibly spent on things like hardening and weatherization and infrastructure to meet our resiliency goals. Part of that is out of a concern of having extreme weather events now, for whatever reasons, happening every other year. And then I think whatever can't be allocated to work to addressing resiliency to be allocated towards working capital, because one of my concerns, and I probably should have handed this out before, but I'll pass it around, is that we're dipping for 4 years below our 200-day cash on hand. In fact, there's even though that's supposed to be an industry standard, there's another kind of guardrail at 150 days that we're slipping through. And I just want to tell a really super brief story about kind of why those sort of working capital things are important. When the microburst storm came through back at the end of May, it hit our community pretty hard, and to the point where we had, a third of the units, which we're talking about 70 plus units, having either water intrusion, flooding, or other kinds of roofing and chimney damage, and that's left us in a place where we're struggling with working capital. And we're lucky we have an assessment coming in from the last time we had a storm, the ice storm, that will hopefully help our capital issues to pay for a lot of the repairs. But the bottom line is those things become important when you have extreme weather events, as apparently often as we seem to be having. A couple other things quickly. And first, let me address, I think, the mayor's point, which is it may seem a little illogical to oppose a lot of these increases and amendments we're talking about, but supporting increases to fees to Austin Energy. I think the most obvious answer is I am wondering if there's never going to be a better time than now to do an additional fee increase. And that's partly because right now the average customer is getting a $5 a month essentially decrease in their bill, with commercial customers getting a $7 a month decrease in their bill. And so if there's any time that we could, I think, add on to whatever the utility fee increase would be, it would be a time where they're not going to experience any increase. And so the original proposal was to zero out the amount so that there's no increase or decrease for the average customer. But the reality is this is not unlike this entire process we're going through with the pennies and the TRE, where you could go between 0 to about 8.7%, which gets you to zeroed out. I think Interim Director Riley can tell us what each percent is worth. But if we went halfway there, for instance, to the point that people still got a discount on their bill this year, you'd still generate about $31.5 million of additional revenue for Austin Energy. And as we know, they're running a deficit of $43 million a year. They're paying through that through working capital. My understanding is that's somewhat of an unusual circumstance because it's an organization that's based on cost of service. And I think, as I've said, there are implications to that payment in the terms of it's hitting our cash on hand over the next 4 years. We finally get back up to close to where we're supposed to be by 2030. I think another benefit is that you're talking about potentially decreasing the rate change that we'd have, the increase in rates, which are projected to be 5% per year for the next several years. So we're potentially able to offer them a decreased rate in a time where they may not be able to see a decrease on their bill. So I suspect there's a benefit there also. I've talked about the extreme weather events, but I would just reemphasize that even among the conversations I've had with people that are sort of the budget hawks and the Austin Energy critics of the general fund transfer, one distinction I really want to draw is I think there's appetite for this when people know that it's going towards things that they can directly connect the increase to. When I say that, I mean we are connecting it strictly to two things. One is to a deficit this year, and two, it's to important hardening work. I'll remind y'all, in our survey, utilities was number 2 on people's priority list, in part, I think, from all the different weather events that we've had. But I think, again, if there's ever a time to contemplate a higher increase, whatever that value is that we can discuss on the dais, it would hopefully be this year. So it could be a 2%, it could be a 4%. So when I say 2 or 4, I mean a net of 7 to 9. I also want to mention that Austin, and again, would welcome any questions that y'all have for interim GM Riley. But you know, Austin Energy, I think, has softened a bit because they're also feel like they've done a lot of work investing in their 5% a year plan. I do want to touch on a couple other why we might want a lesser amount. One is because I understand Austin Energy and other folks have communicated out to taxpayers and ratepayers that they are getting this discount a year. So again, I would offer the idea of maybe going part of the way there, not all the way there, if as a way to still ensure that they get that discount this year. I'd also say people have raised the idea of 13.7% would be a rate shock and might trigger certain things. And again, another case for maybe going part of the way there, not all the way. But I'll also say that there are other utilities that have passed similar rate increases across the country for various other needs and circumstances. And that's also in the Austin Energy slides that we went through last week. So all to say, I'd welcome a conversation around what the appropriate rate increase, if any, would be. Because, again, I'd reinforce if there ever is a time to do it, it would be this year. What we don't want to be is in a position where we are 2 years from now and have an emergency and we don't have the requisite cash on hand to go deal with that. So with that, I move to amend Budget Amendment 1 by adding a line titled Austin Energy Rates and Fees, by adding $63 million in revenues for paying down revenue shortfalls and investing in planned resiliency programs. But I'm open to any amendment to take that down to a percentage that people here feel more comfortable knowing that we can balance that out in the same way that we're balancing out our pennies. Thank you.
Members, you've heard the motion by Councilmember Duchin. Is there a second? Is there a second? Councilmember Lane, you second the motion? Councilmember Lane seconds the motion. So we have a motion and a second. Discussion, and I'd like to start the discussion because I find it kind of ironic. Even the argument about how we ought to increase fees because we're decreasing fees, and this is a good time to do that. That is some of the argument that has been used for some of the tax increase and that you've been opposed to. So I find it a little bit ironic, particularly when this is the only item where the city, as we balance and we try to come up with a disciplined approach to addressing affordability at the same time we're needing to raise revenue in terms of rates, fees, and taxes from somebody, because there's a natural tension there, an inherent tension between asking for that money and for quality services and affordability. This is the only item where we're actually decreasing it on behalf of the ratepayer in this situation. And members, my concern on this is that Austin Energy has worked very hard to come up with an incremental rate increase so that we address it in an incremental way Even though they have increasing costs, they have worked to do it in that way. And as I indicate, here we are trying to deal with affordability in our city, and this is the one area we're actually providing a break in this budget. The other part that I think needs to be said is that the customer assistance programs that we have at Austin Energy are really some of the best in the country, and people are proud of those things. And this current proposal reduces the CAP participants' bills by almost $7 a month, and that's real money. It's affordability that I'd like to see us keeping, particularly when we have the opportunity for better outcomes for customers. So I think we ought to do that. And then the last thing I'm going to say, I can go into more detail, but I'm not going to do that. But about specifics. But the truth of the matter is, if this is as we are working very hard as a council to come up with the right, and we may not get it exactly right. No, there's no way it's going to be perfect. But as we're trying to get it right with regard to the tension between affordability and needing to pay for additional services so that we have quality of life and quality services, if Austin Energy, which is very important to us, brings us a well thought out proposal that deals with incremental rate increases, I think we ought to seize that and not deflect it. With that, Councilmember Siegel, followed by Councilmember Lane.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd like to ask if GM Riley has a couple minutes. Mr. Riley, just like you to share an overview of why Austin Energy made the recommendation it made, and also whether you think it takes care of this resiliency question of our utility.
Good morning, Stuart Riley, Interim General Manager, Austin Energy. When we were looking at our financial forecast back in January, February, and we saw we've been dealing with rising costs for the past several years, skyrocketing costs, and we saw a shortfall in our revenues to cover our costs, and we came up with a 5-year plan, that we could build into the budget that is based on gradualism, incrementalism. We've heard that from our customers. We've heard that in rate review processes in the past, that we don't want to engage in anything that could be perceived as rate shock. And so at that point, when we came up with this 5-year plan to get our finances in order, we decided that in this budget year that we're planning for, FY26, what we did not want to do was continue kicking the can down the road in terms of our resiliency investments. And so what we decided we would do was invest in our system appropriately for FY26, which is going to leave us with the $43 million shortfall that Councilmember Duchin mentioned. And we would make up that shortfall in the coming years over this 5-year plan. So we decided that we would not wait to do the right thing in terms of investing in our system, investing in resiliency, but we would have to partner with council to be on this 5-year plan to get our finances in order to be able to pay for those investments.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. And I would just like to say I really want to support the professional managers of our electric utility in coming up with a sound long-term plan. I don't think that we should interfere with the strategy they've laid out. So I'll be voting no on this item.
Councilmember Lane.
Thank you. So I seconded this item to allow for some discussion, as that I value that. I will have questions for both Councilmember Duchin and GM Riley. Councilmember Duchin, can I clarify, if this passes, could these revenues be used to jumpstart, some of them be used to jumpstart the vegetation trimming, particularly in the areas that still haven't received the full trimming post-Uri?
They can be used for whatever we direct them to. I mentioned the resiliency because they've got that resiliency plan that's due at the end of the year that I think Director Interim GM Riley can speak more to. But yeah, I think it would be perhaps useful to direct them to spend them on certain priorities, and then maybe also indicate that there's flexibility down the line as we've maybe addressed those priorities when that time has come. And I'll also just say, reinforce the idea, happy to entertain the idea of a friendly amendment that takes us, again, somewhere between 0 and 63 million or 5 and 13.7%.
I did understand that to be possible. I just wanted to confirm it, and I appreciate that. Some of you may not know that if there was one single event that caused me to run for city council, it was the experience of large areas of my neighborhood during Uri with reliability and resilience. And GM Riley and I have discussed extensively that I love the fact that Austin is cutting edge in so many areas. I'm glad that we've made those investments. However, at this point in time, we must ensure that all parts of our city are keeping the lights on reliably. And when I took office, as we discussed, there was an elementary school that was having outages far outside of the range of typical that had been going on since Uri and hadn't had trees trimmed yet post Uri. And I thank you very much for moving that forward in the plan. But I, as someone who represents areas, and it is not just my areas, I've heard stories across all of the northern suburbs of continuing to have outages similar to what was experienced in Uri. And while it may feel okay if to some who are not experiencing these to take 7 years to address that tree trimming investment, I can tell you reliability, resilience, being able to react to the weather events in a timely fashion before the next one comes on top of it is critically important to my entire district. And as you, Mayor Watson, have also shared with me, that when you are in my district, it is one of the issues that gets raised consistently. Will we make it through the winter? Will we make it through the summer? I know people who have moved out of the area because of the concerns around reliability of electric service. So I say all of that to say I would be remiss as far as representing this city as a whole and not just my district if I did not raise at least the possibility of some additional upfront investment in finding a way to clear out some of the longstanding issues that some of us continue to face. So that is one of the reasons that I'm asking about that. And whatever the outcome of this is, I know that we will continue our conversations around this, and I hope that we as a council can prioritize moving forward some of those investments. So that's the longest comment that I'm going to make, and the rest I have a few more questions. I really value the customer assistance programs that we have as a city. I think they're so important to providing more stability for so many of our residents. Is there a possibility, Councilmember Duchin, of investing any of these additional revenues into enhancing those programs and perhaps changing thresholds for who qualifies for them? Because in that way, we could make upfront capital investment by taking action now and also smooth out the impact on those customers who most need that.
Absolutely, and I know we've had a conversation with Austin Energy about the challenges around the way that the volumetric fees work and how in some cases they may impact certain people in some ways in a way that doesn't seem to make a lot of logical sense. That is to say, sometimes you've got larger people that are paying more in their bill, but they're the ones that can't afford the improvements that would actually decrease their bill. So yeah, I'd be happy to entertain those ideas, and I think those are incredibly valuable programs we already offer.
And I know we as a council have also had conversation about the importance of increasing the access to the weatherization programs for renters. And these are the types of things that, we could use this type of income to address. So I'd also like to turn now to, I understand the balancing act that we do in terms of rate setting, and I certainly am not here to upend a long process that began before me in terms of incremental increases and this type of approach. However, as you know, and I don't know if y'all know, we have been having conversations about the importance of when we look at our targets as a city, including right on the same table, data around what our peer cities are doing. And that is the next, as a former appraiser, data is king. Comparing to our peer cities is so important. And again, I will say, if we as a city want to do the right thing in our current climate, I do think it's important that we base our decisions on what is effective and supportable and strong management practice. And I do not at all dispute that the plan that you have brought forward is an example of that. I think that it is very well thought out. I also think that it is worthy of consideration as we think about how rate increases will be perceived in the broader community beyond just the city of Austin. What are our peer cities doing in terms of the next year of rate increase? Because right now you've built in, a very steady 5% increase. But are our peer cities doing increases for next year of around 5%? Because we've had a lot of discussion throughout this process about it gets so dicey to predict out so far, but we really should focus in on what's happening in the next year. And so can you share with us a little bit about the peer city data on rate increases in the coming year?
Yeah, certainly. When we've looked at what's going on nationally and around Texas, the cost pressures that we're facing at Austin Energy are not unique. Other utilities are raising rates. Other utilities are raising rates at a 5% or more clip, and many of them have signaled their plans for multi-year rate increases. And in fact, we've seen that begin with several peer utilities doing, 4.5% or 5% kind of year after year as we've seen these cost increases. And so other utilities are trying to keep up with these rising costs in a similar fashion to what we've proposed. Many are raising rates at a higher percentage than what we've proposed. And, really, as Councilmember Duchin mentioned, we're a cost-based utility. We are looking at what our costs will be over the next 5 years. We cannot predict those perfectly. So when people ask me what rates are going to do in 5 years, I'll say what our costs going to do in 5 years, because then I can tell you what our rates are going to do. So as a cost-based utility, we are forecasting with, the most certainty we can what that's going to be, and that's the kind of the plan that we've laid out. And later this year, we will have the comprehensive resiliency plan. That may influence things. We may have additional work that is identified there that we'll be able to make some progress on. And, I do just want to address a couple of the things that y'all have mentioned, which is that, additional funding could accomplish additional resiliency work. And what we've done in our budget is we've basically decided we are already going to build that in. That's why we have the shortfall. If we had provided a budget at this point that was balanced, kind of like we did last year, where we deferred $60 million of costs before we ever even got to council, we were cutting costs, but you can't really cut costs. You can defer them until later. So some of these projects are going to come to a head at some point, and here we are, and we've decided we need to go ahead and do that. So any incremental increase beyond the 5% at this point is already revenues that would account for costs that are already spoken for. So we're not waiting on doing that. We've got over $30 million budgeted for vegetation management. In terms of peer cities, we spend more on vegetation management now than what we're seeing on a per customer basis than peer utilities. We've got more than $50 million worth in resilience-related costs in this budget, so we're not waiting to do those things. And in terms of our peer cities, we also have better reliability numbers than peer cities, but we're also recognizing the reality that you bring up, which is that some customers aren't experiencing that. There are pockets where the customer is experiencing far too many outages. And so while overall we compare very well, we compare very well in terms of the bill because of some of these other utility adjustments that other utilities are doing. We're about to have, once again, the lowest residential bills in the state. So that's just, some data points for you.
So I appreciate that information. It's always great to talk with you about these things. It isn't surprising to me that we're currently spending more on vegetation management because we took a decade off of following best practices. And as you mentioned, you don't really avoid those costs, you just postpone them. And I would say for the people who have had the experiences of extreme outages in Uri and continuing to have them as we've had additional storms since then, I would submit that those community members are tired of waiting for us to go through a 7-year cycle of catching up. So different experiences in different spots. I maybe just know a lot of those pockets, but I will mention that. I also want to talk a little bit about our financial rating and the slippage that has occurred in our financial rating and the importance, in my view, and I'm sure Councilmember Ellis is with me on this, and Councilmember Duchin, and taking steps to bring that financial rating back to the strongest possible level. And I will submit, Mayor Watson, that part of the reason that I would like to have this discussion in public is so that we, as a council, affirm our commitment to taking the steps that will show those rating agencies that we have reduced our risk. And I do intend to bring something like that forward in the Austin Energy meeting. One more question about our peer cities. So I'm looking at the data that you shared with me previously, at which point we had the third lowest residential bills in Texas, the second lowest in ERCOT, and I know you shared some more current data that was along the same lines while you were speaking. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, if we are worried about Austin Energy being an outlier, the way that we are an outlier is in how low we've kept our bills, and I personally believe that we have done that in part by not making as many capital investments in a timely way measured over the course of the last decade. And so I hope that we'll find ways to catch that up, because I do know that our city will benefit immensely from our residents and our businesses, all of them experiencing more reliability, and our financial rating institutions seeing that we are taking the steps necessary to truly be resilient and serve our community. I guess I didn't tell the truth when I said I wasn't going to comment further, but I do very much appreciate the opportunity to bring these issues to light. And I also, along with my colleague, very much want to support our interim general manager in the very measured and careful plan that he has brought out. And at this early point in my term, I will not vote against that plan. And I also welcome continuing this conversation over the next year, and I hope that we will be able to take it up in the Austin Energy meeting. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Vela.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a no on this item. The Austin Energy has a structured, as you mentioned, I really just want to reiterate yours and Councilmember Siegel's comments. They have a long-term plan to address rates. It's a good plan. It's not going to have a sticker shock on any ratepayers. And I would just note that the property tax is fundamentally a progressive tax. It's not an income tax, but it is progressive. Electric rates are really a regressive form of it's not a tax, but they hit the poor quite substantially. So we have to be really, I think, delicate when we're looking at rates. We do that because we have an excellent customer assistance program. We really try hard. We have a progressive rate structure, but I just don't want to disrupt any of that. Again, I think Austin Energy's got a good plan. I support it, and I'm going to be voting no on this item.
Thank you, Councilmember Vela. Any further discussion? Councilmember Duchin, I'll let you close because of the length of the debate on this item, if briefly, and then and then I'll tell what next steps are. Councilmember Duchin.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I just want to address a couple of items. One is I do appreciate the work that the whole Austin Energy team has done to get us this far and come up with, I think, a very sensible plan. The question of whether there is there some margin beyond that plan that would make sense in terms of addressing either the cash on hand challenge that we'll have for the next 4 years or future programming that may be unbudgeted. And we also don't know what the resiliency study will conclude in December and how much additional need there will be beyond there. So I think there is opportunity to figure out if there is new purpose for some of those dollars and whether they can either ensure safety in a time of, I think, some unpredictability, or whether they can go towards programming that we may want to invest in, not this year, but subsequent years that we either don't know the full cost of or we may want to add on to. I want to address a couple of the mayor's comments real quick. And also Councilmember Vela's, I would argue a little bit differently that because of the way that the structure works for the billing, that it's volumetric, that ideally, this is a bill that could be incentivize people to save, and that customers that are have smaller homes or less needs would be able to potentially incur less of a cost than those that are larger customers. I'd also say there's a bit of a difference between the operational cost of program that we've been investing in over the last day relative to something that's just really straight up revenue. For the programming, we don't know really what their future cost is. We're not sure we've got great data on KPIs and outcomes. And so for me, there's a really large distinction between when you talk about adding new programming versus adding a flat up fee increase. And the last thing I'll just say is, I think part of this is a question of, do you have the initial discount now in a time where people can absorb it, or do you have it in the future where they're going to see their bills go up, potentially for the next 4 or 5 straight years? If we do it now, those dollars that we're generating now are going to be worth more. They're going to be represented in future bills. When we talk about rate shock, I'm not sure how much, other than from a strictly PUC perspective, whether it makes that much of a difference whether you've got a higher bill now or the same bill in 5 years, because you've done successive 5% increases, which we could potentially lower if we make a different decision today. So either way, you're talking about fast forwarding 4 or 5 years where people's bills are going up potentially substantially to pay for all of the CIP improvements that Austin Energy has outlined, and maybe some that it hasn't. So with that said, I, again, would be happy to entertain any number between $0 and $63 million if there's a value to both addressing some of the concerns that I've raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Duchin is closed on Duchin 1, which is a proposed amendment to Budget Edition 1, item number 5, as amended. All those in favor of the item, please raise your hand. There being 1 in favor and 10 in opposition, the motion to amend fails. All right, members, what that will do is now take us, here's what I would outline as our next steps. I believe we have covered every proposed amendment that anybody wanted to bring forward. However, there were a couple of members that had items that they were considering bringing forward, and they want to just comment briefly on those because they're not bringing them forward, and I'm going to recognize them. Then I'm going to recognize the manager to say a few words, and then what I'm going to recommend we do is we take about a 30-minute break, make sure that financial staff is ready for us to know all the numbers, vote, see if there's anything that is an outlier, something that we want, and at that point, we will, after that break, we will return and we will take a vote on item number 5 as amended. So with that, Councilmember Duchin, I'm going to recognize you. It's my understanding you had another possible amendment that you have decided not to offer, but you want to make a brief comment about it.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I had originally intended, like some of my colleagues, to offer an amendment. This would have encouraged and advised our city staff and the city manager, and I've already had some conversations with Mr. Broadnax about this, to implement the kind of performance review and which includes a number of items, includes an organizational review, includes a spending review, includes a potential forensic audit that some other cities like Houston and Milwaukee have performed that have helped them both implement better ways to evaluate programmatic expenses, to make sure that certain metrics are in line, for instance, staff to HR, staff to managers, et cetera, help them flatten organizations in some cases where that made sense. Even purchasing decisions, discovering departments having the same contractors or sourcing from the same places where there could be buying power discounts. Can go into much greater detail. I alluded to some of this in the message board post from, I think, 2 days ago, but I do sense that there's a lot of opportunity there. Houston has implemented this program and is in the process of actually implementing their findings. I think to date they've saved found about $122 million of efficiencies. All of this started with a 10-week engagement with Ernst & Young that had city staff shadow them to learn that process. But through that, just some extraordinary findings from my perspective, and I'm happy to share the slides with anybody interested. But for instance, they might have found that an organization across the 190 or so programmatic organizations in the city, they found in most cases they were just reporting the outputs of those organizations, if they had any KPIs at all. And so they were not reporting on efficiencies, they were not reporting on equities, they were not reporting on outputs, outcomes. So I think there's a lot of work to do, and again, grateful that the manager has already started performance.austintexas.gov to help us start to get there, but my hope is that this could help build on that, give us really good data and also get us programmatic budgets to work with that will list out not just by line item, but by what their function is and how many FTEs are involved, so that we can figure out what to build on and what's working well, and then make smarter decisions going forward. So my hope is that we can have a more robust conversation around that in the coming weeks.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, members, I'm going to recognize the manager to say a few words, and then I'm going to recommend we take a break to let financial staff do its magic, and then we come back and we'll vote on item number 5 as amended. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. And just briefly after my comments, before we do break, I think the team can share some big picture numbers on kind of where we settled, but then go and clean those up so that then we can provide those in writing for the council and the public. And so, first of all, thank you for recognizing me, Mayor. I felt somewhat quiet, obviously, during the whole lengthy debate, which probably is unusual to people who know me. But I felt like I was in a situation of double dutch, where I didn't know when to break in, when in fact folk were sharing their amendments. And so I wanted to just at least put some perspective, obviously, as we proposed the budget in July. And then this last several weeks, as we've talked through whether it's amendments and or just better clarity on what we were doing and recommending as a team, from directors to the financial staff, the process that I think has unfolded, which I think has been wonderfully done, particularly around framing what this entire conversation over the last weeks have been about, related to a TRE and why and what, I think, and then this process of amendments, whether some folk feel that we got far enough or not, I think has focused rightfully on the sustainability of the resources, if in fact we are going to put forward a tax rate election. And I think the conversations, particularly late last night and today, particularly surrounding the reserves, I just wanted to make a specific comment because I feel like I need to, particularly when I look through and think through all the amendments that have taken place. And while many of them, I think, are great things that we should be doing for the community and or what is expected for us to do, I think if there was one statement I wanted to make as the manager, particularly as we think about how we're settling in on what that number will be, I really would pick on and or state the ongoing nature or even framing the things that are truly ongoing and or one time. Just wanted to provide the perspective to whether it's the public or the council that even coming off of Councilmember Duchin's last statement, between now and 3, 5, or however many years forward, just using the word ongoing, one, the nature of those things, yes, they're something we'd have to do every year if they were added and put in. But they may be things that we will not be able to sustain or continue to do. And I don't want to create a false perception, whether that's for the social service providers, when we start line iteming in certain things, that just because it's in the budget in 2026, the expectation is that it might be here in 2028 or 30, just depending on the cost and or the nature of which, in fact, there's some discussion about whether or not we as a city should be doing those things over and above our core services. And so what I've seen is an built-in inertia in some respect of if nobody else is going to be there to fund certain things, that there's an expectation or a thought that the city has got to be the one to step up. And I heard later in these conversations today that we need to ask or other levels of government or philanthropic community and the private sector in some cases to sit at the table with us to figure out some of these issues that impact everyone. And so when we begin to settle in on whatever this number is going to be, I just want to point to the sustainability of it and obviously one-time funding or the amount that we don't put in reserves, that ultimately will come due one day of what we need to be doing to continue the sustainability. And so I just wanted to make sure I said that because I think it's interesting because I know my team has put in a lot of hard work and we like to deliver for the community as well as the council. But I just really would just say to the council, the concern, if any, over the bulk of these amendments, while they're all great things and many have came from our departments, but we weren't able to fund, is to just be cognizant of the long-term sustainability of ongoing expenses and the pressure that puts on our future reserves and or just some of the basic services that we do. And to Councilmember Duchin's point, to not really feel as though we need to be directed to find efficiencies and look for ways to save money. Those are things that we are already doing and we will be doing more of, not just by choice, but because we're going to have to do that to ensure that we continue to, one, excel at what we do, but also provide the services that we need. And so I just wanted to provide that perspective, and I'm going to ask Carrie briefly to share the fundamental question that's been asked every time we've gone through and we've added an item, where we are with the reserve levels that we would be able to replenish in the next fiscal year and then the next two, just to provide the same information after we've gone through probably about $3 million plus more of ads. So with that, I'll turn it over to Carrie and then turn it back over to you, Mayor. So thank you for allowing me to share that.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. So when we look at the amendments that have been approved so far, in fiscal year 26, we are balanced with a 17.25% reserve. That's $3.9 million over the reserve. In fiscal year 27, we are balanced. Our reserves is at 16.90%. That's $1.6 million below the reserve policy. In fiscal year 28, we began seeing an operating deficit of $5.3 million and a 15.9% reserve. That's $18.7 million below the reserve policy. And then fiscal year 29, we have a $9.2 million deficit in operating and a 14.8% reserve. That's $38.7 million below the reserve policy.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Manager, you have anything you want to add?
Yes, and just to close it out, as Carrie went through those numbers, it's my understanding and belief that as you saw that number going down as we further went out, that's primarily driven by the recurring nature and ongoing nature of some of the expenditures that we added. And so that is a finer point of really what I was trying to illuminate, just for perspective for those who are having a difficulty keeping up on the other side of the dais. So thank you very much, and thank you, team.
Thank you. Members?
Just clarifying one of the numbers.
Councilmember Ellis.
What was the third year, the 15.9% in reserves? What was the number that
5.3 million.
5.3 million operating deficit and 18.7 million below the reserve policy.
Thank you.
Other questions before we take a break and let them get this where we can put it up for the public? Yeah, Councilmember Alter.
Can you remind us just what that structural deficit was in the budget before we even started talking about a TRE as we look to the out years, looking in fiscal year 28, 29? Because I don't want the public to be confused that somehow this deficit in fiscal year 28 and 29 is because of the amendments or things we've done today and last night. But we started this process with a structural challenge that we still need to address. And so I was wondering if you could just remind us of those numbers real quick.
It's in the realm of $30 to $40 million as we approach the out years, although I would note that that's inclusive of planned transfers to restore the reserves to 17%. So the comparable number in this scenario would be looking at that $38.7 million reserve shortfall by FY29 in combination with the $9 million operating shortfall.
Right. Very good. I just want to put that in context. Thank you.
All right, members, with that, what we will do is, unless there's objection, we will recess until 12:35, at which point we will return, and it is anticipated we will take a vote on item number 5 as amended. Without objection, we are recessed until 12:35. It is 12:04. Back to order. It's 1:35 p.m. and we have been in recess. I called the City Council back to order on August 14th to continue with our meeting. Members, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to ask our professional staff to update us on where we are, and then I will. Okay. Let me turn to the professional staff.
Do we have a plan? That's not what we wanted.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. We provided the updated amendments based on the motions that the decisions that were made prior to the recess. So you have the document, fiscal year 25-26 amendments as of 8/14/25 that list all of the amendments that action were taken on to this point.
Members, do you have any questions of staff? Okay. Yes. All right. I hate to have called us to order and 2 minutes later need to recess, but it's my understanding that a member or 2 or 3 or 4 have something that they would like for us to consider as part of the budget, and I would like to give everybody that opportunity. But in order to do it, as I understand it, they want to make a motion to amend the budget. Here's what I'll attempt to do for clarity purposes and so that we can move forward. Members, you've been provided a document that's labeled Council Cadre Motion 1, Version 2. It's a motion. The motion would be to reallocate Budget Addition 1 to one-time funding for the following items, and there are multiple items listed there. What we don't have, except in the bottom part of this, starting with D6 Lane 04 and then Alter 3, Fuentes 1, Fuentes 3, and Fuentes 4, we don't have the same identifying items for the previous ones. The way I would handle this, which would not be the world's greatest parliamentary procedure, but I will beg flexibility among the council members, is I would consider first a motion to reconsider the amendments to item 5 as amended for each one of these items. We would do that as a blanket motion to reconsider those items. And if that were to pass, then we would consider this as a single motion. I'm not entirely comfortable with that, but it would allow for us to have the discussion. But part of the problem I'm having is it doesn't fully identify the amendments. I guess what I could do, subject to getting any objection at all from council, any member of the council, is consider it a motion to reconsider of the amendment to budget addition 1, item 5 as amended for the item identified in this, and then we know what ones went to: one-time housing and homelessness 3, diversion 5,000, or housing and homelessness 3, diversion 5,000, and just make that assumption. Yes, Councilmember Siegel.
Mayor, just a brief clarification of the motion. Items 1 through 10 on this list refer to line items that were in the bulk motion.
That's part of the problem.
Right, but that's the only. So for these items that are in this bulk motion, they don't have the identifiers of the standalone motions. So this is the best, I believe, that can be done with the paperwork we have.
Mayor, can I?
Councilmember Alter.
What our amendment, if you remember the narrative form of that, we added things to staff's budget addition, we modified things to staff's budget addition, but I'll point you to line 3 here, housing and homelessness 9, community shelters at $2 million. We didn't touch that in our amendment. So we can't bundle all 10 of these as staff has labeled them B Amendment 01, because some of these were not impacted in that. And yeah.
Members, and those that have worked during the recess to put this together, I apologize, but I'm going to have to, as chair and presiding officer, rule this motion out of order, because I don't think we can provide the clarity that we need to provide with regard to the budget. And typically, you can't have and I'm going to badly overgeneralize here, but an amendment that takes out a motion to reconsider so that we can amend an amendment that's already passed would not be appropriate. But I was going to try to be flexible to do that, but because this doesn't provide the identity that I think we need to provide with any sort of specificity, I'm going to rule that out of order. And I'm sorry that that's the situation we're in, but this is not what I expected that I was going to get to see. So that takes us back now to the main motion. I'm sorry, do you have something, Councilmember?
I'm just going to wait until we have a motion that I can raise my hand for.
Okay, members, the vote that we are about to take is on the main motion as amended. The main motion is item number 5 as amended. Item number 5 is the budget item, and that includes all of the amendments that have been put on it up until that have been put on it. This is a roll call vote, so at the appropriate time, I'm going to ask the clerk to please call the roll as required by state law so that each council member's vote is recorded. But for now, let's go to discussion. And Councilmember Lane, since you indicated you wanted to discuss, we'll start with you.
Thank you. It's been a real. I'm so happy to have the honor to participate in this budget process at such an important time in our city. I want to speak to the intent of what was brought forward, which is to address as many of the considerations, particularly around fiscal responsibility, as possible in order to allow the most council members to get behind this as possible. I fully respect your decision to not allow that. I am somewhat troubled about how challenging it was to get information last night and then be in this situation now. I'm also somewhat troubled knowing my constituents and the level of questions that I will get about the financial prudence. I certainly have heard much discussion about the challenges with projection out 3 and 4 years, and I agree. I agree with that. And so I think it would benefit us as a body if we found a way to bring more council members on board, and I fear that if we don't have an opportunity to present this, we will have more no votes than are anticipated. But at the end of the day, we all vote on what's before us. So thank you for allowing me to put some comments around what you saw here. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Alter.
I'm going to have some comments about the budget, but at first, and I'd like to get back to that after we have this piece of the discussion, but we've had a lot of discussion about, and tell me if I'm wrong, but I think the concern has been around what the reserves percentage is in the out years. It seems like that is what has been the primary concern, and I think the motivation behind this amendment. And
do you want me to clarify? No? Okay.
I'm going to assume. And so I went and took a look at our ratings, our credit ratings, and I'll tell you, we are from our Fitch ratings, who has downgraded us to AA+. When it comes to our reserves, we are at a AAA and wouldn't fall below a AAA until we go below 10%. They view 10% reserves as AAA, and we're talking about 17 being over 17 in this fiscal year and within 0.1% of 17 next fiscal year. When you look at S&P, who has rated us AAA, their number that they cite, that they want us to stay at more than 15%. Once again, we're doing that. We are being very fiscally responsible from a reserves perspective. We are being overly responsible in some regards when, and that's good. We have to be safe. But the insinuation that we're going to be downgraded because of this reserves question, and that's going to have an impact on our bonds, that's not what the credit ratings are telling us, the agencies. And so I'll have, like I said, I'll have comments about the budget later, but I think that's really important because we have to actually look to the agencies of what they care about. And what they care about is, quite frankly, it was our fire pension, which we have since fixed, and some of our other pension benefits that we need to get a hold of. But I just want to frame that because I think it's really important as we have this discussion about the reserve question.
Councilmember Vela.
Mayor, I think this is a good budget. I think we're getting to a very good place out of respect to my colleagues, and I want everybody to be happy and have the time to kind of consider and work on this. I would ask for another short recess to let folks get to a place where they're comfortable with, to clarify some of the, again, I'm happy to consider any motion that comes from the dais. I don't think we're quite there, and again, just in the spirit of moving forward as a united council, maybe another 15 minutes, something like that, to see if we can get to a good place.
Will 15 minutes be enough? Councilmember Ellis.
I'll insert myself. Thank you. I appreciate that because I think we're all trying to get to a good place here, and this obviously has been a very tedious and stressful process. Despite the best of our abilities to try to streamline, I think everyone's really trying to streamline this. Is there something we can do to make this motion germane and something that we could at least bring a motion and discuss?
Yes, we would need to identify the specific item. We'd need to define and we'll deal with staff after we finish this discussion. Thank you. We would need to identify the specific item in a way that we would know specifically what the amendment is. Frankly, what I would suggest you do for ease is number each one of these items and correspond it to a full description with an attached exhibit so that we make sure we know what it is we're referring to.
Okay, so let me just make sure I'm understanding this. I think what Councilmember Siegel was trying to say is that there is an email that Carrie Lang had sent out while we were in recess, came out at 1:01 p.m. Main motion as amended is another one of the amazing big spreadsheets that we've been able to reference through this process that is still hard to read even at 11 by 17. So we were working off of those numbers because that is as of 1 p.m., the base motion that was communicated to us.
Fair enough. Make that an exhibit so that everybody will know. No, I didn't know what the references were.
Okay, we'll print out both of those documents because it has the 11 by 17 spreadsheet with updated numbers with all the amendments that were voted on previously. And it also has another one that looks more like this one with the purple header that has everything itemized by one time and ongoing. So we'll just print those documents from 1 p.m. and then this should be more clear.
Probably so. Ms. Lane, do you have anything you can add to this? Councilmember Harper Madison, I got you, and I'll call on you as soon as we finish this part.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, if we look at the final document, version 2, fiscal year 25-26 amendments as of 8/14/2025, 1 p.m. V2 updated. I think we should be able to follow, for example, the first amendment listed. If it was said B Amendment 01, Housing and Homelessness 03 on page 2, that would allow us to follow
there you go.
The existing amendment that we are working from to see what other amendments are needed.
Y'all hear that?
I think that's clear enough for us.
Councilmember Cadre, then followed by the Mayor Pro. Well, I'm sorry, Councilmember Harper Madison, then Councilmember Cadre, and followed by the Mayor Pro Tem.
My turn might have came too soon, Mr. Mayor. I was about to get spicy, but this is feeling very much like everybody's working collaboratively towards consensus. That's what I was going to respectfully request. I've frankly really appreciated more often than not the way that you chair and conduct us as a body and throughout the course of a meeting, but I think shutting it down without further discussion really sort of felt like a blow that wasn't necessary. And so I
appreciate your criticism. Councilmember Cadre.
But I understand the difficult position you're in, but this is what I would say in terms of addition to this discussion. I like where it's headed now. And for what it's worth, you might have noticed my lone wolf status up until today. I sort of was staying out of the fray in large part. But for what it's worth, the latest iteration of this discussion, I don't like when we belabor processes and when we wait till the 11th hour and when amendments are flying around the day. It's day of, minutes, hours of. I think it's sloppy governance, frankly. And that's a criticism that I have to eat some of myself. I'm a part of this body too. That said, I don't think this process has to be like this. And because we just do what we've always done, I'd really love, in addition to us taking a beat and continuing this discussion, basically also in full recognition, we still have tomorrow, you guys. We don't have to rush it. That said, if we do take this opportunity to continue the discussion, I'd like to just contribute for consideration. A part of why I am actively moving in the direction of wanting to continue the discussion is that it feels more like that thing I say all the time. When compromise goes well, everybody feels like they lost something. This sport feels more like we're moving in a direction where more people feel more comfortable about our direction and the longevity of it. How will our decisions in the coming days age? That was one thing I wanted to put out there for my colleagues' consideration. The other thing is, I hope we take this opportunity, especially ahead of y'all potentially bringing in new colleagues on this body. We don't have to do things the way we've always done them. This is stressful for our staff, for our professional staff, for everybody in the building. I've been, pray tell, I've been, with the unfortunate but fortunate opportunity to be doing this from home, but I've been hearing people talk about the palpable, stressful nature of the copper building this week. And it doesn't have to be like this. I hope we take the opportunity to, as we move forward into considerations for next year's budget, a revamp of how we do the budget process altogether is what I propose as a body. But thank you to everybody who's willing to give us a little more time to keep talking. I feel like the direction feels better than it did earlier this afternoon. Thank you.
Councilmember Cadre, followed by the Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Lane, you want to talk? Okay.
I got clarification from the manager. So
Okay. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, colleagues. Just based on our previous conversation this morning and yesterday's conversation, I can see here from the intent on the proposed motion that it seems to be an effort to move funds into one time to keep us at a 17% in the out years. And so I wanted to offer this to you all for consideration and ask Ms. Lang, if we moved the public health social services core public health grants at risk, which is a $1.5 million allocation that we have in the amended budget at this time, if we move that alone to a one-time fund, would that, just that one allocation to one time, would that keep us at a 17% reserve rate in fiscal year 27? And as they are crunching the numbers there to look at that, I think with that one, I would feel most comfortable as chair of our public health in moving that to one-time funds, because we know in coordination from staff, these are a long list of contracts and grants that have been deemed at risk, but there is uncertainty with it as it stands. We certainly want to prepare for the worst, which is why we want to bake it into our budget proposal, but knowing that this is an area where we can be a little bit more flexible with and have another consideration next year's budget process, this might be an appropriate item for us to consider moving to one time that will then, because it's a significant amount, keep us at a 17% for that fiscal year 27, so 2 years out.
It looks like it would put us at 17.02% projected for FY27.
17. Okay, thank you. And I just want to offer that, colleagues. I know we're about to recess, but just for consideration, I know this is an important piece for your as part of your vote process, and just wanted to offer that as a way to see what the intent is here, and to do it in a way that I think would bring the supermajority of us on board.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Lane, then Councilmember Cadre.
Thank you. I very much appreciate Councilmember Harper Madison's comments. I think we began from a point of wanting to get to consensus, and I'm grateful that we're working on it. I did want to clarify, as far as the financial ratings go, it's not just an issue of the percentage as it relates to the ratings agencies. It is the reliability of this council in following its own financial policies. The more that we can follow our own financial policies, the better we will do in this area at a time when we, as many have said, we're only at the beginning of the challenges. So I did want to clarify that. And I also want to note that from the time that we began this process, I've heard our city manager has not inserted himself very often, but from the dais, but I've heard him again and again tell us part of the reason for looking at 2 years is to become more realistic as we're going out about what we can sustain. And so I do find it very important to support our staff and what they're telling us. And I know that this isn't how people would want these things to be reduced forever, but I think I appreciate the willingness to consider it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cadre.
Yeah, question for Carrie and staff, and I'm not sure if you all have the answer, but in years 3 and 4, do we, I just want to get clarification. Do we ever dip below 15?
We show a projected reserves level of 14.80% in FY29.
Okay, so that's year 4. So year 3, we're still above 15?
15.9.
15.9, great. And then also just clarification, when it comes to the ratings for S&P, and I'm asking for clarification, I believe when you dip below 15, then you drop a rating under S&P. Is that right?
They have their criteria, but it's not a single.
Okay.
It's not a single criteria, so we might score slightly lower if we were to drop below 15% on that one metric, but they're looking at a lot of different metrics, so there's not a single determinant that if you go below 15%, you would be downgraded. That's just, they look at things more holistically than just a single metric.
Got it. Okay, appreciate the clarification.
Okay, members, what I would recommend is a 30-minute recess. Unless there's objection, we will be in recess. Councilmember Cotter.
Sorry, just going off of what happened in the last recess, I'd ask if we could get 45 minutes.
All right. 45 minutes.
You don't think
2:45. We'll recess until 2:45. We are recessed at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Everybody, it's 2:49, and I'll call back to order the Austin City Council after a brief recess. We took a recess so that there would be an opportunity for there to be a little additional work on a potential motion. And what I'm going to, again, I'm going to indicate that I hope the council will allow me a little flexibility as presiding officer in an effort to get us to where I think the council as a whole wants to go. I will recognize Councilmember Kadri for a potential motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we have everyone should have a motion in front of y'all. Kadri motion number 1, version 4. It's been passed out. There's a red line copy in front of everyone. But, we're facing a very tough couple years ahead of us with the federal administration and who knows how long beyond that. I'm proud of all the bold investments we're standing together on, and it's a noble goal to also protect the near future well-being of our community and the challenges that we will face. After hearing feedback from my colleagues on the dais, we propose to keep Family Stabilization Grant, Parent Support Specialist, and Homeless and Housing Navigation in ongoing. But our proposal to move the other items listed to one-time funding would keep reserves at a stable 17% by year 3 and only just below that stable level in year 4, which is, if I could get confirmation from Ed on that.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you, Ed. We'd be in the green for at least 3 years. From the start, our goal has been a balanced budget. This is as close as we can get to that, and this is how we protect our city from potential federal cuts while meeting the needs of our community. We aim to shift about $8.2 million from ongoing to one-time funding. Making this change will bring that year closer to balance and help strengthen our reserves. This one-time funding shift is how we can meet in the middle, and it doesn't have to come at the cost of compromising the most immediate needs of our community. We can say yes to everything we all want and gives us breathing room to fight again next year. As we move into next year with conversations beyond the 2026 bond package, we need to ensure that we leave space on the table for the general fund to support personnel, operations, and maintenance around our future bond-funded projects. The amount of energy and conversations that have gone into this budget process is a direct reflection of how complicated and challenging our decision today will be. While we have a responsibility to address the budgetary shortfalls caused by factors out of our control, this is our way of meeting the moment while still understanding we each have to make sacrifices. The community asked us to prioritize the essentials, and while we like these programs, we need to support an Austin for All, not just this year, but also 2, 3, and 4 years from now. Yes, it's a rainy day now. We recognize the severity of our situation, and we want to make clear we are not gutting this funding. But there are other rainy days we need to be prepared for, and our community needs to know they'll be taken care of.
Thank you. Members, Councilmember Kadri has moved approval of a motion to item 5 as amended. The motion that Councilmember Kadri is making is labeled item 5, August 14th, 2025, Council Kadri motion 1-V4. It also reads on the top, on the document labeled FY 2025-2026 amendments as of 8/14/25, 1 o'clock p.m., V2 updated. He moves to reallocate the following line items from ongoing to one-time funding. For purposes of our record, The document that he is referring to, that is labeled FY 2025-2026 amendments as of 8/14/25, 1 o'clock p.m. V2, version 2, updated. It is this document that everybody has. The reason I call attention to that is in his motion sheet, on the left-hand side, he has pages marked where you can then find the amendment, beginning at the top of the page, page 2, and going all the way down to page 8. Also, there's a reference. If the reference is made to, it does not mention a council member's name, that reference is, again, on this version 2, on this document, but it is a reference to the original or the amended, I don't remember now, but in both. It was actually in both. Budget Edition 1, and if it mentions a council member's name, it has a specific identification for a specific amendment. Did I say that the way you would want me to, Councilmember Qadri? Exactly. All right, very good. Is there a second to the motion? Second is made by Councilmember Ellis. Members, I'm going to ask for any discussion on the item. Councilmember Duchin, followed by the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate my colleagues trying to figure out ways to be responsible about the budget. However, I'm increasingly concerned about the direction this is taking. It worries me that we are continuing to refuse to recognize that we've got a structural deficit. And if we don't address the structural issues with what I'm going to call structural thinking, we're going to be in the same place maybe every year, maybe even a worse place. Because by labeling what are clearly going to be ongoing expenses and one-time expenses, I'm not sure that's the problem we're trying to solve here.
Oh, I had some.
What's that?
Sorry, he asked me if I needed something, and I didn't turn off my mic before I answered.
So just a little context here. You know, a few years ago, we used ARPA dollars to fund rapid rehousing. And there were those at that time that were concerned about that because that was an unreliable funding mechanism for that kind of expense and might lead to the sort of fiscal situation if those funds dried up. And now those funds have dried up. And we're essentially raising taxes to cover an idea and a hole left in the budget from that. So, yeah, I'm concerned about the way this is going because it's basically saying, we're going to have a legitimate discussion next year about every single item that's on the list and decide whether or not those are going to be one-time or ongoing expenses. So this is hard for me to get behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Duchin. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Qadri, for bringing forward this amendment. I appreciate that it is updated to ensure that the Family Stabilization Grant, which has broad support on council, is put forth as a permanent line item in our budget, given the support and efficacy of the program. I am disappointed to see that this amendment now moves the programming, the part-time programming in our Parks and Rec department for our older adults. These are individuals who'd be helping support programming at the Gus Garcia Rec Center, Northwest Recreation Center, Hancock Recreation, Virginia Brown Recreation, Turner Roberts Recreation Center, Dolores Duffy Recreation, Mendez, Pan Am, Zaragoza, Montopolis, Dub Springs, Ditmar Rec, South Austin Recreation, Alamo, Dottie Jordan, Pickfair, Austin Recreation Center, and Camacho. It would force this much-needed funding to be one time, so we would have to have that conversation again next year. It also makes the home-delivered meals for our seniors one time. So, but I appreciate what is the intent here to ensure that we're able to have this gap funding for this year, along with our bilingual STEM program, which is located at the MAC Center, and the pre-K startup costs. And I think overall the effort here, and I understand what you're raising as important to you, to ensure that our rainy day fund is maintained at a 17% in fiscal year 27 and 28, or excuse me, 28 and 29. So I will be supporting this amendment today. But I just wanted to highlight that those items would be just funded as one-time expenses, and we'll have to have the conversation next year.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on the item? Councilmember Siegel. Otherwise, I was going to recognize Councilmember Cadre to close.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to chime in to the Mayor Pro Tem's comments. We're trying to do something right now to bring us all together. And I've heard from my colleagues that ensuring the reserve level in future years helps people vote yes on the budget. And so to me, the goal here is to have as consolidated a council as possible in pursuit of these great programmatic goals that are laid out in the budget. And I'll just say that my support for this motion by no means indicates lack of support for the programs that you just laid out. And I would be committed to joining you in ensuring they continue.
Thank you, Councilmember Siegel. Councilmember Vela.
And similar, and I'm sorry I had to step off for just a second, but I'm going to vote for it. I just want to note that the Regional Adoption Center is on there, and in my view, that's more than a one-year type of a commitment. But again, we'll revisit next year, but I just want to announce my intent to continue to support the creation of another kind of a satellite animal center.
Thank you, Councilmember Vela. Councilmember Cadre to close on the motion.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I think Councilmember Siegel actually said a lot of the things that I was going to say, but I just want to say how thankful I am for this dais. I mean, this wasn't easy. As folks who have been watching how many times we've recessed, and some of us have disappeared longer than we should have.
It was not a quorum break.
We were not in Chicago. But a lot of this just comes from just a deep love of the community, and just making sure that we get this right, that we bring as many of us on board as we can. And going off of what Councilmember Siegel said, I so appreciate the work that the Mayor Pro Tem has done, especially around our older Austinites. So while a lot of these items might be one-time funding, I have no doubt they'll come back up in future budget cycles, and I would be honored to be a co-sponsor on those. So with that, I move adoption of motion 1 by Godry.
Members, you've heard the motion. It has been seconded. There being no further discussion, without objection, Councilmember Cadre motion 1 version 4 is adopted, with Councilmember Duchin being shown voting no. Or you just
I'll abstain.
All right, Councilmember Cadre, Councilmember Duchin will be shown abstaining. So it passes on a vote of 10-0 to 1. With Councilmember Harper, 9-0 to 1, with Councilmember Harper Madison temporarily off the dais and not present. Where that brings us is back to the main motion. And the main motion is, thank you. The main motion is item 5 as amended, including the most recent amendment we just finished with. Is there discussion on the main motion as amended? This would be the time to do any discussion, and hopefully it will not filibuster the main motion. Councilmember Alter, followed by Councilmember Ellis.
Thank you very much. I will keep my comments brief, but I just want to take a moment to say how proud of this budget I really am, because it puts people first. When we started this process, the picture was incredibly grim. In Washington, the president was slashing vital programs that feed families, save lives, and keep people in their homes. And here in Texas, the state continued to hoard record surpluses, shortchange our schools, and tie the hands of communities and cities like ours from even keeping up with inflation. And on top of that, we faced a $33 million deficit. And we had a choice. We could follow the state and federal example and walk away from Austinites and say, sorry, you're on your own. Or we could do what Austin does best, which is take care of each other. And today, we chose people. We fully funded our homeless response system. We safeguarded Austin's social safety net. We expanded affordable housing, supported workers, maintained our parks, increased resilience, and improved public safety, and we did all of it while investing in solutions that save money in the long run. But today's vote is just the beginning. Now it's time for us as neighbors, as a community, to prove what Austin stands for. And this November, Austin's values will be on the ballot. I know we're going to show the state, show the nation, and ourselves that we can build a more vibrant, safe, and prosperous city together.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ellis, followed by the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Velasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. This is our first round going through a TRE process like this. So I know that there's been a lot of lively debate. I think hopefully that shows there's a lot of passion on this dais for the goals and priorities that we are each individually setting and how willing we are to work across the table to be able to get big things done together. From the very beginning, when we started realizing that there was going to be a need to go through with this process, I had said I was comfortable at around a 4 to 5 penny TRE. And so I'm really, really happy that we were able to accomplish that goal. I'm also really appreciative. I know there were some folks that would have gone higher, but wanted to make sure there was enough consensus that we are showing a united front, that these are the priorities that our community deserves and that they are asking for. My vision for a TRE is to make sure that it helps provide long-term stability in our reserves. Looking at what sort of deficits we have been facing has not been easy. There's a lot of need that we need to be addressing, and that work will continue. But being able to hit a point where we now have at least 3 years out where we're going to be able to hit our 17% reserves is hugely important for me. And I want to call out a few of the great things that we were able to include in this budget. $250,000 for Living Street barricades, $50,000 for the street tree replenishment, $117,000 to help connect the Meridian neighborhood to Escarpment Boulevard near the Grey Rock Golf Course, a Circle C Dog Park Phase 1, helping our firefighters with some of their financial needs to make sure that we are protecting our first responders the way that they do so for us, increases for the needs for medics. We have part-time temporary employee benefits for folks that are working less than 30 hours a week. Feasibility studies for libraries to be able to make sure that we're expanding the ones that we have that our community desperately needs. Parks maintenance, gold standard. Being able to hit some of these metrics is really important. And to be able to have more library materials that was listed in the community investment budget. So there's a lot of great things in here. I know a lot of the focus tends to end up on the nitty-gritty at the very end about how to really squeeze every dollar that we can possibly get out of this. But I think this is just part of the public process. This is what our constituents deserve. These are the biggest votes that we take all year to be able to say what we can and cannot do for our community. So I appreciate the spirited debate and look forward to moving on to some of the other amazing topics that we still have left ahead of us today.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Councilmember Velasquez, and then Councilmember Cobb.
Thank you, colleagues. I certainly this has been, I think, the toughest budget cycle that I've been a part of, and I'm really grateful to serve on a body with you all throughout this process. And I appreciate everyone's time and attention. I know we all worked very hard, and I'm really pleased with the budget proposal that we now get to put forth to our community. This budget reflects a strong belief that the City of Austin is a force for good, a force that leads with an unapologetic commitment to serving and helping the people we represent, whether it's a first-time parent or an older adult looking to age with dignity, a city worker who wants to live in Austin, the community in which they serve, or someone looking to rebuild their life through stable and reliable housing. This budget, it reflects how we've approached this process, which couldn't be more different than what we're seeing from our federal government. While they choose gridlock, we here are choosing decisive action. While they have abandoned essential life-saving programs, we are strengthening them. And while they've initiated one of the largest upward wealth transfers in our nation's history, we're focusing on smart, responsible investment that create long-term stability for all Austinites. In other words, we are choosing to meet the moment with or without their help. Because when Austinites call 911, we deserve an immediate and robust response. And when we visit our parks, we deserve clean, safe, and welcoming public spaces. And when an Austin family is on the brink of eviction, we deserve a city that is willing to step up with what they need to stay housed and stable. And so these budgets don't just meet these commitments, they strengthen them. And I want to give a special shout out to our Public Health Committee, who put forth a policy recommendation to this body that laid the groundwork for us to have a homelessness response plan that has guided our conversation. So I'm really grateful to the Public Health Committee, and I'm thankful to Mayor Watson for your leadership on homelessness and everything that you have done. I'm really proud of what this budget includes, and just also want to share my appreciation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Velasquez, Councilmember Qadri.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I just wanted to say that I'm so excited thankful for the break that the other quorum asked for. It seemed like everybody went in the back and had a cupcake because everybody came out in a lot better spirits than we left. So thank you for that. All jokes aside, thank you to my colleagues, to our dedicated city staff, to our office staffs, because I know this has not been easy for any of them, but most importantly to the community that showed up and showed out, and not just today, but throughout the year. This has been a ridiculously hard year for our community, and some have taken it harder than others, but people have continued to show up and show an immense care for each other. And I wanted to take this time to acknowledge the community and say that I am so proud of the way that Austin is showing up. As I stated, this year's budget has not been easy because of deep federal and state funding cuts that have left damaging holes in our social safety net. We've had to make very tough decisions, but we are redefining what essential services mean to this city, because essential means very different things to very different people. For some, essential is public safety and keeping the lights on. For me, essential is those things and affordable housing and paying our essential employees who keep the city running during bad weather, during weather emergencies, and trauma recovery, and food pantries, and safe spaces for victims of abuse. The questions for me have always been, how do we support our most vulnerable neighbors? How do we show up when hell is crashing down? Because that's what real leaders do. They don't look for the show, they look for the hustle. They want to stand in the gap. This budget is not only an investment in our city, but a necessary commitment to the communities we're elected to serve. This is not an easy decision for this council to make, but I do believe it's the right one, and it strikes a necessary balance between essential community supports and ensuring that we're not overburdening those most at risk of displacement. Thank you again to everybody that has been a part of this process. Thank you to this dais for sticking together through this. Mayor, thank you for your leadership, and let's rock and roll.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Qadri.
I hate that I have to go after that.
Yeah.
So that's my misfortune. But no, I want to thank the manager and the mayor for their leadership this budget cycle. I want to thank everyone I got to work with, part of the subquorum, and I know folks that weren't part of the subquorum. I obviously saw nothing but love for the city and the work and the amendments and the words that they laid out. And I want to thank our professional city staff, but I also want to thank our professional council staff, who many of them were up for long nights, making sure, because they care deeply about the city, that this budget that many of us call a moral document, which I believe to be such, was positioned to be as effective as possible and to be as digestible and to be something that works for as many people as possible. And I know many of us did social media posts around the budget, and I think the common theme was in Austin that works for everyone. And that's what I hope that this budget and the upcoming TRE will do, that we are going to be in a city that truly works for everyone. So I want to just keep my comments short, but just very much appreciate everyone for the work and the hours and the time and the love that they put in. The time we have on the council is short. There's always an end date. So it's whatever time that we have, just doing as much good as we can in this limited time is, I think, so important to so many of us. So, excited to vote, which I don't know if everyone is, but I am. And also, I hope the three new council members, Councilmember Duchin, Siegel, and Lane, I hope you all had a blast of a budget cycle.
Councilmember Duchin.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to first build on Councilmember Velasquez and his comments. I really want to thank all the folks that came out yesterday in force and took the time to call in or come to City Hall and share their concerns about the budget and this process. From what I heard from their testimony, there were a lot of really understandable fears about our area's skyrocketing cost of living. And then there were other folks that came on behalf of a lot of community groups and organizations worried about the impacts of funding cuts on a lot of vulnerable residents. And even after this whole process, I still believe that raising their taxes is still going to make the city less affordable and hurt all of them. And so my intent is still to vote against this costly TRE proposal. And I've said we have a longstanding spending problem that I think I heard the city manager touch on earlier. And whatever voters decide to do in November, I believe as our leadership here, we need to take a closer look at our expenditures, find smarter ways of managing public dollars. We've got to ensure that, as others have said, our first responders and core services are funded, but also that our financial outlook remains reliable over not just this year, but future years, even as we continue to face difficult financial choices. So I think that this budget that will pass, I fear it's a Band-Aid that will be forced to address some of these problems, including ones we voted on not less than 5 minutes ago, in the very near future. So I'm going to try and end on a positive note here, which is in the spirit of some of my comments earlier about an independent third-party audit or other approaches that we can take to rein in some of the municipal spending or make sure that we're being efficient with every dollar. I've mentioned that the city of Houston, among other cities, has conducted these kind of efforts with great success. My hope is that we can follow suit and identify areas where we can stretch those public dollars and avoid the need for future tax increases. So I'm hoping to build on that, work with my colleagues as manager, the mayor, and staff, and that we'll be hearing more about this effort going forward. And just to wrap up, I mean, this has been a challenging process for, I think, everybody here. And so I want to emphasize how grateful I am for the work that the mayor and my colleagues have done here over the last couple of weeks, not just days. Having said that, I'm really confident that as time goes on, as we gather more experience ourselves, we're going to be able to do better. We're going to be able to make sure we can come into these discussions really focused on how to spend money wisely and make sure that we can continue to earn public trust. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Duchin. Councilmember Harper Madison, did I see your hand up? Please.
You did, Mr. Mayor. I was very, very unfortunately indisposed a moment ago, and I missed a critical vote. I can't expect that my colleagues would have waited around for me, but I'm certain you guys didn't anticipate that I was going to be looking forward to missing that vote. So I'd like very much to request reconsideration, please.
Well, what we'll do is as soon as we've taken, since we have discussion going on a motion right now, as soon as that is over, I will ask if there's unanimous consent to show you voting in favor of that amendment. We'll take it up at that time.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure thing. All right. Well, I'll close it out before we take the vote. I want to start off by saying thank you to our professional financial staff. Nobody will know how hard they work. They do great work for us, and I know that I speak for everybody on the council when I say how appreciative we are and how available you are and how patient you all are. So thank you very, very much. Now, I want to, for everybody paying attention to this, I want to point out we've got some other votes that are going to be coming, but this is the big one, as they say, and so I think it's appropriate for us to pause and thank you. I also want to say thank you to all of the members of the City Council and their staffs. A lot of work has gone into this, and I have very much appreciated over the last couple of years the team approach that we take to things. Even when there's not always 100% agreement, but Lord knows that there's rarely 100% agreement on anything, but I want to say thank you to all of them. And then I want to point out that now it is time for us to trust our voters. It is time for us to trust our voters. And as we go forward with this, I want to point out that one of the things I'm proud of about what this council has done, getting us to this point, is that the community was asking us to look at whether or not we should have a tax rate election. Individual council members, all of us looked at whether or not we ought to have a tax rate election. And this effort that has gone into this has been an enormously transparent process to try to get us to this vote that we're getting ready to take. It was a very transparent process that even included the recognition that, as Councilmember Ellis pointed out, this is the first time we've had a TRE budget. We created a new process for that TRE budget, where we worked through the Audit and Finance Committee, we worked through our financial staff and the manager's office to get to a point where we actually were doing certain types of analyses that were not typically done, or at least not typically laid out over and over again by committees and by council. So that's a very important point. The goal, I believe, has always been, certainly my goal has been, and I believe it has been shared by everybody, is to have a discipline and a balance between making sure we put affordability first in our community, but at the same time recognize that we need additional revenue in order to make sure we can provide the quality of life that our citizens want and deserve, and the quality of services that they want and deserve. And we've recognized that there is an inherent tension between asking people to pay rates, fees, and taxes for services and the issue of affordability. We have worked very hard to be disciplined in that regard. It is imperfect. It is not going to be a perfect way of getting there. And in fact, I'll just say, and everybody up here knows, there are parts of this that aren't necessarily to my liking. But that is part of the legislative process that gets us here. And importantly, for coming up in November, it is a part of what it means to live in a big, diverse city where people have lots of different points of view. It's not always going to meet our concept of perfection, but we need to look at ways to achieve good results. And I say frequently that some of the greatest challenges in Austin, Texas are a result of our success. Typically, we are not managing decay in this community like some other places. But I will tell you, I believe it in my heart that if we're not making the kinds of investments we need to make in our people and our services, we will be managing decay in a very short period of time. And part of the effort at the discipline so that we can have the revenue to pay for those services and pay for the needs that people have is to avoid having managing decay. So we were getting ready to provide our voters an opportunity to make a key decision. From my perspective, the best parts of this budget are, as the Mayor Pro Tem has pointed out, what we're doing to fully fund our homeless strategy office. That was my highest goal in this budget, and we've achieved that. And it will make a world of difference in where we are in a very short period of time when it comes to our neighbors living homeless. I'm also very pleased with the changes that we've made with regard to public safety that will be part of this tax rate election. And I thank Councilmember Cadre for his amendment even today on that. So we're getting ready to vote for the budget, and then we're going to give voters a chance to make an important decision. And I look forward to that discussion as we go forward, and I look forward to a result that will be to the best benefit of our community. And with that, I will turn to the city clerk, and I will ask the city clerk to please call the roll as required by state law so that each council member's vote is recorded.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Watson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Velasquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Villa,
Yes.
Councilmember Alter,
Yes.
Councilmember Lane,
Yes.
Councilmember Siegel,
Yes.
Councilmember Ellis,
Yes.
Councilmember Caudry,
Yes.
and Councilmember Duchin.
No.
Members, there being 10 yeses, 1 no, the budget is approved on all 3 readings. Members, Councilmember Harper Madison had to be temporarily away when we voted on Councilmember Caudry's motion 1 version 4. Without objection, she would like to be shown voting in favor. As you've heard, it would not change the outcome of the vote. So without objection, Councilmember Harper Madison will be shown voting in favor of Councilmember Caudry's motion to amend number 1 version 4. Without objection, it's so ordered. Mr. City Manager, I'll recognize you.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. First, let me thank the mayor and the council for the kind words that were expressed related to our financial staff as well as our overall team. I also like to thank the City Council for y'all's opportunity to allow us to present and reflect on the things that we felt were important and the dialogue that was undertaken to get to the budget that was just approved. I also want to thank the department directors and assistant directors, as well as the men and women who make up the body of individuals who call themselves City of Austin employees, for their efforts, for all the thoughtfulness and guidance that you provided and shared with me as we presented and or prepared this budget. And just want to say that while this year's budget was a little different because we had a TRE in the mix, the expectations going forward is that we're going to work equally as hard, be just as thoughtful, and continue to try to work on the behalf of what residents and the council tell us are important. And I wanted to just thank you as the city manager for what you've done over these last several months to prepare this budget that the council just approved. So again, Mayor, thank you for that opportunity to share and express my happiness as well as my thankfulness for this council as well as the team that helped get us to this point.
Thank you, Manager. And as I understand it, the next budget process starts Monday, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right, we'll wait till, too soon. You're right. You're too soon. Okay, members, that will take us to item number 4. So we're almost done. Item number 4, fees, fines, and other charges. Adoption related to fees, fines, and other charges. Members, this will also require a roll call vote and 7 votes in order to pass on all 3 readings. This ordinance authorizes fees, fines, and other charges to be set or charged by the city for fiscal year 2025-2026. The main motion that I will take right now is the one that was originally proposed, and then we will also have a proposed staff amendment. But I'd like to get a main motion. Councilmember Velasquez moves that we adopt the initial proposal. It is seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there, members, you have in front of you, and Ms. Lang, everybody make sure I get this the right way, but you have in front of you a version 2, it's a document labeled 8/14/2025. At the top of the page it says version 2 or V2 updated 8/14, 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. This document is a red line document that has a number of proposed changes in the red line document. This is, and it's a 3-page document. This is the staff recommended amendments to the main motion on item number 4. Ms. Lang, do you want to say anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there a motion and to approve the amendments recommended by staff to the ordinance of fees, fines, and other charges? Made by Councilmember Vela, seconded by Councilmember Ellis. Is there any discussion on that motion? Yes, Councilmember Velasquez.
Mayor, I had to withdraw my motion from that.
Yes.
I don't know when you wanted me to do that. I just
Well,
want to check in.
why don't you do that now and explain what it was you did so that people will understand what you're doing. This is a good time to do that.
Okay. Colleagues, I brought a motion to change the food established permit fees on page 212 of Exhibit A. I will be withdrawing that motion. I will also be voting against the fee schedule primarily because of that. While I'm withdrawing my motion on this item, I'm going to be working on a solution to the issue and will continue to advocate for small businesses and look for a more equitable approach to this. We've been hearing, and I'm sure a number of you have been hearing from a number of small businesses in the food industry that have raised serious concerns about these changes. This fundamental change to food established permit fees will drastically impact Austin's independent businesses, legacy businesses, and small and micro businesses. A lot of these businesses cannot absorb the increased costs that come with an across-the-board policy change that could double or triple their permit fees. I also want to express my disappointment that the small businesses had not been made aware of, consulted, or collaborated with on this change as they had been in the past with the previous fee schedule. We need to be better about how we're communicating and treating our small business owners.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any further discussion on the motion to amend the motion to amend that's recommended by staff to the ordinances for fees, fines, and other charges? Councilmember Vela.
Just to clarify, Mayor, this is because I have an amendment as well.
I'm calling you after this.
Got it. Just want to make sure this is staff amendment, and then we'll go to mine.
Yes, that's what we're going to do. Any further discussion? Hearing, yes, Councilmember Harper Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I unfortunately, I just hustled over to contact my staff about this. And I was like, how is it possible that me and my ace aren't talking about this thing if this is on both of our radars? So just for what it's worth, Councilmember, I absolutely was hoping that we would be able to show up and show out for our small businesses during the course of this budget process in a way that we just weren't. And this fee issue is one that my office has been working on, both very much in real time and, just in anticipation of challenges that our folks are facing in the future. So we'd like very much to get together and have a unified effort on this discussion around the fees and what some of our opportunities are with mitigating the challenge of meeting the fees, but also just addressing what gaps are present in the system to where we got here in the first place. And I think in a lot of ways, a lot of our systems need that audit. So I'd like very much to continue the conversation in the future. I'm super hopeful that we're going to find a good place. And we're well on our way. It just wasn't something that my team and I were able to get to in time. And while I have you, Mr. Mayor, I didn't get an opportunity to do any grandstanding or soapboxing about the budget. I don't intend to. My commentary will be very limited. But I would like to say a few things and acknowledge a few folks at some point that you deem appropriate.
Let's get through this item, and then I'll recognize you, okay? Thank you. All right, the motion before us is the staff recommendations for amendments to the ordinance for fees, fines, and other charges. Is there any further discussion with regard to that motion to amend? And again, for clarity purposes, it is a motion to amend item number 4. Hearing none, without objection, the motion to amend is adopted with Councilmember Velasquez being shown voting no. Okay, thank you all.
Mr. Mayor, my hand is raised. Hi there. I'm also a no vote on this item.
Okay, Councilmember Velasquez and Councilmember Harper Madison are shown voting no. That means there are 9 votes in favor and 2 opposed. We are now ready to recognize and discuss any amendments that council members may have to the item number 4, the ordinance for fees, fines, and other charges, and the chair recognizes Councilmember Vela.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an amendment to cap fee increases for essentially homeowner inspections and other residential type inspections to an increase of no more than 10%. And just a very brief background, the development has slowed substantially, and so permit and revenues have dropped for the department, and they're raising some of their fees in response to that, and I understand, but we have worked so much on affordability, especially at that smaller residential level, that I wanted to carve out in particular the fee increases that affected that kind of 4 units and below area. So that's what this amendment would do. The amendment has an attached list of fees that are to be capped at no more than a 10% increase. We've worked through this with the stakeholders. We've worked through this with DSD, and I would offer this amendment to item 4.
Members, Councilmember Vela has moved to amend item number 4 with a document that you have in front of you, 813, it's labeled 81325, item 4, fee schedule, CM Vela motion 1, cap fee increases for homeowner inspections and residential review to 10%. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Councilmember Alter. Members, we have a motion and a second to Councilmember Vela's amendment to item number 4, the ordinance for fees, fines, and other charges as amended. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, without objection, the motion to amend by Councilmember Vela to item number 4 as amended is adopted. Members, that there are no other. Do you? Mayor Pro Tem.
Colleagues, I have a motion sheet on item number 4, which is updating our ordinance on our waiver program, our fee waiver program, and other charges for our child care centers. There's also a corresponding IFC. This just updates our fee schedule to ensure that new child care facilities can also qualify and participate in our child care fee waiver program. So with that, I move to amend ordinance for item number 4.
The Mayor Pro Tem moves to amend item number 4 as amended. She's described that. Is there a seconded by Councilmember Velasquez? Discussion? Hearing none, without objection, the Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes motion number 1 to item number 4 as amended is adopted. Are there any other council originated amendments? And Ms. Lang, I'm going to ask you to look with me on page 3 of the fee schedule amendments and tell me, because that indicates there's council initiated amendments, but we've adopted those other than the one that Councilmember Vela and the Mayor Pro Tem just put out. I want to make sure I'm not missing something.
Correct. The TPW, or Transportation and Public Works Amendment, is based on the installation of the NPP program, and so that adjusts the TUF rates accordingly. And then the parking and towing, give me 1 second on the parking and towing rates. The parking and towing is simply increasing the non-consent item for towing, and so that one was brought forward as well.
Members, just so that we are real clear and make sure that everything passes the way we want to, because the motion I took, it's the first motion, and I said it multiple times that it was staff recommendations for the amendment, and this item is labeled, and I apologize, I didn't realize on page 3 it was labeled differently than the staff amendments on page 1 and 2. So for purposes of clarity, to make sure we've got everything adopted appropriately, what I will ask for is I'll ask for a motion. And the motion is to amend item number 4 as amended by adopting page 3 of version 2, updated 8/14/130, labeled FY 2025-26 fee schedule amendments, council initiated amendments, as described by Ms. Lang just now. I'll make the motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Siegel. Is there any discussion? Without objection, the motion to amend item 4 as amended is adopted, and that will put any council initiated amendments on page 3 as part of an amendment. All right, members, that will now take us back to the main motion. The main motion, and we have a motion and a second to approve the ordinance for fees, fines, and other charges as amended. Is there any discussion on the fees, fines, and other charges ordinance as amended? Will the clerk please call the roll so that each council member's vote is recorded?
Mayor Watson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Velasquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Villa?
Yes.
Councilmember Alter?
Yes.
Councilmember Lane?
Yes.
Councilmember Siegel?
Yes.
Councilmember Ellis?
Yes.
Councilmember Caudry?
Yes.
And Councilmember Duchin?
Yes.
There being 11 yeses and 0 nos, the motion to approve the ordinance for fees, fines, and other charges as amended is adopted on all 3 readings. Members, we will now go to item number 6. Item number 6 is the fire department classifications. So we will take up item 6, approving an ordinance establishing classifications and positions in the classified service of the Austin Fire Department. Is there a motion and a second on item 6 to approve the ordinance? Councilmember Ellis moves approval. Is there a second? Seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. We have a motion and a second to adopt the Austin Fire Department classifications ordinance. Are there any amendments or discussion? Is there any discussion? Members, we have a motion and a second to adopt the Austin Fire Department classifications. There being no further discussion, without objection, the motion is adopted unanimously, and it passes on all 3 readings. Councilmember Harper Madison, I promised you that I would go to you after we passed the fees ordinance, and I didn't do it because I got on a roll, so I apologize. Why don't we call on you now and give you the floor?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I didn't interrupt because you were, in fact, on a roll. It was smooth, so I didn't even bother. And what I'd like to say is relatively short and sweet. One, I'm just happy to get through this process one more time. I got one more to go in my time up here at in the Copper Building, and so I'm happy to get through the process, and always happy to feel like we made progress towards the next time being better. And I very much feel like that was the case today. So bravo, everybody. And then I would like very much to acknowledge a person, but I want to make certain that the adjacent folks, the supporting cast, recognize, well, when the Oscar gets handed out, it's not just that person. It's everybody, the machine that made it happen. But, I've used this analogy before. I often say, I don't want to be anybody's champion. Champions get rocks thrown at them when you lose. So, when you're winning, happy. Everybody's right behind you. When it goes to poo and things aren't that great, you're oftentimes standing by yourself. And so, as we are in celebratory mode, I want us to recognize the celebration. But I want that to carry over into, had things not gone as well, if things out in the general public are received a certain way, there's one head that's on the stake right now. And we all know who that is. And so without her permission, it's a two-parter in recognition of Carrie Lane. The first parter is that lady worked really freaking hard to earn her title. And again, without her permission, I want to acknowledge how it personally made me feel. I got to stand up to say it. To, as a proud Black woman, watch a Black woman, the director of budget and operational excellence, lead us through the project. It did, however, make me feel a way every time one of us referred to her as Carrie. That is Director Lang, whose team and her saw us through this process. Thank you, Director Lang and team, for seeing us through this process. I will personally make sure that although you are so kind and it's easy to be familiar with you, I will personally make certain to direct my commentary and what I refer to you as by the well-earned title. Thank you for getting us through this process, you and your team and all the adjacent supporting cast. That's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Robert Madison. Members, that will take us to item number 7, which is the Emergency Medical Services Department classifications. This would be to approve an ordinance establishing classifications and positions in the classified service of the Emergency Medical Services Department. Is there a motion on item 7 to approve the ordinance? Motion is made by Councilmember Qadri. Is there a second? Is Councilmember Siegel seconds the motion. So we have a motion and a second to adopt the Emergency Medical Services Department classification ordinance. Is there any discussion? Without there being no discussion, without objection, the motion to adopt the ordinance, the Emergency Medical Services Department classification ordinance, passes unanimously on an 11-0 vote. We will now take up item number 8, approving an ordinance establishing classifications and positions in the classified service of the Austin Police Department. Is there a motion and a second on item number 8 to approve the ordinance? Motion is made by Councilmember Duchin. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Vela. We have a motion and a second to adopt the Austin Police Department classifications ordinance. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, without objection, the motion is adopted unanimously, and the motion to adopt the Police Department classifications ordinance passes on a vote of 11-0. Members, that will take us to item number 9. This vote is to ratify the tax increase in the budget. I want to note for the record that this vote is in addition to and separate from a vote to adopt the budget and the vote that sets the tax rate. I'm going to read the words of the motion so that we make sure that the motion is in the exact form that we need it to be. We're going to consider item 9 to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the budget as required by state law. This is not the vote on the tax rate. We will take a separate vote on the tax rate after this vote. Is there a motion to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget that was adopted by council today? Motion is made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Ellis. Members, we have a motion and a second to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the fiscal year 2026 budget. Is there any discussion? Without objection, the motion is adopted, and the motion to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget passes on a vote of 11-0. We will now go to item number 1. Members, this will require a roll call vote. We will now take up item number 1 to approve an ordinance. Adopting and levying a property or ad valorem tax rate for the City of Austin for fiscal year 2025-26. We already conducted the public hearing for this item. It was conducted yesterday. State law requires this to be, as I've indicated, a roll call vote and requires the motion to be made as follows. I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.574017 cents per $100 valuation, which is effectively an 18.8% increase in the tax rate.
Mr. Mayor, I think we have that wrinkle about saying cents.
Yes.
It would be, it's not 0.57 cents.
Please tell me how you want me to say it, and I'll say it.
I think just 0.574017.
I'll do that.
Okay.
Members, here's the motion that I'll accept. I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.574017
Dollars
per $100 valuation, which is effectively an 18.8% increase in the tax rate. Is there a motion? Motion is made by Councilmember Alter. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Vela. Is there discussion? Members, we have a motion and a second. Will the clerk please call the roll as required by state law so that each council member's vote is recorded?
Mayor Watson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Velasquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Vela?
Yes.
Councilmember Alter?
Yes.
Councilmember Lane?
Yes.
Councilmember Siegel?
Yes.
Councilmember Ellis?
Yes.
Councilmember Caudry?
Yes.
And Councilmember Duchin?
Yes.
The motion to approve the ordinance to adopt a property tax rate passes on a vote of 11-0. Thank you, members. And thank you, staff, for making sure we say it right. Members, that will take us to items 11 through 27. Items 11 through 27, as you know, are IFCs of council. My recommendation is that we take these up as a consent agenda. We take these up as a consent agenda. I'll take one motion with regard to these items, and then I will recognize anybody that wants to, as I typically do with a consent agenda, that wishes to abstain, recuse themselves from a vote, or vote no. The motion to adopt items 11 through 27 as a consent agenda is made by Councilmember Vela. It is seconded by Councilmember Siegel. Members, let me start with, is there any discussion on these items? Hearing none, is there anyone wishing to abstain from a vote on any item on the consent agenda? Councilmember Duchin.
Can you clarify quickly exactly which items are on consent?
11 through 27.
On 12, on 21, 22, no on 23, and I believe that's it. Thank you.
I have you voting abstaining on 12, 21, and 22, and voting no on 23. Is that correct?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Ellis.
I'm abstaining on 19.
Anyone else wishing to be shown abstaining on a vote on the consent agenda as read? All right. Anyone wishing to be recuse themselves from any vote on the, yes, Councilmember Cobb.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not recusing myself, but I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor in items 20 and 24.
Members, without objection, Councilmember Cadre will be shown as a co-sponsor of items 20 and 24. There being no objection, you'll be shown as such. Anyone wishing to recuse themselves on any of the items on the consent agenda? Members, anyone wishing to be shown voting no? Councilmember Duchin has indicated a no vote on item 23. I will be voting no on 16 and 19. Anyone else wishing to be shown voting no on an item on the consent agenda? Okay. Very good. Then, any discussion? I've asked for that, but I'll ask again. Any discussion on the consent agenda, items 11 through 27? Yes, Councilmember Lane.
I'll keep this very brief. Thank you so much for the support of so many of the things that we've considered today. I do want to note that item number 19, Universal Spay IFC, I want to acknowledge the productive conversation that's gone on with Austin Pets Alive and with senior staff, and I look forward to working on that issue more in the future. I will also note that the IFC is simply direction to come back with recommendation, and I do anticipate that we will move to a better place and certainly appreciate the passage of this IFC along with the budget amendment that is so necessary to restore emergency vet care. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any further discussion? All right. The motion is to adopt items 11 through 27. For those that are following along and want to make sure we have the record complete, the motion is the version that is in the backup of these items. In some instances, that will be a version 2. The motion is to adopt items 11 through 27, the version that's in the backup. In some cases, that will be a version number 2. There being no further discussion, without objection, the consent agenda items 11 through 27 is adopted, with Councilmember Duchin being shown abstaining on items 12, 21, and 22, and Councilmember Ellis abstaining on item 19. Councilmember Duchin is shown voting no on item 23, and the mayor is shown voting no on items 16 and 19. Members, there being a unanimous vote on item number 27, which is the city code amendment on department names and the Information Security Office. That passes also on all 3 readings. Members, for clarity purposes and to make sure that our record is complete, on item number 1, we have already passed that. That was the tax levying the ad valorem taxes. The version that is to be utilized, that was utilized on that, is version 2. It is in the backup, but it is also the red line version, and I want to make sure that our record is complete on that. Members, that will take us to item number 10, which is a special tax rate election ordinance. This is being passed in a way that requires 8 votes to pass on all 3 readings, and so I mentioned that to you. I'm going to call this item up and then and make sure that we follow the state law requirements. We will now consider item number 10 to approve an ordinance ordering a special municipal election to take the tax rate we have adopted to the voters for their approval. This is a requirement of state law because the tax rate we have adopted is above the voter approval rate as defined in the state law. State law also has strict requirements for the language we use for this item. To comply with state law, we have posted specific proposition language for this item. Therefore, any substantive changes to the proposition language could not be adopted today and would have to take place at a special budget meeting to be called for that purpose on Monday, the 18th of August, 2025, the last day to call the election. In the backup for item number 10 is version 2. It's labeled version 2 red line. Version 2 red line. And that is the item that we will be voting on, the ordinance that we'll be voting on. Members, is there a motion to approve the ordinance ordering a special municipal election to be held in the city of Austin on November 4th, 2025, to submit to the voters a proposition on the approval of an ad valorem tax rate of $0.574017 per $100 valuation in the city of Austin for the current year, a rate that is $0.05 higher per $100 valuation than the voter approval tax rate of the city of Austin, for the purpose of funding or expanding programs intended to increase housing affordability and reduce homelessness, improve parks and recreation facilities and services, enhance public health services and public safety, ensure financial stability, and provide for other general fund maintenance and operation expenditures included in the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget as approved or amended by City Council. Last year, the ad valorem tax rate in the city of Austin was $0.4776 per $100 valuation, providing for the conduct of the special election, authorizing the city clerk to enter into joint election agreements with other local political subdivisions as may be necessary for the orderly conduct of the election, and declaring an emergency. Members, that is the motion that I will accept. The motion is made by the Mayor Pro Tem. It is seconded by Councilmember Velasquez. Well, you know, I just leaned that direction. Sorry about that. I'll do better on the next one. Members, we have a motion and a second to adopt an ordinance for the calling of a special election to receive voter approval of the city's tax rate and declaring an emergency. Before I ask for any discussion, I want to look out at legal and financial professional staff and see if I'm Okay, I've got more than one thumbs up on that one, so I'm all right. There you go. Thank you. Members, does anybody have any discussion with regard to the motion on item number 10? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Watson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Velasquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Villa,
Yes.
Councilmember Alter,
Yes.
Councilmember Lane,
Yes.
Councilmember Siegel,
Yes.
Councilmember Ellis,
Yes.
Councilmember Caudry,
Yes.
and Councilmember Duchin.
Yes.
Members, there are 11 yeses and 0 nos. So the motion for an ordinance calling for a special election on November 4th to receive voter approval of the city's tax rate for fiscal year 2025-26, providing for the conduct of that election, authorizing the city clerk to enter into joint agreements, and declaring an emergency passes on a vote of 11-0. Members, I'm going to double check with my staff and anybody that's out there that wants to make sure I get this right, but there does not appear to be any more business to come before the Austin City Council at this meeting of the Austin City Council. We do have 2 other meetings that we have to conduct, but I'm going to say congratulations, everybody, and without objection, we will adjourn the meeting of the Austin City Council at 4:04 p.m. Congratulations, everyone. Now, nobody go home. We're not done. With that, I will call to order the meeting of the Austin Housing Finance Corporation. Members, it is 4:05 p.m. on Thursday, August 14th, 2025. We have a quorum of the Board of Directors. In fact, all of the Board of Directors are present at this meeting of the Austin Housing Finance Corporation Board of Directors. And we are meeting in City Hall in the City Council chambers at 301 West 2nd Street. Please.
Mandy DeMeo, Austin Housing Finance Corporation. You have 3 items on today's agenda. I offer them all in consent. The first is approving the capital budget for Austin Housing Finance Corporation for fiscal year FY26. The second item is approving the operating budget for AHFC for FY26. And the third item is approving the service agreement between the City of Austin and Austin Housing Finance Corporation for FY26. Happy to answer any questions, offer them on consent.
Members, do you have any questions of our professional staff? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to approve all 3 items on consent made by Board Member Velasquez, and I'm looking this way. Sorry. I'm sorry.
I will say your natural thing was to go to the left. So
There's no question. Y'all see me in a car, I just kind of go like this.
I'm looking forward to you leading more to the right.
Well, I'll work on it, Council Member. So Councilmember Velasquez moves approval of the consent agenda. It is seconded by Councilmember Caudry, who somehow is proudly to my right. And with that being said, is there anyone here wishing to, any member of the Board of Directors that wishes to abstain from voting on an item on the consent agenda? Anyone wishing to recuse themselves? Oh, you're right. Anyone wishing to recuse themselves from a vote? Anyone wishing to show themselves voting no? Let me ask if, I know that there was somebody signed up to speak. Let me ask if there's anyone here that wishes to speak or is remote.
Mayor, we had one speaker, Zenobia Joseph, on item 3, but I do not see her here.
Okay, I have not seen her today either. All right, Ms. Joseph, Zenobia Joseph, Ms. Joseph. All right, members, you've heard the motion, the second to adopt. I don't have any no votes. Without objection, the consent agenda for the Austin Housing Finance Corporation is adopted unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, that being all the business to come before the Board of Directors of the Austin Housing Finance Corporation, without objection, we will adjourn the meeting of the Austin Housing Finance Corporation at 4:08 p.m. We are adjourned. Members, I will now call to order the meeting of the Miller Local Government Corporation Board of Directors. It is 4:08 p.m. on August 14th, 2025 at 10, it's as I indicated, 4:08 p.m. We are meeting in Austin City Hall at 301 West 2nd Street in the City Council chambers, and we have all of the Board of Directors present. I'll ask for a brief presentation from our professional staff.
Good afternoon, Chair, board members of the Miller Local Government Corporation. My name is Kim Olivares, Vice President of the Corporation and Director of Financial Services for the City of Austin. I have two items for consideration on the consent agenda. Item 1, approval of meeting minutes from the August 14th, 2024 board meeting, and item 2, approval of a resolution to adopt the fiscal year 2026 operating budget for the corporation in the amount of $5,260,965. Also available in Exhibit A of the backup. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Members, do you have any questions? Very good. Let me ask the city clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak?
Mayor, we have Zenobia Joseph on items 1 and 2, but I do not see her here.
Ms. Joseph? Zenobia Joseph? Ms. Joseph? All right, members, you've heard the consent agenda as described by our staff. I'll entertain a motion. Vice President moves approval. It's seconded by Councilmember Vela. Is there anyone wishing to abstain from a vote? Councilmember Duchin.
I'd like to abstain on item number 1.
All right. Is there anyone wishing to abstain on any other items? Is there anyone wishing to recuse themselves from a vote on any of the items? Anyone wishing to vote no on any of the items? In that case, any discussion? Hearing none, without objection, the consent agenda is adopted with Councilmember Duchin being shown abstaining on item number 1. I will check with anything else? All right. That being all the business to come before the Board of Directors of the Miller Local Government Corporation, without objection, we will adjourn the board meeting of the Miller Local Government Corporation at 4:11. We are adjourned. I want to make sure that everybody cool? Yes. Yes, let me explain that. When we did the fee, the item number 1, yes, I'm glad I meant to say that at the time, and I apologize. When we did that, we had separate hearings on all of that, but it was all part of that, and Ms. Lang is confirming that. Yeah, no, thank you for pointing it out. That's what I was actually doing, was making sure that have we crossed every T and dotted every I as best we can. All right, then we've adjourned all 3 meetings, so go home. Go home. But God bless you and thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, you too.
Good job, Mr. Mayor.